What's up, everybody? Appreciate you being here. Happy Sunday night as we're ready to have some fun here tonight, guys. We're ready to watch the Southern 500, one of the spectacles in racing. We're going to see if another driver can win their way into the playoffs tonight. Could it be another Harrison Burton story? We will see. But tonight is going to be a fun time. Menace says, let's go, Watermelon Man. Where'd you get that hat? I don't know. Now next race I won't be able to watch this. Next time I get to stream with you guys, I won't be wearing this stuff. But one more race for Denny there. But thank you guys for getting us to that 21K yesterday. But the agreement is it has to happen the weekend prior to it. So that's what happens. Little Denny hat here. Hopefully good some good luck too as well. But hope you guys are ready to have some fun with me. We'll be bringing the live USA audio back into the broadcast. Plus, we'll bring you NASCAR Drive on here as well. We're going to have 3 cams, maybe 4 cams tonight. I'm not sure. 3 cams seem to work a lot better. So we'll do 3 cams, the aerial cam, the battle cam, and the in-car camera today of the leader. So I hope you guys are ready to have. I thought that was banned from this stream. Nope. It has to happen the weekend prior. So that's how it works. That's the rules. So I hope you guys are ready to have some fun with me. I'm ready to have some fun with you. And let's have some fun. So the audio will come back in here in just a second for the commercial. But I've been trying to get the raw feed up here. But let's go in here. What's up, Rick? What's going on? Let's see who else is in here. Desert Fox, what's up? Great racing company. I hope so. Mark, what's going on? Steven, Menace, John, One World, what's going on? Karen, hello. Lloyd, what's up, my friend? Wagon, Mysterious Magnum, what's going on? Donald Johnson, Tom, where'd you get that hat? Lily, what's going on? Hello. Wade, Stanley Socks, what's up? How are you? Kimbro Nader is here as well. Let's see who else. Justin G, what's going on? Bronny is always here. Billy Bowles, what's up, my boy? Delbert, hello. Rebecca, JT, hope you're doing well. Chuck is here as well. Asman, Arizona Man 30 is here as well. Thank you guys. Chuck as well. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. And a whole bunch of folks hanging out before the race. Michael, ain't that the truth? What's going on? Saying Gregson. Let's see who else is here. The great Gahani, what's going on? Hello. DJ Limo. Steve, what's up? How are you doing? Michael as well. Hello. And it keeps on going and going, y'all. It's awesome to see y'all talking before the stream start. Ouch here. Hello. Donnie as well. Hello to every single one of y'all. Hello from Missouri. What's up, Donna? Good to see you. Somebody got to wear that Denny hat. Somebody's got to wear it. That's right, baby. Gary Lee, what's up? Good to see you. And let's listen in while I try to get the raw feed working.
I watched him race against my dad, with my dad, and then to race for him and against him was just incredible. The toughest driver I've ever known to come through this series.
Well, here's what's on the menu presented by Sonic. The 2025 NASCAR Cup Series schedule was announced this week, highlighted by a stop in Mexico City. It marks the first time in 73 years that the Cup Series will have a points-paying race outside of the U.S. Bubba Wallace, as we mentioned, on the pole this evening, and one of the more impressive qualifying efforts in quite some time, almost willing his car to the top spot yesterday. That's important because tonight's the final race of the regular season for the Cup Series. Currently, Chris Buescher has the final spot in the playoffs, while Wallace and Ross Chastain hope to race their way in tonight.
There's always.
All right, so they're talking about the last lap there with Tyler Reddick and Chris Buescher battling there at the end of the race. Love your stream, CeeLo. Found you a few weeks ago, and you're a big Orange fan, I see. How about Nico yesterday? That's right, man. Looked awesome good. We'll see what happens when we play a good team, but thank you guys. Keep on hitting that like button for us, guys. We'll try to get to 100 likes before we even think about going green. But thank you guys so much. John says, go Bell. Hope you have a great race. That's Wade, big Wade going after that Christopher Bell as well. Christopher Bell, what's going on? So, as we talked about during our preview vlog, it's going to come down to this. Hey, what channel is the broadcast? It is on USA. Yes, USA Network. But it's going to come down to Bubba Wallace, Ross Chastain, Ty Gibbs, Martin Truex Jr., and Chris Buescher. There's your 5 cars. And then you got Kyle Busch, who's sitting out there waiting for something that happened so he can get a win. We'll see what happens. But here's Chris Buescher.
But a win would be much easier. So with that in mind, how do you approach tonight's race?
Easier might be a relative term, but it'll certainly be cleaner. I think, for us, we've been so fast here. We've been, close enough to feel like we had a shot at winning the last 2 races in Darlington. So want to do that same thing here tonight with our Build Subs Mustang. Feel like we're able to make that final round, so that was good. Going tonight here, I always feel like we get better as the sun goes down, and seems like we're off to a pretty decent start. So go figure out how to win this thing. That would certainly be the best way. And then, if we need to play defense a little bit there towards the end, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Speaking of defense, how much information do you want to know about the other drivers that are kind of around that elimination line points-wise?
Not much to start. I want to race our own race, and Darlington is well known for being its own battle. So fight the racetrack first. Figure out how far we can get in this thing. Try and get some stage points just simply by running up front here the first half, and then get down to the end. We need to be aware of scenarios, but ultimately it's for us to go out here and do what we've been doing here, and most of that will just take care of itself.
Chris Buescher looking for a coveted playoff spot.
Well, Kim, so is Bubba Wallace, and he started things off the right way here at Darlington.
Bubba on the pole
yesterday.
What's
Your
up,
first
David
one
Clark?
here at Darlington. How big was that?
It was huge. We've been decent here in qualifying. We qualified second in the last year's spring race, so thought we had that one. We've been really good here at qualifying and executing. Obviously, the finishes have followed with that. So just need to keep it all in check tonight and make the most of it and go out and have some fun.
So last week after Daytona, you told us this week, just got to go get it done. How much was yesterday, the whole day, including the pole, a step towards that and getting the win tonight, or even just pointing your way in?
Yeah, well, like I mentioned, Dave, last week, I take that responsibility on my shoulders and proud to carry that weight. And I wanted to show up here and make a statement and flip the pressure switch to the enemies. So I think that's what we did. But we also know it's a new day. It's a new opportunity for everybody in the field. For me, I wake up excited every Sunday morning because I know one of us is going to be in victory lane, and hopefully it's us tonight.
Marty, consider it pressure switch flipped.
So, KP, let's talk about that pressure that Dave and Bubba talked about right there. Does being on the pole add to or take away from the pressure he's feeling tonight?
Well, that's a great question, because I think it does put the pressure on the other teams, because they say, hey, they showed up. Bubba Wallace showed up this week. Bubba made the statement, I have to portray the best race this week that I've ever portrayed in my whole entire career to make the playoffs. That means he's putting pressure on himself. So he lived up to that pressure on qualifying day. Will he live up to that pressure today? I think he is in the mindset, and that team is ready to come here and take that position, and move on into the playoffs.
DJ, is his car owner, Michael Jordan, and your buddy Michael Jordan texted him this week, said, quote, things you want cost more. Does Michael Jordan, being his owner, bring out the best in Bubba Wallace?
100%. This is the perfect match for Bubba to have Michael there. There was no one more confident in his own ability than Michael Jordan in any sport. He's the best athlete that I've ever seen in my entire life. For him to be able to talk to Bubba about those things only makes Bubba a better driver.
All right, KP, time to put your money where your mouth is for the final spot. Is it just a battle between the 3 drivers that are near the bubble? And if so, who has the edge?
I'm going with Ross Chastain, the Watermelon Man, and all I'm going to say is Martinsville 2022. I'm telling you, you see that car, you see that man, but you can't see his heart. You don't know what he's willing to reach down and grab and make happen. My money's on Ross Chastain.
I'm not going to be surprised to watch all 3 of these drivers inside the top 10 the majority of this 500 miles. I will tell you, and I won't be shocked if all 3 of them are in the top 5. Who can get down the most and get the job done? Chris Buescher is the one that has shown me that at this particular racetrack, he's ready to go to victory lane.
So those are your bets for this evening. How about the DraftKings odds? How are they shaping up for tonight, DJ?
Well, I think they got, unlike last week where we had everybody that could win,
yeah, right.
They've got it, the favorites here. Certainly Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, and Denny Hamlin. You have to look at them. Ryan Blaney, I think, was maybe the very best car in practice yesterday. But you got Bubba Wallace. You got 12-1 odds on the pole sitter, who is very fast here.
Yeah, DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR. And this week, new customers can bet $5.
All right, so we're just going to let that go to a commercial. Appreciate everybody being here. Hit that like button for us. We're going to try to get to our good old total of 1,000 likes tonight. Hope we have a huge stream. Stick with us right here. We're going to bring you the live audio of the USA broadcast. We're going to have right here battle cam, aerial cam, and in-car cam right here as well. We're going to have our in-car chat. I will be talking over the audio, so just FYI. I will be talking over the audio, not all the time, but we will be interacting with the chat because this is an interactive chat, and we talk to every single buddy. So if you have a driver out there, cheer them on. This is everybody's fan chat. Y'all cheer your driver on. The only rules we have here tonight are no politics. Be nice to each other and be kind. So that's all. That's it. That's all we ask for. And don't spam the chat unless I ask you to. And we're going to have a good time tonight. So those are the rules. We have mods here. If I don't see it, sometimes we have like 2,000 people in here. Sometimes the chat goes pretty quick. If I don't see what you said and you ask it again and I still don't see what it says, mods, please help answer the questions if they ask, if I don't get to see them, as I am trying to hang out back and forth. Mute button on standby, Mountain Billy says. Let's see. Teresa Ford's go get them. And what about NASCAR politics? What about NASCAR politics? We could talk about, what we feel like if we don't like what NASCAR's done with the qualifying. I've been very vocal about stuff like that, so that's fine. Don't think Bubba can handle this in the turn one. He at least put himself in position to do this. He's in the number one pit stall. He's going to be up front a lot unless he gets back. Their pit stops are going to put him right back up to the front. So it should be an interesting night. Bubba has to win to get in. He has to win to get in. And, he doesn't have to win to get in. He's like minus 21 on the points. But Kyle Busch definitely has to win to get in. Truex Jr., his lead of the playoffs has been shrinking ever since last 4 or 5 races. So he is right there on the bubble. Ty Gibbs, no win yet this year. He's been driving hard. Eric Church, my man, legend in training. Can he get in? We'll see what happens. Ross Chastain, they were just talking about Ross Chastain. Does he do some type of crazy thing tonight, just like he did back in Martinsville to get in the Final Four? Let's see what happens here. So let me see who you got to win this race. Who you got? I saw a lot of y'all in the community posts. I've been talking to you all day in our community posts. Who do you have? I got Denny Hamlin going because he said in his podcast, I am winning this thing, and that's it. Now, my dark horse is Ty Gibbs. So that is my dark horse.
Angry drivers at the end of the race.
For 4+ hours, you're stuck in that car. Not being
Bell.
able to go a lot of places, slipping and sliding, 90-degree plus weather,
today.
And the racetrack.
He lied.
You got to race it. You got to catch people and get around them, but you got to use the racetrack. It's got to be your friend.
I'm sure one group doesn't help
Carson
either. Does it?
Hocevar.
It's in the
Wow.
way.
2 cars in one place doesn't always work.
Because it was built for what? Cars to go 120 miles an hour, Kyle?
Carson
120 miles an
Hocevar.
hour on an 8-inch tire, and now they're running, what?
Kyle Busch today. Lots of it.
So to that point, as a driver, who's the biggest
Joey
competition
Logano.
here? The other competitors or the track itself?
You are your biggest competitor.
Interesting.
Getting your head straight to use this racetrack to your advantage.
And you got to do it for 500 miles, the most grueling race of the year. It's a crown jewel, and it decides who will be in and who will be out of the playoffs. Time for the pre-race ceremonies from the track Too Tough to Tame.
Race fans, please rise as you are able. Remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Spring Valley Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. And to hear and to offer our today's invocation, please welcome from God Shepherd Presbyterian Church in Florence, South Carolina, Pastor Stacy Severance.
Let's bow together in prayer. Lord God, we give you thanks for the city of Darlington, for this racetrack and everyone involved in today's race. Bless those gathered to enjoy it both here and at home, and keep these drivers and teams safe and healthy. We give you praise for all of our freedoms. Bless those who serve to protect our lives and liberty. And finally, God, we plead for our great nation, that you would not turn us over to our sins, but that you would guide our hearts toward the grace and truth that is found only in the Lord Jesus Christ, who had no sin but became sin for us, so that in him we might become the righteousness of God. In the name of Jesus, amen.
And here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the University of Mount
USA's in the
Olive,
chat, y'all. You know what to do.
Sound.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early the stripes and bright stars, through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glares, the bombs bursting air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Final race of the regular season for the Cup Series is moments away. We'll get the engines fired here at Darlington next on USA.
Just a little late on that, but thank you guys so much for that. Appreciate everybody with the USAs and the prayer and everything. Let's get our cameras going here. Let's get them going. Let's get the commercials out of the way. And here we go. Battle cam it is. Battle cam, aerial cam, and all that good stuff tonight. Hope you guys are ready to have some fun with me. Hit the like button. Let's get to 300 likes before the green flag. We're going to have Gentlemen Start Your Engines here in just a moment. Help us get there. Let's have some more fun today. We got our 21,000 out of the way. So now it's just for people to join our channel and join it like we always have and bring it in and join this huge NASCAR community that we have grown since the Daytona 500 the year before. We only did Sunday races the year before. Now we're doing every race. That's what we've done. So make sure you subscribe to the channel and help us get to 22,000 subscribers. Can we put a big dent in that tonight? Let's see what you can do. Lily says, CeeLo, did you hear that? They're thinking about making a NASCAR TV station. Yeah, I heard about that. That's pretty cool. Hey, that car right there looks pretty cool too, right there on that. That's awesome looking. All right, so we got the battle cam up. All right, let's look at the aerial cam here. The aerial cam. Now, we can't show you Kyle Busch tonight. He is on his YouTube if you guys want to watch Kyle Busch. If you want to watch any of these cameras that we're showing here tonight, it is live on NASCAR.com, NASCAR Drive. You can watch the battle cam. You can watch the aerial cam. You can watch any in-car camera you want tonight. So on your personal device, if you say, CeeLo, can you make the screen bigger? No, we cannot. This is how we look at, this is how we do things. We try our best to give you the best content, and this is how we do it. So if you guys want to look at your own phone or your own laptop or whatever, you can watch these cams all over NASCAR.com. All right. And just look for NASCAR in-car cameras and it will bring it to you. All right, guys. So that is that. Let's get all the cameras up. Let's get the commercials on the cameras out of the way and then we'll have a good time. Oh, the 23. Okay, there we go. The 23 is when I was like, uh-oh, what's up, Coach? What's going on? Good to see you. Hey, NASCAR fans, this is Coach checking in from Lottie, California. Let's go Larson. All right, there you go. Another Larson, some Blaney's in there. Teresa dropping the 12s. Should be fun. This is going to be a good race tonight. It's more fun with you, CeeLo. I cast your channel to my smart TV. Pete, what's going on? Thanks for giving us flag-to-flag coverage. I watched the 400 from here last week, and I've sucked to miss it. Enjoy the Phillip. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it, Pete. Thank you so much for that super chat. We appreciate you. CeeLo, you make yourself smaller. Well, I guess they're not showing Bubba Wallace tonight. I guess that's not happening, huh? Nope, no Bubba Wallace. Bubba Wallace's camera's not working. What's up with that? Okay, so we'll go to Carson Hocevar. Oh, okay, now it's working. Oh, that's a total Bubba thing to do, was the camera not working. That's funny. But thank you for that super chat, Pete. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. None of the cams yet. Yeah, they're working for me now. So that's good. So we got, oh, look at this. That's cool.
Defining moment for a driver, and tonight it could also mean a spot in the playoffs. Who has a game-changing night? this evening in Darlington. It could be Tyler
Okay,
Reddick,
is
who's
this
also battling
good
for
audio
the regular
with the
season
audio
title
on the TV?
and might have the best car in the field. In fact, one crew chief in the garage area told me this afternoon the 45 car is, quote, lights out. Can he put an emphatic stamp, winning at the Southern 500 and also claiming the regular season title, Kim?
Marty, the playoffs will be officially set at the end of tonight's race, and Ross Chastain currently finds himself outside of it. 18th on the playoff grid, 27 points behind the elimination line. Pointing his way in is still an option, but Ross said it would just be way easier to come out and win this thing. He almost did that here last year in May, leading until a
That's
very
the 11 car
late
worth rooting
caution
for.
crash with Kyle Larson. He did win the truck race here in the spring. I asked if that gave him confidence. He said a little, but he told me, Dave, this place humbles you very quickly.
Christopher Bell knows that very well. His best finish here is 5th. He's never won the Southern 500. Would like to do that tonight. He's got 3 wins, so he's in the playoffs. But the bigger picture for him is that he's got a couple of positions he can gain in the regular season. More playoff points, more points he can carry through throughout the championship.
Dave, how about this? From the pit box to Cale Yarbaugh's race car for Dale Jarrett. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool moment, isn't it?
That is an awesome moment here at Darlington.
By the way, how about this hurdle? I don't know what's better, the drive in the Cale Yarbaugh's car, but getting over the pit wall. That's pretty impressive, Kyle. Can you do that?
There's a reason Dale Jarrett.
Oh, it's Dale Jarrett driving it.
That
That's
just
pretty
added
cool.
to the legend of Dale Jarrett.
But you got to drive
Legend
your
of
dad's
trading
car
your
around
church.
this place
Go,
just
man.
like this. I mean, what a moment.
Good night, JT.
What a moment. Got to drive my dad's car. Got to drive the 72 Mercury for the Wood Brothers, David Pearson. This is an honor.
After more than 8,000 miles of racing over 28 weeks, it all comes down to this. Time to get the engines fired and set the Cup Series playoff field.
Darlington Raceway, this is the moment we've been waiting for. Please welcome Cookout representative Rue Reeves.
Driver, start your engine!
Let's go.
Every race car driver wants to be a Southern 500 champion. It's one of the most prestigious trophies in all of motorsports because it's one of the most difficult racetracks in the entire world. It starts with this asphalt. This stuff is coarse. It eats the rubber right off the tires. Car drives horrible.
Oh, no.
And then, to do well, you got to put the car right here on the boards. You got to be right against it. You got to, all night long, find a way to be literally this far from it. You get too close, you hit it, your night's over. Green flag next.
He's out of breath. Green flag is next. Hope you're doing it. Let's go through the field really quick so you guys know where your drivers are starting. How many cautions? Let's do that instead. How many cautions you guys got? I'm going 7 cautions tonight. 7 cautions. And I got Denny Hamlin winning with my dark horse, Ty Gibbs. 7 cautions, Denny Hamlin, Ty Gibbs. 12, 5, 6, 6, 74, 9, 9, 8 for Rick, 6 for Pastel, 7 for John. Michael says 30. Richard says 5. Wade says 9. Ed says 10. Will says 9. Terry says 9. Kirk says Bubba always has 2 cases of tissues in his pit. The Great Gus says the 8. Polish says 6. 6 for David. 6 for Colin. 6 for Teresa. 7 for Steve. Brian 13. Carr for 9. Eric 9. Justin 9. Tommy 5. 10 for Amy. 8 for Jason. 8 for Mac. 8 for Kirk. 10 for Robert. 6 for Butterfly. Ruben says 11. V says 8. Kristen says 7. Robbie says 43. Holly says 7. Purple says 6. You're rare on the big screen. Awesome. 9 for the noob. 8 or 5 for Ken. 5 for John. 77 for David. Mark says 5. Long Island says 9. I changed my mind. Teresa's going 12. 4 for James. 45 for Voice. Teddy says 8. Bill says 5. 7 says Reggie. What's up, Reggie? Michael says 3. Josh says, let's go, Brad. 3 in the final 10 laps. Ronald says 5 for Sarah. 9 for Tanya. 5 for Mac Simput. iRacing 43 says 5. Pediat says 9. Richard Carr says 6. And I am out of breath. Woo! That's a lot, y'all. Thank you guys so much for participating. Ronald says 9. I got you. And Blaney's got the win. So let's take a look really quick through the field here. Bubba Wallace on the pole. He hit the wall 3 times in qualifying, and he still got the pole. Carson Hocevar in P2. Chase Briscoe 3. Kyle Larson 4th. Martin Truex 5. Tyler Reddick 6. 7. Ryan Blaney. William Byron 8th. Christopher Bell 9th. Let's see. 10th is Chris Buescher. 11th, Austin Cindric. 12th, Brad Keselowski. 13th, Ty Gibbs. Denny Hamlin in 14th. Josh Berry 15th. Austin Dillon 16th. Kyle Busch 17th. John Hunter Nemechek and that awesome paint job in 18th. Corey LaJoie 19th. Chase Elliott 20th. 21st, Justin Haley. 22nd, Ross Chastain. 23rd, Joey Logano. 24th, Harrison Burton. And the cars are rolling. 25th, Daniel Hemrick. 26th, Zane Smith. 27th, Alex Bowman. 28th, Eric Jones. 29th, Noah Gragson. 30th, Ryan Preece. 31st, Michael McDowell. Suarez, try not to catch on fire tonight. Daniel Suarez in 32nd. Todd Gilliland in 33rd. There's SVG. Let's see what he had a top 10 this weekend on Saturday. See if he can do it again. Kaz Grella back racing at 35th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who spun in practice, 36th. And 37th, Timmy Hill. So there it is, y'all. There is your lineup. You guys have your picks. Now, all we got to do is sit back and relax and enjoy the race.
Playoffs. The wait's over. The Cookout Southern 500, the annual classic, is here again. And yes, we are talking playoffs time. Welcome to NBC Sports on USA's coverage of this time-honored tradition. Let's show you how they're going to line up, because it was a terrific qualifying story following on from last week in Daytona, where it was all front row. More surprises yesterday with Bubba Wallace breaking almost a one-year drought, grabbing the pole, and Carson Hocevar starting alongside him. Well, he is the youngest to ever start on the front row here at Darlington in Cup competition.
Awesome,
Let's
Scotty.
get going with things. We kick it off with Dave Burns. Dave-O?
A little bit more, Lee, on the Bubba Wallace story. Remember, he last week told us he was going to put the weight on his shoulders to do well here, and he knows about last chances to get into the playoffs. He is the first man out just below the cutoff line, 21 points behind the cutoff line.
DJ,
so he's got to
buddy.
do well here. He has won the pole, as you said, and that's the best start he could have given his team so far. Kim?
Dave, Ryan Blaney qualified 7th here. So where does the defending championship team stand as the regular season comes to an end? Well, crew chief Jonathan Hassler told me compared to last year, they are better all around. Their speed is better. They know the direction they need to go. They have been better on pit road. Hassler said their strategy should be straightforward tonight, and their goal is to leave here 4th in the regular season point standings, Marty.
Kim, one final shot for two-time champ Kyle Busch to make the playoffs for the 12th straight year. Busch is a two-time Darlington winner, but Randall Burnett told me they have a bit of work to do tonight. It is win or bust if the playoffs are in the cards for Kyle Busch this evening. Meanwhile, another two-time champ, Joey Logano, is locked in the playoffs, and he told me he's hoping to continue the momentum the 22 team has been building over the last few weeks. Logano said,
No,
we're
I don't think
peaking
so,
at
Justin.
the right time.
Not at all.
We'll see if Logano can get Darlington win number 2 this evening.
It's going to be a great night ahead, Marty, that's for sure. Hi, folks. Lee Diffie, along with a crew chief who won here in the Southern 500, Steve Letarte. Stevie.
Little bit of homework really quick, y'all. Homework really quick. On lap 3, we're going to honor Dale Sr. On lap 3, I want to see 3s in the chat on lap 3. We're going to spam the chat with 3s. I want you to spam the chat at 3s on lap 3, okay? When you see the Dale Earnhardt pop up right here on lap 3, I'm gonna go like this, and 3s in the chat. And then on the lap 11, we're going to do it for the first time here. We're going to honor Cale Yarborough. 11s in the chat on lap 11. Yes, you're not supporting Denny Hamlin. We're doing Cale Yarborough. So on a lap 11, we're going to do 1-1s in the chat. So lap 3 and lap 11. There's your homework. Back to the audio.
The crew chief of 5, he's found his way to victory lane here. Let me see if I can catch him. Hey, Cliff, it's Letarte and the guys in the booth. You got a copy? Hey, Cliff, it's Letarte and the guys in the booth. You got a copy?
You don't want to talk to you. We'll get these commercials out of the way.
All right, I think we'll give that a little try later.
Well, why don't you answer for Cliff?
Well, listen, I want to let everybody know that Cliff The crew chief for Kyle Larson, he's found his way to, there he is sitting right there. He's found his way to victory lane in the Southern 500. He's agreed to take his time. He's going to talk to us. I'm going to jump on and talk to him a couple times over the course of the evening.
They're
this
strong
is a
on Sundays. That's all that
event,
matters.
sometimes over 4 hours, and we're going to hear the challenges that Cliff and his team are facing from on top of the pit box.
Marty, what you got?
Yeah, we will do, Lloyd. We'll do it.
Hey, Diff, Ty Gibbs does not need a win to make the playoffs, but he does need a simple, solid night. Right now, plus 39 above the cut line. Chris Gale told me the way I'm looking at it, I honestly have to assume there will be a new winner tonight. So I'm approaching it like the 17 is the car I'm racing. I cannot be further than a couple of points away from him in each stage. Fascinating battle within the battle tonight to watch.
That's a bummer.
Chase Elliott ran yesterday's Xfinity Series race, finishing 4th. And Chase admittedly has struggled at Darlington and wanted the extra seat time to better himself for tonight's race. He said running that race last night, he definitely feels like he learned a couple of things that will help him here today. This team is still in the hunt for the regular season championship, just 18 points behind Tyler Reddick, but they've got some work to do tonight, Dave, rolling off from the 20th position.
Kim, there's only one way in for Chase Briscoe, and that is to win tonight in the Southern 500. The 14 car is good, but it needs to win the race. It's out of the points as far as making it in. So what did Chase do? He qualified 3rd. Is that a one-hit wonder? No, not according to crew chief Richard Boswell. They had a practice where they ran long runs, and over the long run, the 14 was very good as well. He said, we just hit the balance right in qualifying to put ourselves up front. We want to stay there. We want to win our way in. Lee?
Dave, let's remind everybody at home just what's at stake here again by looking. If you're in yellow, you're good. You go into the playoffs next week.
Thank you, David. Appreciate you.
If you're in white, if you're above that cut line or below, there's a lot on the line here tonight. Feeling a little more confident if you're Martin Truex Jr., but the closer you get to that red line, the more nerve-wracking it is, the more pressure-filled it is. Like the pole sitter in the Air Force Camry, Bubba Wallace, who is 21 on the wrong side of that cut line.
And we've talked. This is your first trip to Darlington, Lee, and you continue to ask, like, what makes it special from a competitor? And it's just the lack of gimmicks. There's nowhere to hide. There's no secret to be good at this racetrack. You have to have a great pit crew, a great race car driver, and a great race car. That's very hard to do. And then be nearly perfect all day long.
Kyle's going to have to
win,
win, not
Bubba.
Bubba.
Perfect, you're crazy. You're absolutely going to touch this wall, Jeff. You talked about it. You were just out there in the pre-race.
He's doing pretty good, though,
Nice, clean painted wall, but you can see all the scuff marks from the years. You have to accept mistakes are going to happen.
They are going to happen, Steve, and the key is how they happen. The angle at which you brush the wall. If you hit it, with the right front too hard, it's going to damage the car. If you hit the right side at the same time, the right front, the right rear, you can get by with that as long as it's not too hard of a hit. And Lee, the key
on the bubble.
is for 500 miles.
What's up,
you
Taj?
have to operate at 99.9%. You can't go right around and say, I'm not going to hit the wall, because you're going to get lapped. So you got to operate right at the edge.
Here we go. Lights are off on the face, guy.
Ready to operate at 99.9% is our Marty Snyder. Marty, what you got?
Well, let's go for not quite 100, as you said, 99.9. Let's chat with Cliff Daniels. So the guys in the booth talking about how you can't quite be at 100% all night long here. Why is that the case at Darlington?
Yeah, really, Darlington's just all about racing the track. And, our team we've learned that the good and the bad way in the past. And, so much confidence in our team tonight, so much confidence in Kyle. Going into tonight, we're leading owners' points. That's something we've tried hard to earn, all year. Of course, we want to go try to get the drivers' points tonight. But big thanks to everybody at HendrickCars.com and Chevrolet. Hey to the boss back at home. And, we're going to stay locked in, race the track, do our thing, and we'll see where we end up.
And Diff, they're also going to try and defend their Southern 500 win from last year.
Good stuff, Marty. Thank you. Let's go inside the 23 team for that last-minute pep talk. Have a listen.
Hamlin.
You got me, Bubba? I got you, dog. All right, man. Proud of you. Go after it. No prisoners. Yes, sir. Thanks.
Good stuff. This man showed tremendous resilience.
How about Hocevar? No one talking about Hocevar in P2.
To show
Nobody.
How determined and how driven he is to race his way into the playoffs, just like Harrison Burton.
Someone explain to me the Carson Hocevar.
It is time to
Here we go, y'all. Boogity, boogity, boogity.
Here we go, green flag, boogity. Here we go, green flag, boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
Yeah, what's up with that? Cameras.
Listen to that awesome roar. Wallace, and then here comes Larson.
Here we go. What's up with that? Okay, you want to be that way?
Hocevar's been shuffled back a couple of positions as Reddick moves his way up to 3rd.
The start of it, it lagged. Hilarious.
And the question begs, does the guy we saw in qualifying as Reddick was ducking low to try and make an early move, then thinks about it twice, does the man we saw yesterday in qualifying in Bubba Wallace, does he continue that trend here tonight?
Well, when I talked to Moody Barker today, he had two simple words. He always gives me kind of their mantra, what they're going to be. As you see 3 wide racing back of the pack, he said, Stevie, all out. We're going to be all out all night, and it's either going to make it or it isn't. I love that mantra. I think that's what it's going to take.
Well, they're going all at it right now. You race that hard this early on this racetrack, and
Another
you'll be
wreck.
lucky to get by with a 3
Truex and Blaney.
Oh, Martin Truex Jr., he's lost it. Takes Blaney up into the wall with him.
Two of the best cars in practice. I thought Blaney had the best long-run car.
I'm an idiot.
And here you heard him. I'm an idiot. Truex says he knows he made a mistake only 2 laps into the race. Truex 58 above the cut
do it,
line.
threes.
Mathematically not
Again,
a
on lap 3, Brawny,
everything
unbelievable.
was going to be easy. This is an uphill battle already.
That
Or he's
is
in the
a
chat.
huge moment in this race and perhaps in the year. How much damage does Truex car have?
It hurts Ryan Blaney from the standpoint of potential stage points. And then the overall
might knock
points.
Truex
He's locked
out.
into the playoffs, but this was what neither driver wanted.
Truex just simply got into the corner too hard for the amount of grip that he had. That's part of this, though.
We honor you,
Lap
Dale
3,
Sr. on
he
lap
doesn't really
3.
know. It chases the car up the racetrack, makes contact with William Byron, overcorrects the car. Big damage to Blaney.
He wrecks himself because he knew the option 2 was to wreck the 24. That's not Truex's style at all. He didn't want his mistake to affect the 24. Unfortunately, taking himself out got Blaney.
That's one of those wrecks. Look at, as we ride along, he just got up the racetrack.
Oh.
That's one of those wrecks on lap 3 at Darlington. Do you really want to be 3 wide getting into turn 1? This is something that 15 years ago we never would do.
Right.
The drivers have gotten more and more aggressive in how
Thank
they
you guys.
approach turn 1.
Appreciate it so much.
Chris Buescher sneaking by. Look, Martin Truex Jr. is one of our sport's best, period. Just a little too much aggression early in the race.
Everybody talks about racing the racetrack.
Yeah, it'll eventually
25
it'll
times.
catch up.
Martin
It will.
Truex Jr. has run Darlington. He knows what this racetrack holds, and yet a mistake like this just proves all the hyperbole about Darlington.
Yeah,
the track
it'll
too tough to
catch
tame,
up.
It's true.
It's on display 2 laps in.
It's true, and Martin has an extraordinary record here as you see Ryan Blaney step from his car. You'll see him in the playoffs, but this is far from an ideal situation. Let's have a listen to his radio. Take you back a few moments.
It killed me. You okay? I don't know. My arm hurt. 10-4. Get him to you as quick as we can.
Uh-oh. Said his arm hurts.
And you could see him paying extra attention to one of his hands and forearms.
Yeah, that's that impact. You could hear in his voice how much it hurt. Anytime you're on the outside and a car hits you that hard and shoves you into the wall with all of the force of the car underneath you, those are massive impacts, Steve. Those are some of the biggest wrecks I ever had.
Marty?
This is just massive for the playoffs, as
Yeah, I'll keep you up
everyone
to
has
date.
talked about. Martin Truex Jr. came in plus 58, and the word just now from James Small telling Martin Truex Jr. to get out of the car. Truex came in the weekend, said, we just need
This
a
is not good
clean,
for
smart
Truex.
race, and early on, they're going to be out of it. And man, can they make the playoffs now? That's something we're going to be watching all evening long.
Look at that. Currently dead even. No more points to gain for the 19. Gibbs, Buescher, Chastain still on the racetrack, and that's without a new winner. We know that's Bubba Wallace's goal tonight.
The race had only just got going, and one of the players...
He corrected right instead of left. And when he did, he went right into Blaney. Blaney was right there, but Blaney says he's hurt, so that's not good. But yeah, on lap 11, we're going to honor Cale Yarborough, and NASCAR.com will eventually, right here, refresh everything. If you guys see it on your end, it's not working. It's not going to work on mine end either. But it'll eventually pop on, so just kind of hang tight right now, and I'll keep you track on what's going on. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Keep hitting that, smash that like button. I don't even know where we're at on likes. Where are we at? I don't even see. We're at 390. Nice. Let's see if we can get to 400 likes, 500 likes really quick. There's 2,100 people in here. 500 likes. Boom, like that. Let's do it. Let's get to 500 likes just like that. What happened to Martin? He hit the wall, and then he corrected and went to the right and hit Blaney. So he's out too as well. So this should be interesting as of right now. As of right now, Truex is out of the playoffs. Truex, 4 races ago, had a 100-something point lead in the playoffs. And now, 0. He is 0 right now. He did. He even said, he didn't listen. Truex was very good at one point. Like I said, he had a 100-something lead 4 races ago. And now he does not. Appreciate the channel. I always look forward to watching it. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Steven. Thank you so much, guys. Brandon said that Blaney's arm is... Blaney said his arm hurts. That's all we know. So that's all we'll find out. But thank you guys so much. We're under caution right here. First caution of the night. But thank you guys so much for hanging out here on the Go at CeeLo. As we'll see how long the aerial cam sticks around. Uh-oh, does that mean he's leaving? Oh, he's coming back to the track. Okay. There it is. Look at all those campers, y'all. That's pretty cool. And there's Bubba. Bubba in P1 right now. We'll get the news whenever they get an update. That's right. Thank you for the fun vibe. You're welcome. Can't control life. You're welcome, man. That's right. You can't control life. I like your nickname. But 520 likes just like that. Boom. Wow. Just like that. Thank you, guys. Keep hitting that like button. Our goal is 1,000 likes tonight. Keep hitting that subscribe. Let's have a celebration here of the last race of the NASCAR season. And then the playoffs begin next week. We started this off during Speed Weeks at Daytona. We covered you everything except the Nashville race. We've done every week for you guys. Every week. Craftsman Truck Series, NASCAR Xfinity Series, NASCAR Cup Series practice and qualifying. We've been here for you guys every week. So let's go.
He's now at 0. So it's going to be an interesting night, to say the least, for those guys, and we will update you when we know more about Ryan Blaney's physical condition as he was headed to the infield medical center. So as we check in with Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty, fellas, points implications already at such an early stage in the race.
Jesse.
Pretty crazy.
Thank you, G-Man.
Yeah, Lee, it's just amazing. We sat here and talked about the difficulty of that, but we also did it, just like Jeff Burton said.
My man Kenneth Fox is going to be in there as well.
Been there, you know, and you understand what's at stake here. But
perfectly in the booth, we see Truex just get in over his head a little bit, wants to stay off the 24, overcorrects, and takes Blaney up into the wall. What's fascinating is we sat here, as we watch all these angles, we sat here and talked about Gibbs,
he's going to hurt his other hand.
Busher, talked about Wallace and Chastain. We never mentioned Truex.
No.
A rookie mistake by a guy who has won at this racetrack and knows you have to race the racetrack every lap. I don't believe, I am shocked right now, and hopefully this will send a message to these other guys, step back a little bit.
Yeah, the impact for the playoffs possibly, and Ryan Blaney came in here 4th in the regular season, certainly going to drop from there, and those points could be valuable in the playoffs.
Great point.
And these images from a few moments ago, Truex also heading to the infield medical center just for a check. Jeff, you highlighted it in one of those replays. Chris Buescher, one of the playoff hopefuls, just narrowly avoiding that incident. Sometimes luck's on your side. It wasn't for Blaney, it was for Chris Buescher.
Yeah, you have to have those things go your way. And look, I've been in that situation. You heard DJ, KP talking about it. You make a mistake when you know it's your job, right? It's your job not to make that mistake, but you're pushing. You're trying to make something
JD,
happen.
good to see you.
Feel horrible.
Appreciate everybody
because
being
you feel
here.
like you
Thanks
let
so
your
much,
team
guys.
down,
Hit
but
that like button for us.
It's just, you can't get it back.
All right, let's see if we can get a restart actually here to actually watch.
Now it's back to the task at hand. We have Bubba Wallace and Larson on the front row, Reddick, Briscoe, Hocevar back to 5th. But I thought Carson, 21, youngest guy to ever be on the front row of the Southern 500, Jeff. You just was patient early.
Oh, here we go. Boogity, boogity, boogity.
Here we go. Green flag. Boogity, boogity, boogity.
Let's go racing, boys.
All right. AMR safety team done an excellent job helping the situation, clearing the situation. We're ready for a take 2. Let's get this Cookout Southern 500 going again. Let's do it. Huge crowd here in Martinsville, and we're back to action.
Look at Bubba. Here comes Tyler Reddick.
Wallace and Larson.
All right, get your thumbs ready. Get your thumbs ready.
Chase Briscoe in that black and white High Point Ford right behind. Here comes Tyler Reddick. The 2311 cars are on the charge, and that begs the question, what kind of a role will Tyler Reddick play in helping his teammate?
Do it one more time. Here you go. Get ready.
He'll help to a point, but he wants the victory himself, and I think you're going to see this right here as he gets to the back bumper of Wallace. I think Reddick, he knows what's at stake for the 23. Boss man here, Michael Jordan in attendance.
Here they come.
I'm impressed. You know, when MJ got into the sport, we knew he was a NASCAR fan, but this is a guy that's in so many business interests globally, right? He has so many different things, but I'm going to tell you, Lee, he comes to a lot of races, and not just on Sunday. On a Saturday, qualifying, you'll see him standing out on pit road. It shocks me to have one of the most famous, if not the most famous sports figure in the world be so consistent in the NASCAR garage.
Ty Gibbs running side by side with his JGR teammate Denny Hamlin, who has just an unmatched record in this field, Jeff, at Darlington Raceway. He is the best of this current crop on every number you can see. Yeah. Can it be Denny's night?
It can be Denny's night. Denny has the mentality that's
it's not me.
This racetrack. He has the ability to attack the racetrack, but not step over it. See Reddick applying pressure, a little bit higher entry into one. We're going to see the lanes change throughout this night. Reddick does a really nice job of approaching the corners just against the wall. That helps his car. See how close he is compared to Larson? Watch what happens in the middle. That allows Reddick to not have to turn the wheel as much. Carries a lot of speed through the center. I think Larson's car is a little better right now, though.
We ride on board the HendrickCars.com.
1 second, I'll see if I can
Chevy
fix it.
for the man who led 55 laps en route to victory here in the Southern 500 last year. We'll get back to that. Let's hear from Kim Coombe with Ryan Blaney for the latest.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney, part of that incident with Martin Truex Jr. We heard you talk about your arm or your hand. Are you okay, and what happened?
Yeah, I'm all right. I don't know. I saw Martin get loose and kind of hit the 24. I thought he was
in the chat. Thank you so much, guys. Lap 11
to the bottom.
11's in the chat.
So I kind of gassed up to get around him, and he terrible time, and he overcorrected, and we were right there. So just, gosh, I hate it. Wreck on lap 2, but yeah, it's one of those things. It's like you think he's going to spin to the bottom, and then his rear's hooked up, and he just came up. So just, I hate it for everybody, Menards and Ford. I thought our car was great and just didn't even get a run any laps, but hopefully next week goes a little bit better.
Great to hear from Ryan. That was some scary radio that we heard after the incident, but nice to hear him talk to Kim, and I'm with him. I thought it was one of the best cars in practice as well, and we'll just never know.
Look at Spires. Carson Hocevar in the 77. Running well. Last time he started on the front row was in the Truck Series last year at Homestead Miami Speedway.
His is working. I don't know why mine's not working. 1 second.
That great performance came from that. So I wonder if the same trend continues the same for the youngster, for the 21-year-old here tonight in Darlington. So we've heard from Ryan Blaney. Kim, tell us the Martin Truex side of the story.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr. out of the care center, out of the race. First of all, we heard you say idiot on the radio. Clarify what you were talking about and what happened.
Clearly me. Yeah, it was all my fault, all my doing, and I got a run on the 24 and went to the inside and thought everything was going fine, and the car just took off and I ran into him. So obviously that was on me, and I hate it for my guys in Bass Pro Shops and Toyota, everybody. We had a phenomenal race car, and I know this is the longest race of the year. Just a dumb mistake on my part.
This is your last full-time season in the Cup Series. Right now, as it stands, you are not a part of the playoff picture. Describe the emotions attached to that.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks. We've had a miserable 2 months. Fast cars, nothing to show for it, and again tonight. Tonight was all me. So, just sorry to my team and all the guys that worked so hard.
Classic Truex. He is, in the best of times and in the worst of times, has always been a class act, giving the times to the fan, to us in the media, taking ownership of this issue right here. I think that's why he's so kind of beloved in the fan base and in the garage, as we see Christopher Bell battling Buescher. And we're just going to have to wait and see, much like Truex, to see if he has enough points. Now it's up to guys like Buescher to see if Truex advances.
This is the fight for 7th position between the guy who won the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Back to the teammates. The 2 Toyotas at the front of this field. Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick. They've just got a narrow margin over Kyle Larson in this early running.
Talk in the garage this morning was that these 2 cars had a lot of speed on the early part of the run. There was also some talk that they were not good on the long run. We'll see. You know, it's one thing to do that in practice. It was in the middle of the day. Clearly the sun's still out. The track's going to continue to cool down as this night goes on. But currently, you know, that short run speed is there, and also the long run speed is.
Just to remind everybody on the left, that playoff bubble, that's with Wallace leading, right? That's a new winner, taking the 14th spot. That makes the Truex, Buescher, Chastain situation even more precarious. If Wallace is not leading the race, that complexion will change completely. But we saw Harrison Burton a week ago. Yeah. Why not Bubba Wallace? Why not Ross Chastain? There's other names. Hocevar's running 6th. He's playoff eligible if he won this race.
Don't worry, discount Eric Jones,
keep on hitting that like button
two-time
for us,
winner
y'all.
here at Darlington, who just so happens to be the biggest mover in the field so far. He's up 10 positions.
Jeff, how can it be? I mean, Legacy Motor Club will admit they've switched to Toyota. They're still trying to improve. It's been a little bit of a down
right
year.
there.
Does it still surprise you? Because it does mean that Eric Jones shows up to Darlington and the light switch just flips. How can it just be, I don't want to use the word easy, but this straightforward for this driver?
He knows exactly what he wants. He knows exactly the feel that he's looking for. When his car doesn't have he does a great job of describing it. And he's not going to push too hard, get himself in trouble typically. And that's kind of Eric Jones, right? I mean, if you think about the success he's had in this sport, he's a very consistent race car driver, and he loves the racetrack. I think that's part of it, Steve. Some guys come here and they just don't like it. They just simply say, I don't like this facility. Eric has always liked it.
Dave, tell us more.
And part of the reason for that is he said, ever since I started coming here, I just like the way that I was able to adapt to the way the track changes. The way that the feel of the car will change over time. It was just
sorry about that. That's not what we do here.
And then when he won, remember he's only won 3 times in the series. 2 out of 3 have been here. Yeah, that just adds to that comfort level. When I talked to him before the race, he said we got close in practice, but a bad starting spot because of a mistake I made in practice. So good to see that he's that big mover. Marty?
Dave, I'm fascinated by the point that Lee brought up a moment ago with Tyler Reddick. His teammate Bubba Wallace is right in front of him, currently leading the race. But Jeff, how would you approach this race if you were Tyler Reddick? You're also fighting for a regular season championship. By the way, your closest competitor for Kyle Larson. So would you help your teammate as much as you could? And if you do help your teammate, Jeff, if you're Tyler Reddick, how do you do that? How do you help out Bubba Wallace tonight?
Well, look, if I'm Tyler Reddick, I got to go out and try to win this race. I'm not going to move Bubba Wallace out of the way to do it, but if I can get track position on him and drive away from him, that's what I'm going to do. And that's what I get paid to do. I get paid to win championships. That's why he was hired, and to do that, winning the regular season championship will go a long way to helping him to make it happen.
It's got the full attention of Michael Jordan.
All right, Bubba Wallace continues to lead. Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, Chase Briscoe, and William Byron. It's time to crank it up. Let's go, y'all. Crank it up. Dominating this right now. One, 2, 3, 4. And Chase Briscoe. You took Byron, awesome. This is the JJ of NASCAR stream. Shelby says rigged. up, Rain? Good to see you. Keep hitting that like button for us. Trying to get to 700 likes. Welcome, Mixed. You're welcome. Keep hitting that subscribe. Two of the best in the business. Morning need a wreck. Boring needs a wreck. Yep. What's up, Myrtle? What's up, Chew? Bubba must have a Hamlin engine.
Program and start earning points that turn into member-only rewards. You can earn every time you check in for a race, trade in points for free tickets, exclusive gear, autographed merchandise, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences. Simply head to NASCAR.com.
Let's watch that. I want to. Which one is that?
How cool is this shot? Aboard the BuiltSubmarines.com Ford. RFK Racing's Chris Buescher. Let's go for a little ride. Have a listen. All right, Mr. Southern 500 winner, you like what you see? You like what you hear?
I do like it. Against the wall, but not inches away from it the way he'll have to be. But with only 33 laps in this race, is now the time to be right against the wall? Probably not.
In P10.
I tell you what I see in the front of this pack, though. Bubba Wallace still leading this race, but look at how they've all stacked up right behind him. That tells me that the pace isn't quite what he needs it to be. Everybody's starting to catch him just a little bit. Still with good pace, but the fastest race car, Hamlin, Bell, they're starting to run this group down.
Let's build the positives for Bubba Wallace. This is his 13th visit here, and he has led more laps this evening than he has, Stevie, combined in the 12 other visits. Off to a great start.
Off to a great start, and it really started in qualifying. What we saw yesterday, I don't think can be
What's up, Kenny
overstated.
Reagan?
You mentioned it. Didn't take one effort, but two
I haven't
efforts.
forgot about you, buddy.
And
Haven't forgot about you,
He's kind
Kenny.
of taking the performance of the 23 and putting it on his own shoulders. He said, we have to be better. We have to win races. I have to do better behind the wheel. I like that approach from Bubba.
And what we're talking about, if you weren't with us for qualifying yesterday,
They scared to
right
pass.
here,
You know why?
Bubba grazed the wall. I mean, as an understatement.
35
He hit the wall
laps of
twice
115.
On his first qualifying lap to
Uh-oh,
make it into the
Bubba.
fast 10, into the top 10.
Gas.
And then it was a pretty electrifying run for him to grab the pole. So he backed it up twice, and here we go. Pit stops are happening. Race leader is in. Kyle Larson follows Bubba to pit lane.
Reddick stayed out. Wonder why.
Marty Snyder standing by. Take it away.
Kyle Larson comes to his pit stall, which is down turn towards turn 4. Also, Joey Logano here on pit road. Everybody should pit in a very small window here. Cliff Daniels said, "Hey, how's your car?" to Kyle Larson.
The 11.
He simply said, "Really good." Dave?
Bubba Wallace seemed very happy with the 23 car when he was asked to give a balance check by his crew. He said, "It's just a little greasy when I'm running really hard." That's not something they really adjust for. That's just what they want to hear from the driver in terms of
Why
what
did
he's
Reddick
feeling.
not
He'll
come
get
in?
more Goodyear tires. And
That
the
doesn't make a bit of
fuel
sense.
here, and he's got that first pit stall. Marty.
Tyler Reddick, who ran second to his teammate Bubba Wallace for much of that run, said at the very end, "I feel like I'm burning up the rears just a little bit so I could stand to be a hair tighter. Otherwise, very happy as green flag pit stops. The first set happening here at Darlington in the Southern 500. And look how busy pit road is, Lee.
And successful for Kyle Larson. The 5 beat the 23 off.
Yeah, that first pit stop for the 23 will be a big advantage under yellow, but under green, no real advantage, almost a disadvantage because you're so close to getting up to speed as we see Reddick pull away. Kyle Larson overtook the 23 car. Still some cars to come to pit road, but the 5 will assume the lead of the race when it cycles.
One of the crazy things about Darlington, staring into that sun, driving down the back straightaway, makes it really difficult to judge where the wall is. Front straightaway, no problem.
Tyler Reddick, William Byron, the leader.
Here comes William Byron. Marty's headed your way.
And he narrowly, Lee, avoided some contact with Martin Truex Jr. He was the car that Truex almost got into before he got into Ryan Blaney. He said his car is just a little bit too free. So, Steve, these cars running just a little bit an advantage for them on the back end of this run.
I don't think so. I don't think they've run long enough for the fresh tires to be an advantage. I kind of dissected the last 2 or 3 races here. Now, if you can run 10 laps longer, it kills you. You lose like 20 seconds, but you do have those fresher tires the whole next run. The problem is, it seems like you just burn your tires up so much working through traffic. You see Kyle Larson easily drive by Denny Hamlin.
What's up, bro?
The question for Denny Hamlin is,
thanks for being here, buddy.
You know, with 76 to go, are they trying to stretch this out to the point where they maybe eliminate an entire pit stop and save a set of tires? That would be a really aggressive call. But maybe Chris Gabehart is concerned about yellows later in the race.
Oh, we're having a great stream, buddy.
Larson goes by, so too Wallace.
Yeah. The 9's in 20th. 20th place for the 9.
And you see how quickly they go by you. Now, the advantage to this strategy is if a yellow comes out right now, you see a Bubba Wallace on back or a lap down. So Denny Hamlin will pit.
I don't know, Jeffrey. They were just showing that he was out of the playoffs.
But he instantly would be the first car on fresh tires. It would be a huge advantage for Hamlin.
There's only 3 drivers following or 2 other drivers following the Hamlin strategy. That's Kyle Busch and Shane Van Gisbergen, and everybody else
SVG
has come to pit road.
About 2 seconds a lap. Maybe not quite 2 seconds a lap, right, Jeff?
I'm impressed with that. You know, I think that Denny Hamlin, their ability to run this pace on this many lap tires, I think that's allowing him to play this strategy. 2 seconds is a lot, but we've seen it much more than that. Here he comes to pit road.
Dave?
Kyle Busch has come to pit road in the 8 car. He was running second to Hamlin. Crew chief Randall Burnett told me that they needed something special to happen tonight. Didn't have a lot of pace
SVG, the leader,
like they thought they would need. He'll get 4 tires and fuel here, Marty.
Considering they started mid-pack. Oh, Hamlin runs a little bit long in the stall. We'll see if that costs him any time at all. Chris Gabehart told me this morning, he said, listen, if I can finish top 7 in stage 1, I'll count that as a win. He's also very close to the wall, so we'll see if that stop, maybe a slow stop here for the 11, cost him a little bit in this green flag cycle.
Bubbles on your bumper.
So as Hamlin leaves, we want to take you back and show you this. That involves Kyle Busch. Boom.
Oh.
It's a pretty good little contact right there. Flat, luckily, but let's take a listen.
That's a part of the racetrack where the wall actually comes back out into the track.
What's up, Daryl? Good to see you.
It's very easy to hit the wall there. When this race is over, he won't be the only one to do it.
The 11 came in, and Marty said that he slid a little long. I don't know if that's
Kyle Busch is going to be the new leader of this
right
thing.
Front tire changer. Tire off.
SVG.
Goes to put the other tire on. The lug nut had fallen out. That single lug nut magnetizes to the socket. He had to reach down, grab it, and then on the left side, tight quarters, enough room to do the work, but it definitely messes up the timing with that little bit of space. The 11 was about 4.5 seconds behind the leader before anyone came to pit road. He's currently all the way back to 21st, 20 seconds behind. So fresher tires for sure.
So Larson is the new leader.
We'll just have to see over the next 20 or 30 laps, can the 11 make up that time?
Still shows SVG in the pits.
We got off to a pretty eventful start with Martin Truex Jr.
All right, let's listen to the crank it up here during the battle cam. There's their battle for probably second place here. That's all right, Chu. I cannot, Freeze Man. You can watch it on NASCAR.com for free. Truex had a 59-point lead before the race, so the others still have score enough points to pass him. All I know is it showed Truex out of the playoffs if the race ended today. Right then. Larson, new leader. Let me see those 5s in the chat, y'all. 5s in the chat for Kyle Larson. 5s. Dropping those 5s. Dropping those 5s. Thank you, Don. What's going on? Good, thank you so much. Dropping those 5s. Thank you for those subscribes, y'all. Keep hitting that subscribe button. You're welcome. 715 likes. Let's go to 800 likes. 800 likes, y'all. I don't think so, Scotty. Right now, this is the best battle on the track. Larson's got like a 2-second lead.
Evening here in South Carolina. Pleased to let you know it is a sellout crowd for this Cookout Southern 500. Thank you to the race fans for supporting and continuing this awesome tradition. And the 5 of Kyle Larson would like to continue the tradition. That is winning here in the Southern 500. He'd like to defend his win of a year ago. Leading Bubba Wallace by just under 2 seconds. Chase Briscoe's having a nice start to the night.
No surprise whatsoever. Chase Briscoe ran 5th here in the spring. And all of the Stewart-Haas racing cars had performance in that race, and they had it in practice, Dave.
And Jeff, what telling words from the 29-year-old as he tries to make his way by winning
I appreciate
to get into the playoffs. On that first caution,
you don't know how algorithm works.
So Richard Boswell, as crew chief, was concerned about what was going on with the driver of the 14. He said, it's fine, just being careful. You know, there's times,
we didn't
Jeff,
block anybody.
when you just have to be careful here and watch what you're doing and not let happen what happened to Truex. It can happen in an instant.
Well, if you can be careful and make this pace, Steve, that's a great thing, right? If you're out there and you're having to give 100% right now to run this pace, then maybe back up a little bit and give up 1/10 of a second. But if you can comfortably sit here and run 3rd place, that is a great sign.
I totally get it, Brent.
More for this car to go get.
I love the confidence between crew chief and driver.
It's all good.
That, hey, do you need something? No, it's okay. That's it. Right? We don't have to keep discussing it. I'm going to believe you, and we'll sit back and kind of watch the show. Still 62 laps to go in this stage, though, Lee, and I expect another round of green flag pit stops. They're not going to try to take this set of Goodyear all the way to the finish of this stage.
Briscoe's got that positive memory of when he had that unbelievable victory in NASCAR Xfinity Series competition here a few years ago. As we climb back aboard, Kim, the Roush Fenway Keselowski Ford of Chris Buescher. Tell us more about the 17.
Yeah, with 62 laps to go in this stage, Chris Buescher currently one spot out of the top 10 in the stage, and you have to be top 10 to earn stage points, and that was a goal for this team. Crew Chief Scott Graves told me they will be paying very close attention to points. Their goal was to try and put pressure on the 23 of Bubba Wallace and the 54 of Ty Gibbs. Both those cars, though, right now, solidly in the top 10, looking to earn points. Buescher right now moving up to the 10th spot, Marty. This team, they just cannot get a car that is turning well.
Kim, speaking of Ty Gibbs, it was actually Kyle Larson in the pre-race show who said, quote, the Southern 500 is going to be fun tonight. Ty Gibbs must have listened to that. Here's what he said on the radio a moment ago.
Dang, everybody's race to be so nice. This is so awesome. Thank you, guys.
Crashes.
Everybody. Look, I love my competitors. They're so nice today.
450 more miles to go, so.
Keeping it light, only 50 miles into the Southern 500. Sometimes you got to have that attitude when you're
legend in his
running
own
the Southern
head.
500, Jeff, right?
Well, I love how relaxed he is. And, you know, we keep thinking about Ty Gibbs, the win right around the corner. They have the pace, many races. They seem to lose a little bit as the race goes on.
hit those legs.
Every race we look
800's
up, and there
next.
he is running solidly in the top 10. If you do that long enough, you're going to get your wins.
Solidly in the top 10, Jeff, and solidly in the top 5 7 times this year. He has kind of been like the quiet achiever of the Cup Series this year. And look at the points on the bottom left of your screen. Green to the good of 24 positions at the moment. Night off to the right start for Ty Gibbs.
Truex is in with +9 right now. Truex, Bubba are in +9, +3.
Kyle Larson
Busher,
up front has
Chastain
increased
out.
his lead by, I don't know, second and a half or so over Bubba Wallace, then Tyler Reddick. Two teammates still running well, then Briscoe. Christopher Bell, fresh from his win last night. And then William Byron and Josh Berry, who had that highly dramatic Daytona race last weekend when he was running at the front. Involved
Chad,
in that
it crashes.
huge
Thank
wreck.
you so
It
much
ended
for
up
subbing.
going upside down and was able to step from the car when the AMR safety team rescued him. Incredible scenes. He's rebounded beautifully to be running 7th.
No, he's still doing
just ahead of
Xfinity.
Gibbs. The front row starter, Carson Hocevar, runs 9th ahead of Chris Buescher.
This is, I believe, you're starting to settle in. What makes this race such a challenge is the lack of yellows lately. You know, we saw one early, and we normally get them late in this race, but this first and second stage, we see a lot of green flag racing, and you know, it's not a lot of time, not a lot of break. I mean, there are straightaways here where you can adjust your visor, take sometimes your right hand or left hand
Woodrow,
off
what's
the wheel
up?
and kind of rest your wrist or your grip, but every time you go into the corner, there's just really no room for error.
Thank you, David.
DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week new customers can bet $5 and pocket $250 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use the promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. What numbers?
Right along with Tyler Reddick in P3.
Well, Larson was the favorite earlier. He just his odds continue to drop down at plus 320, so a little over 3 times your money. Hamlin, Reddick, no surprise. Toyota's right behind Larson with Bell also and Wallace. You gotta look down for a little bit of value. Do you think it could be Kyle Busch's night? It's so 16-1. And how about Chase Elliott? Rarely do we see Chase Elliott with longer odds like that. He currently runs 15th. You could bet live Chase Elliott 16-1.
Let's talk more about the man who started on the pole position in the 23, Bubba Wallace, with Dave.
Right, and I thought Steve made an interesting point about that green flag pit stop, the #1 pit stall not being such an advantage. Steve, I want you to get back to that. But Bubba has stayed focused since that pass for the lead that happened as a result of that pit cycle. Steve, they told him there's going to be one more green flag stop if it stays green before the end of this stage. So be ready again. What is the disadvantage?
All those Yodas.
Well, so basically the advantage of the #1 stall is it's very close to the camera,
check
which
that
is where they
Larson
score
guard.
you under yellow when you're racing off pit road. But under green, you leave your pit box in first gear. You
I
start
read
to
everybody.
accelerate, and you
I
actually
try to read
cross over
everybody.
the yellow line where the speed limit ends, and you're not even up to the speed yet by 5 or 10 miles an hour.
No, that's
Everybody
not true,
else, when they
David.
hit the
I
yellow
try to read
line,
everybody.
They're already at pit road
Thank
speed.
you, Robert.
So they're leaving at 50 miles an hour. But for the 23 car, he's so close to that yellow line, he crosses over at say 40 miles an hour. It's not a huge disadvantage here, and I would absolutely take it. Because
Larson's
under
just that
yellow,
good old
it's
best
a huge
NASCAR
advantage.
driver
Only
of all
22 feet
time.
to that scoring line. Under those late cautions, I'd take the stall.
Desert Fox says he went from 3.3 to
Kyle Larson
4.4.
leads Bubba Wallace and
Yeah, he's
Tyler
dominating
Reddick
here.
And John Hunter Nemechek.
Dominated. So we got Kyle Larson, Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, Christopher Bell in the top 5. So I try to respond as much as I can, guys. We got 2,700 people in here. The chat runs pretty quick, so I tried my best to talk to you guys, but sometimes it's hard. Anthony, a new winner would knock Truex out. It would drop him to 15th. Guys still have to make up those points. Yeah, so it's going to be thin line for Truex here, so let's see what happens. Hopefully those points he did have coming into this race will do it. So where can I watch the race full screen? Hayden, you can go to NASCAR.com. These cams that we're watching right here on NASCAR.com. You can watch the battle cam. You can watch the aerial cam. And there it is. There's Zane Smith. Someone was asking about Zane Smith. He's going down a lap down. I'll scroll up here. Zane Smith just going down a lap down. Now Daniel Suarez, the next one up for being lapped. But Kyle Larson dominating right here as he is blowing it away here in this first stage. Lots of laps to go there at the first stage, though. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. We're trying to get to 900 likes. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Subscribe to the channel. We have a good time here. Have fun. I wish they showed more Larson. Well, the aerial cam guys following Larson along, I guess. I want Mid-Ohio to the Cup schedule. We'll see. It probably won't be next year. Maybe next year after that. I know NASCAR is looking at different tracks. Anthony says, Jeffrey, correct, but it would be very close as he'd only had 58-point lead. Yeah, it's going to be close. Steve, what's up? Good to see you. What's up? 22K bound, y'all. Hit that like and subscribe. We're trying to get to 22K. Hey, if you get 22K tonight, you get a pie in the face again. So if you hit 22K, we'll get a pie in the face. But right now, Larson dominating this race with a 3-second lead and lapping cars left and right. We got a long night to go. So just because Larson's dominating now doesn't mean he's going to be there at the end. But he's won here before, so it should be interesting to see what happens. Only one more subscriber to 21,100. Larson gets the most coverage. It's okay. Show other people. That's right. So we're going to go, we'll flip back and forth. We'll go here. This is the battle cam. It shows pretty much the closest battles right now on the track. The guy tries to keep up the best he can, but the 51, the 1, and the 22, I don't know how to get rid of those, but they're stuck on there. Bowman Gray race next year is the same size track as a high school running track. Won't see many passes on that, and we got Bowman coming in here to the pits. Back to the audio.
Welcome back to Darlington Raceway. The Cookout Southern 500 continues. Lee Diffie, Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte. Let's show you something that is fascinating here at Darlington. Jeff, you had a magical year in 1999, winning the spring race, winning the Southern 500. How did you manage this? We were talking about it yesterday, the imperfection of the shape of the wall.
It's a camera on top of the grandstand.
If this racetrack was to be built today, it wouldn't be built this way, but that's what is the beautiful part of the character of this.
That's what I love about it. You look at turn 3, the wall actually goes to the right. That creates
Reddick's
opportunity.
Gonna pit with
Watch
Bubba
the drivers
this time.
actually turn into the right to get up by the wall where there's more grip, Marty.
Jeff, the second round of stops here in stage 1, starting with the leaders. You see Tyler Reddick coming down pit road. So the last adjustment made the car a little bit better. He comes in running third, Dave. His teammate Bubba Wallace on pit road in front of you.
He gives up second place, Marty, after that first round of pit stops. Remember, lost 1 position in that cycle. In hitting his pit stall here, remember the important role of the driver. They've got to be perfect as well. He does it good there, so the crew can change. He needs the car to be a little bit tighter into 3, Marty.
Since that first round of stops, Dave, Kyle Larson led all 25 laps between the 2 stops. The pit crew got him the lead last time. We'll see if they can keep him the lead this time. No changes to the 5 car.
You don't know what to do.
5 stopped 1 lap
Christopher
after
Bell.
Reddick and those, but he had massed a 3-second
Battle cam,
lead,
that's what it's
which
called.
allowed him probably to run that extra lap. We will see if that's what pays off.
Best driver on the circuit, week in, week out, Jim Fox says.
We talk about mistakes for the driver. We've really focused on that because of the difficulty of the racetrack, but mistakes
Ty
by
Gibbs,
the
the leader,
can be just as costly. So as we see the 5 leaving pit road on this slippery apron in 1 and 2, we'll kind of take a peek up. We're looking for the 23 of Bubba Wallace. He's going to be the first car off pit road, and kind of there he is, right at the top of your screen, that bright blue hood. So the extra lap did not hurt the 5, Marty.
Ty Gibbs said his car started a little bit tight, but came to him the longer they ran. Chris Gale making the call to come down pit road for 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
Fine.
So Steve, his teammate Denny Hamlin still is not pitted. Chris Gabehart made the call to run long before the first stop. How long would he leave Denny Hamlin out here in the second stop?
Well, I thought it was a net loss the first time, so I believe the 11 of Denny Hamlin might flip to the shorter strategy. We'll see if he does that. Jeff, we talked about the walls of 1 and 2 and the difference, but how about pit entry here at Darlington? Very difficult.
It's one of the most difficult race places to get on pit road. Suarez, that is legal. He just simply beats Larson to pit road, turns underneath him. Larson being a little bit safe, which is a smart thing to do here. It's so easy
Larson's a racing god.
Pit road.
That's funny.
And here's that replay.
Denny's
of what
winning as I hope so, Jay.
With Austin Cindric's team and that errant wheel.
You forget that wheel.
It was the catalyst for the penalty for the driver of the 2.
Oh, he got a penalty?
Hamlin, Elliott, and Busch kind of waiting to make their pit stop.
You know, Denny Hamlin's never had a DNF here.
That is shocking.
He has got the most incredible
Now you just jinxed him,
numerical
thanks.
record, but then throw in on top of that no
Just
DNFs.
jinxed him.
That is unbelievable.
And now the one advantage of Hamlin
He's the
running
god of
long,
wrecking
you know,
people.
I'm looking at it by like the 10th of a second.
Yeah, I guess he had
half a
uncontrolled
second.
tire. I
think
guess
he's
he got
losing a little bit of
penalized.
time to Larson. But you know what? He
Who's
isn't
your favorite
doing?
driver?
He's getting himself out of the chaos. Right, on and off pit road.
Isn't
We
that
just saw
everybody's
99
favorite
to the
driver?
5. That could easily turn bad for one of them. 5 runs a little long. Denny understands the plan. I mean, look at it. He's got clear track out front. Sometimes it's not all about time, Marty. Sometimes it's about just avoiding the eye of the storm, trying to stay out of the mess.
Steve, it's interesting where Darlington falls
you.
on the calendar this year. It has normally been the first race of the playoffs. It will again be in 2025. But this year, it's the last race of the regular season. You can see how much Denny Hamlin's struggling with the handling of the race car. So I'm wondering how much that changes the game and opens up the playbook.
He's the guy
for
that
Chris
beats your
Gabehart
favorite
to make
driver.
a call like this.
It's interesting.
I like Jeffrey Earnhardt and Austin Dillon. That's all
I have
good,
it on my
Chief.
list to call Chris this week and see exactly
Oh,
what
Denny
he's seeing,
beats
because I don't
everyone's favorite
see
driver. That's right.
a time advantage. I've seen Hamlin net out about
Thank
the
you, Randy.
same on positions, but net time to the leader lost.
That
But the
sun
9
is
of
brutal.
Chase Elliott, Kim, is kind of on the same strategy as the 11, sort of.
Sort of, yes. Just finished up their stop about a lap ago, and Chase Elliott reporting he was tight in traffic. He told the team, though, he hurt the rears too much that run. They reminded him this run to the end is going to be slightly
Denny.
longer, so take care of those tires.
Kyle Busch on this strategy as well. And Steve, Randall Burnett told me there really wasn't a great opportunity to
Yeah,
flip
I've been a Denny
strategy at
Hamlin
this
fan
track
since he
because
started.
of the tire wear, but they would try to do what they could. So running a little extra long here as well. He'll fall back in the queue after he
Where's
gets
Ryan
bigger tires
Preece?
and fuel, Marty.
So Denny Hamlin pitched from the lead here.
20th
lap
place.
77,
Ryan Preece,
working lap
20th
78
place.
right now, 38 to go here in the stage. No complaints for the handling of the race car. But Steve, you're starting to see this group now maybe running a little bit longer. You saw Chase Elliott and his race team, Kyle Busch, and now Denny Hamlin kind of taking this longer strategy here in stage one.
Now, to the defense of the 11 strategy, remember, first time down
get
pit
these
road,
commercials
a
out of the
little
way.
bit of a botch pit
Playoffs.
stop, trouble with the right front with the lug nut,
Playoffs.
too close to the wall for the driver. That pit stop right there looked extremely clean for the 11. 37 laps to go. We see where he'll blend out. It'll probably be just outside the top 20, but with those brand new Goodyear tires, will easily start to overtake cars that pitted just a few laps ago.
Denny proudly displaying the Flying 11, which is a tribute to Roy Hendrick, who passed away. He was a regular competitor at Denny's home track, Southside Speedway, so a lovely tribute.
Yeah, I raced with Roy.
It's all good.
South Boston Speedway. He was the
Thank you,
very
John,
first
for
late model
subscribing.
stock car champion at South Boston Speedway. Really legendary family.
We see Sport Clips on the side of that. A longtime partner for Denny and Joe Gibbs Racing. Down here in Darlington, we see that scheme. And if you're going to have a track where you decide to kind of anchor your coverage, Denny Hamlin at Darlington has been a pretty good choice.
Larson pulling away again.
Well, and this could be the
35
night, and this
to
could be
go
the
in
race
stage
that turn
one.
things around, right? The engine issue and that huge penalty, the loss of points, and then getting caught up in one
I
of the big
understand
ones
that,
last
John.
week in Daytona. You're gonna need
Always
to
a
change
bridesmaid,
that
never a
trend.
bride.
I actually think this race is more important to Hamlin than perhaps
There's
other
Rowdy.
than winning the
Needs
first
a
one of the year
win.
and getting the playoffs. This one for that momentum. I think it's the points are one thing, but it felt like a lot of air out of the balloon on that engine penalty, right? Even when he talked about it, shoulders down. It's not what he said, it's how he said it. He wasn't that kind of pound your chest Denny Hamlin ready to thunder into the playoffs. A good run here perhaps could correct that.
If you've never been to Darlington Raceway and wherever you're watching from around the world.
All right, we are under another commercial break. Thank you guys so much for hanging out tonight. Make sure you hit that like button. We're trying to get to 900 likes here in stage one. My name is CeeLo. We do NASCAR here every single week. We hope you're having a good time. Subscribe, hit the like button for us as we're trying to get to 22,000 feet, almost 3,000 folks in here watching us. Hope you guys are having a good time. Kyle Busch is my favorite, but I think that it's Denny's Hamlin's year. Been so close for a long. Let's go 11 for CeeLo. Thank you, Randy. I appreciate you. Denny's not cursed. He's just lacks a little patience. Something just like everyone. I know. No patience here for CeeLo either. Where is Truex Jr.? Just getting here. Truex crashed on lap 2 with Ryan Blaney. So him and Ryan Blaney are over here. So Too many commercials. I'm over here now. I understand. It is a lot of commercials. They got to make their money somehow. But if you're watching these things on our channel here, out of the race, yes, Truex and Ryan Blaney out of the race. They had a wreck on lap 2, locked their cars out. They're done. Blaney was hurting in his arm. We haven't heard anything about that on that, though. But who's going to wreck Denny Hamlin? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But we're letting you listen into the USA audio. Plus, we have the battle cam, the aerial cam, and a in-car camera for you tonight on NASCAR.com. So you guys can go watch that as well. If you have a separate device, so your phone or a laptop or iPad or tablet, you can watch these on NASCAR.com. And also on the NASCAR app, you can watch them as well. So hope you're having a good time. Like button, subscribe. Sit back, cheer on your drivers. We're watching Briscoe pass Byron right here. That's the battle for fourth place. And that 51 car is a lap down right there for Justin Haley. But Windy City, thank you so much for subscribing as well. We appreciate you. But the sun is going down, and the lady in black's about to turn on her lights. And it's going to be a fun rest of the race here at Darlington under the lights as the sun is setting. But there's Chase Briscoe putting Dinger. He's a lap down, and that 51 car a lap down. There's Christopher Bell in P6. He's coming along. So this is going to be an interesting race as we are still in that $50 super chat. Lone Wolf, I see you, CeeLo, man. You're the man. I appreciate you so much, Lone Wolf. Big super chat last week as well. $50 last week as well. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you, man. Everybody say thank you to Lone Wolf. And then who was it? The other one that was from our Philippines, man. Thank you. Tell him, everybody, thank you so much for the super chat. Our good friend from the Philippines, Pete, and Lone Wolf for the super chats. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. I'm so happy.
In pursuit of Tyler Reddick in the regular season points. Now, while the overarching theme and the headline is the race for the playoffs, right? Who's going to make it, who isn't? Kyle Larson said that it's deeply important to him to win the regular championship, to win the regular season.
Doing
he
good,
wants to
Dexter.
do that here tonight.
I think some of that goes back to, remember, him missing the Coca-Cola 600 when Indianapolis ran the Indy 500. Had a great plan, but you can't control the weather. The weather got him delayed. Yeah. He missed the start, so he got 0 points there. And I think Larson, he might not say it, but in the back of his mind, he's only 15 points behind. He probably easily could have scored 15 points in that situation if he could have started the car. So I think if you win the regular season, kind of no harm, no foul, Jeff. You don't want to carry a missed opportunity into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's so important because of the points it allows you to start the playoffs with.
There goes Kyle Busch, fresher tires. You can see the big difference there. And here is Tyler Reddick, who, by the way, happens to lead the regular season points. Marty, tell us what's happening at the 2311 machine.
Yeah, Lee, they're certainly focused on that tonight for the 45 of Tyler Reddick. He has not run worse than third so far in the Southern 500, but is he not feeling well physically behind the wheel? Listen in.
Can you have some ready for me at the end of stage 1 under yellow?
Yes, that was a request for Tums. I did confirm with Billy Scott this afternoon. Tyler's been feeling a little bit sick on the stomach so far today. So, Jeff, I can't imagine. Number one, the Southern 500 is the toughest race all year long. But when you're not feeling 100%,
this is not the broadcast. This is NASCAR.com.
Well, what you hope is that as the race goes on and the temperature comes down, he starts to feel a little bit better. He knows he has a long night ahead of him, and temperature makes everything worse. You see Briscoe trying to get underneath him right now. But sometimes it also allows you to just focus.
Johnny boy.
I'm not feeling well, so I have to focus a little bit more. We see a lot of athletes have their best days when they are sick.
Oh, the old flu game?
Yeah.
Over the Michael Jordan flu game?
Hey, remember
that may or may not was pizza delivery? Isn't that what we learned in the documentary?
Remember
can someone
that
say
move
crash
that
the 45?
We saw Daniel Suarez in the 99 car. He got by Kyle Larson getting on to pit road. When he did that got him back in the lead lap.
Yeah.
And since he made that move, he has sat there. You see Kyle Busch getting by him. Kyle's got newer tires than Suarez, but Suarez is he's the last car on the lead lap, but he has stayed in front of Kyle Larson this entire run. So that move, there's Kyle Larson lurking, but that move has allowed them to stay with 23 laps to go. That could be the difference in their race if he's able to stay on the lead lap.
And you may have noticed the news this week that the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series schedule has been released, and with the addition, the exciting news of Mexico City on that calendar, which was music to the ears of Daniel Suarez. So excited. There's been a lot of hype about that. That'll happen next June as Larson goes to the low line to try and take Daniel Suarez off the lead lap. And Suarez is going to fight as hard as he can to stay on the lead lap. Remember, Suarez got taken out of Daytona last week in the most bizarre incident when he was pitted ahead of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin fired up the 11, went to take off. There was flames. There was a little bit of excess gas on the ground, and a fire ignited, and Daniel had to bring his then Coke machine back to pit lane, and he was a retirement.
He's fighting tough right here.
These are hard passes at Darlington. It's always been difficult to pass. Larson going to try to drive right here. This is tight. Larson's being aggressive, but not overly aggressive. No one's really pushing him, so he wants to lap him, but he doesn't want to get himself in trouble doing it. Now he's trying to run the bottom of the racetrack. It's hard to get grip down there. If he can stay side by side with him here, which he can't do it, it's so intense inside that race car.
Oh, I like this move, though. The higher entry, he's going to turn to the bottom. Very tight side by side, but I think he has momentum now heading to turn 3.
Yeah, so is he going to try to slide him, overdrive the entry to the corner? There he goes. Suarez with great entry speed, trying to stay even with him. He can't do it. He'll get momentum on the exit.
Oh, crap, I am muted. Sorry about that.
Oh,
SPG's 30th, one lap down. Sorry about that.
Kyle Larson closes the door on Daniel Suarez and puts him
Tim,
a
good to
lap
see you.
down. As for his Trackhouse teammate, Ross Chastain runs 15th. Here's a reminder of what went down a week ago. It was a pretty crazy scene for Suarez, and that thing lit up fast.
What's up, Martin?
Yeah,
good to see you. Kimmy, hello.
Fire department right there to put it out as quick as you can. You look inside the car, you see the flame pouring out of the trunk. A backfire of the 11 right here. You see the left side kind of spark. It lights the fire, the fuel that's on the ground, which just chases forward and goes into
Suarez
the trunk.
is doing a good job not staying on fire.
And that was Daniel. That was a replay of Daniel watching a replay of how it all transpired. So 17 laps to go in this opening stage of the Cookout Southern 500. And Kyle Larson has led the most laps, 46.
I'm sure
over Bubba Wallace.
This is hard to keep up with these cars like this guy's doing, but he is all over the place.
I'm
sure it's harder than it
behind
looks.
the Hendrick Motorsports driver. And has had a really solid night. Chase Briscoe ahead of Tyler Reddick.
Well, it's free.
And then Christopher Bell having a nice quiet run by himself in the top 5.
Okay, you're driving my eyes are killing me.
Determined to win the regular season is what Kyle Larson did when he won the overall championship a couple of years ago.
That's my team out there.
All right. Thank you guys so much for hanging out here. Let's crank it up one other time here. Let's ride along with Tyler Reddick. Oh, Christopher Bell. I'm sorry. Christopher Bell in P5. Yeah, we can do that.
We're racing at the line now. Plenty of room here.
Twenty-three cars left on the lead lap. 23.
Who started on the front row? Spire Motorsports 77, Carson Hocevar. Let's get an update with Dave Burns. Davo?
Hasn't really said too much on the radio, Lee. Not really that crazy over the radio about the race car. He's been making better speed through the corners, his spotter tells the team, so that's good for them. Back to 11th from a second place starting spot. Luke Lambert said we weren't too
we got about 10 laps to go in stage one.
We think we're that good, and he's one of the guys, Kim, who could still win his way into the playoffs tonight.
As is Josh Berry, currently running in the 8th position, which should surprise nobody. He finished 3rd here in the spring, and that was the starting point for their setup this weekend. Brought something very similar. They felt like they had really good long-run speed in practice. They worked on making it better on the front end of the road. And this team extremely complimentary about Josh because of his history on the late model short track circuit. They feel like that gives him the ability, Marty, to manage tires really well here at Darlington.
Kim, a moment ago, Tyler Reddick lost 3rd to Chase Briscoe and then almost immediately gave another health update. Listen in.
Copy. I think the car is okay. I'm just really fighting it right now in here. Get some crackers or something to do. Just plain crackers. I don't know. Bread, something.
Yeah, Alan, we'll be doing those games, Alan. Tuesday, or no, Tuesday, Wednesday.
They're going to hand to Tyler Reddick once he makes the stop here at the end of stage 1. In that bag does have the Tums and also 2 packs of crackers and some regular crackers as well. So, Steve, I can't imagine being in Billy Scott's shoes right now, so put me in those shoes. You kind of feel, I'm sure, helpless as a crew chief, right? You can't do much to help your driver. What would you do if you were Billy Scott, Steve, to let your driver make sure that he can make it to the end of the race?
Well, we would definitely want to aid him with whatever he needs, whether it's hydration or some nutrition, if that settles the stomach. But the other thing is, you know, Martin Truex Jr. is out of this race, a fellow Toyota driver, a guy that knows how to get it done. Now, the physical limitations will be a little bit challenging. Tyler Reddick, much shorter than Truex. I don't know how much adjustment there is in that seat.
Yeah,
if you
on
could get,
ESPN
maybe
tonight.
even change the seat liner itself, although then you're talking about perhaps losing a lap under yellow here. But if Truex is somewhere here in the infield, I might reach out to TRD or Joe Gibbs Racing and see if there's any way he can hang out. Remember, we're not even to the end of stage 1 yet, Diff. This is statistically around a 4 hour and 10-minute race. So if you're ever going to feel poorly, this is not the one.
This is going to be a tough slog for Tyler Reddick. I want to take you back just a moment ago. We were talking about Carson Hocevar.
Almost a 4-second lead for Larson.
And a close call between 2 guys trying to race their way into
Let's
the
do
playoffs.
Phillies versus Braves.
Busher used all of the racetrack. Got the 77 car up in the wall a little bit. Busher
wreck on lap 2, Super Ultra.
Trying to get a stage point. Bubba Wallace running in 2nd. You look right now, Bubba's, if it goes just like it is now, he's going to get 9 points.
Ross Chastain and P19. P19 for Ross Chastain. Monroe Cody, thank you.
And the updated playoff bubble situation, bottom left of your screen. As they run, who's in, who's out on that cut line for the top 16.
Nothing wrong with Reddick. Just riding along, I guess.
Agonizingly close, but out at the moment. But such a long way to go.
What up, the world according to
stage
Nate?
1 to open up the Cookout Southern 500. 59 laps to the good. Out in front, Kyle Larson coming up on one of his Hendrick Motorsport teammates in Alex Bowman. Bowman's down in 23rd position at the moment.
Here come
and
the
about to go a
Fords.
lap down.
Yeah, it's $5. You pay $5 to listen to the scanner.
Had a pretty badly damaged car last week, Alex Bowman, and rallied the team. The 48 team rallied really well. Alex drove it back to the highest finishing Hendrick car in 16th at Daytona.
This right now, Diff, is a really, you see, forward 48 and Bowman really loose on the bottom of the racetrack. This is a really important part of the race because this is the time that the drivers really need to be having conversations with their crew chief. Sun's starting to set. There's no sun on the racetrack. Track temp's starting to come down. What is my car doing? Give the crew chief a little bit of time to think about it.
Let's see what happened not long ago. Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch. Whoa. Watch the rear of Busch's car.
And Kyle just way up the racetrack. Ran Chastain up the wall.
That's meat and bone. Those cars are a lap down, the 15 and the 7.
Chastain's not having the night he needed. He's
actually no, Corey LaJoy and him and Chastain battling here.
Coca-Cola came up to
that
6.
15 car is a lap
7
down.
seconds behind the leader, 14 seconds behind before running long. So while the first strategy of running long wasn't a net gain, this one almost a 7-second gain. Good to note for the next stage and how people are going to decide to break it up.
Final lap
Denny on a pass on Christopher Bell.
Kyle Larson, it has been a very strong performance. It's his 9th stage win of this 2024
Congratulations.
season. His 5th at Darlington. And some more valuable playoff points.
And if you're Bubba Wallace, mission accomplished, right? You started on pole, you stayed within touch, you finished 2nd in stage 1.
Things are cooling off a little here in Darlington, some 8 degrees from when we started this Cookout Southern.
All right, let's listen in to Kyle Larson's radio. So Kyle Larson, we're gonna pop in here with Bubba Wallace here. I don't know if I can get this to scroll here. Might have to refresh. Let's hear Tyler Reddick to see how he's feeling. All right, we'll go to 45. 45's car. No cars are a lap down because they are slow.
You need a drink? Had it ready.
So Tyler Reddick, that's his Tyler Reddick's cam. I appreciate you, PH. Keep hitting that like button, trying to get to 1,000 likes. Almost to 1,000 likes, y'all. 937. Hit that subscribe as well. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Oh, that's a bummer. Here we go. Oh, rookie move.
Right hand.
Tires and fuel for Tyler Reddick. Yep. Sorry about that, y'all. I thought I had that changed. All right, we'll go back. All right, we're going to go back to Larson now. Thank you, Conzo. Thank you, Daryl. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Credit One Bank NASCAR American Express card. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Stage 1 complete. And pit stops are about to happen. We talk about the history here at Darlington Raceway. And have a look at this. From the very first running back in 1950 in the victory by Johnny Mans.
Yeah, I just said
it was
they were
a
getting him some
whopping
fluids.
6
That's
hours, 38 minutes. The man who's led the most laps so far and the defending race winner of the Southern 500 did it 2.5 hours faster. That's how far things have advanced. Let's go to pit lane. Marty's there.
Impressive stage win for Kyle Larson, who said the only adjustments I would want is if you feel like the track is going to change. For Tyler Reddick, this is part car maintenance, part driver maintenance. He said anything you can do to help me feel better, I would appreciate it. They're going to hand 2 bags inside the car to Reddick. They asked him, are you worried about getting sick inside the car? He said, yes, Dave.
Chase Briscoe hits his mark, touch free on entry, then free across the middle. That hurts his exit. As for Bubba Wallace, still he is no front grip off the corner. He needed an adjustment on that car, and he's going to hold his position. Does not gain this time.
No
with
positions
that first pit
gained.
stall.
Dave, that's a good phrase. Hold the positions. Look at all of the zeros on there for lack of change. And fans, NASCAR and its premier partners want to say thank you for your support. Let's take a look at one of NASCAR's biggest super fans, NASCAR, and his experience at Michigan International.
All right, appreciate everybody being here. Thanks so much. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe as we are in stage 2. Dr. Dixon, what's up? Tell Larry I said what is up, and I said go Braves. Braves are playing the Phillies. We'll keep track of that on the ticker below. If you like baseball, we all have the ticker, and it looks like the Braves at the bottom of the first, no score. Hey, we'll keep that going there. But thank you guys. We do Atlanta Braves baseball as well. We'll be doing Braves baseball Tuesday, Wednesday of this week. And then after that, CeeLo's going on vacation, and we'll be back. But I hope you guys are not liking anything till you minimize the scoreboard. Okay. Well, we take a vote on it. Let's take a vote on it. Most baseball games are over. If y'all keep, I'll do it if you keep track of the Braves game for me, because that's the only game left open. If you keep track of the Braves game for me, if someone keeps track of the Braves game for me, I will take the ticker off. Is that a deal? Is that a deal? When folks do donate, do they get the full screen? No, that is not. When they donate, become a member, you get your perks for being a member. If you're a rookie member, you get the emojis. If you're a pro member, you get the emojis, and you get the preview vlogs the vlogs we put out early than everybody else. And then MVP, you get everything, and again a live stream. And we're going on vacation here soon, so the members are about to get some live streams. But what's up, everybody? So, talking about the race scoreboard, not the ticker. What's wrong with make it bigger? Then you won't be able to see it. I can scroll and tell you who they are. I mean, if I make it bigger, you're not going to be able to see it. It's going to be really tiny. This way you can actually see numbers and stuff. But this is the way we do it. If Tyler sticks his head out the car to puke, would that be debris on the track? That's funny. Why do folks even watch the garbage baseball? It's fun watching baseball, man. We have a good time. If you ever watched one of our baseball streams, leave the ticker as it is. All right. On Cell, you can blow up the camera, view to full screen. Yeah, you can do that too. All right, here we go.
Between stages 1 and 2. Kyle Petty, what did you make of the start of tonight before the green flew, where we got to see our friend and teammate Dale Jarrett enjoy a very special moment?
A very special moment. Darlington has always been about history, but one of the most special moments for me came tonight when my friend Dale Jarrett got to drive that number 11 Cale Yarborough special.
Yeah, thank you, KP. And it was special for me, too. Someone that helped me get a good start in my career to get in this Southern 500 winning car. Never been in one of those because never won the Southern 500. But to do this, to honor Cale Yarborough, the great 3-time champion Hall of Fame driver that he was, the toughest driver out there. And also, look at this helmet. This is from the 79 Daytona 500. KP, remember what happened there on the last lap as he and Donnie Allison were racing?
Listen, this could have been you tonight. No, this is spectacular. And that's how tough Cale was. Cale's in here. He's on the gas. He's stabbing. He's steering. And look, the helmet that Cale's swinging right there looks an awful lot like the helmet you were wearing tonight.
That's exactly the helmet where he was trying to fight off the 2 Allison brothers as he did that. So huge honor, and it's great that we could be here to honor him.
Yes.
His wife Betty Jo, his daughters
One
Julie,
more like to 1,000 likes.
were there along with the grandkids. So just a very, very special moment.
Another piece of Darlington history. Great night to be a part of it.
Hey, I will add this too. Marty, tell him to get Tyler Reddick ice cold Coca-Cola. That always worked for me.
Well, that was special, that was significant, and it was just plain cool, DJ, because we were standing up here in the booth watching you do those laps. Really neat.
Yeah, that was awesome. You know, Dale Jarrett is, you see everybody choosing which lane. Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty were lucky to have those two guys, legends of them on their own. Marty.
So, Jeff, following the health of Tyler Reddick, listen into this radio conversation.
I'm just curious.
Guys,
feedback
1K.
here. You worried about throwing up or no, just stomach stuff?
Yeah, I'm throwing up. Being myself, all of it.
All right, so it's both. We got you covered. Pills,
Oh my
you'll
gosh.
chew. Those are top. The rest of them you swallow with water. Yeah. 2 to chew, 3 to swallow. Grab the
Pills are too small. Dropped all of them. I got the Toms, but yeah, I got the small one, the 2 medium size.
What a miserable.
I couldn't get them out of the damn bag.
So what Tyler Reddick is going
Awesome,
to do
Anthony,
on the
thank
next stop,
you.
Billy Scott is going to mix up all the medicine
Oh,
he
no.
needs, Steve. They're going to hand that to Reddick because he did not get the medicine that he wanted. But yes, he is very sick inside the car.
It's so difficult to get any type of medicine, pills into your mouth because your helmet, the eye port is very small. It's hard to go underneath the chin to get it, especially with gloves on. So they're going to have to do that in some sort of form,
No,
like you
thank
just
you.
talked about, putting it in liquid.
And you heard him mention on the radio he's worried about throwing up. He is not feeling well. Ready for stage 2 here of the Southern
Oh, my
500.
God.
Kyle Larson and pole man Bubba Wallace.
thanks, Steve.
Let's go here at Darlington.
And meanwhile, he's in the top
This is gonna be a
5,
tough slog
making a run for top
Tyler
3.
Reddick. Can he hang in there? He's up on that high line. Chase Briscoe is doing the chasing of Kyle Larson. Reddick around his teammate to 3rd. And ever present is that 11 of Denny Hamlin.
I'm not getting in the
He's
car
just
after
been
that.
creeping
Exactly.
and sneaking his way forward.
Oh.
And Ty Gibbs, his teammate, is going with him. Briscoe blocks Reddick.
Oh, we'll crank it up next
Reddick
time, I
with
promise
a
you.
stoic performance.
Truex is
Feeling
plus
sick,
10 right now.
Worried about throwing up, but that foot is to the floor.
Best thing you can do when you feel badly is just go
Truex
attack.
plus 10.
Focus on what the task is.
I mean, I understand he wants to
great
be
night for
regular
Chase Briscoe.
season leader, but
In that
like
high
it's
point
not worth
forward,
it.
Sits second there
You're
for Stuart
welcome.
Haas Racing. Wouldn't it be something if he raced his way into the playoffs? He's only had one appearance. That was 2 years ago.
Where's Bubba for the playoffs?
The man who crashed
Bubba
out
is
tonight,
minus
Mark
3 right
Truex
now.
Jr. in the 19th.
And
That
Chastain is
exactly
minus 43.
The ride that Chase Briscoe's taking over next year. Bell on the inside of his teammate Denny Hamlin.
Bell won the Xfinity race yesterday, driving the car that normally we see Denny
Go Braves,
Hamlin
Kevin.
run on Saturday here at Darlington.
Oh, right, Matt? Like,
now he goes past Hamlin inside to the top 5.
Coca-Cola on board showed us exactly that view. Here comes Tyler Reddick in the yellow, black, and blue Toyota Camry. That upper deck machine right behind Chase Briscoe.
Can't believe he's in
now
P3
racked
doing
up
that.
73 laps at the head of this field.
Stage 2 the same length as stage 1, so a little bit of rinse
Thank you
and
guys for the
repeat.
subs.
We expect 2 green flag pit stops. The big difference.
Someone blew
as
chunks
you've
of my
talked about it,
windshield, Rick says.
Temperature cooling off, 8 or 10 degrees cooler.
Thank you,
Lights
Alex.
starting to come on. How are the cars
Thank you,
driving
Alex.
differently? And is tire degradation just as severe, or does it improve as the night comes?
Look, saw the 45 of Reddick, a little bit of contact with the wall. Watch the 3 different approaches as they enter turn 1. Watch Reddick. Look how high he enters the corner compared to the other 2. Immediately against the wall. The 14 of Briscoe, he enters lower. Dave.
No, it's the same, Jamie.
So Chase Briscoe running in
You
second now.
subscribe
I
this
think we
way
saw
or
that
not?
high line on the
It's the
restart
same.
maybe work to the advantage here. It is a big advantage, but Chase just after he got going got this word from Richard Boswell, his crew chief.
Deep breath here, man. I want you to find out what the 5 car's strengths are and what his weaknesses are. That's who we're going to race all night long.
Almost 240 laps left in this race, so he wants Chase to know down the line. Jeff, that's so important for him to know
Thank
where
you, Derek.
Kyle Larson might be weak here.
Richard Petty
exactly
said
right.
he did most of his best driving when he was sick.
Your car is a little bit better than his, and then continue to make it better. You see the 45 of Reddick right against the wall. Briscoe slides in front of him. That takes a little air off of that car. Then Briscoe just taps the wall. I'm sorry. Reddick taps the wall.
And another
that's gross, Jim.
Have a look at this. Watch Todd Gilliland. Top
Go,
right
Denny.
of the screen.
Oh, stay away from your boss.
Oh, heavy contact, and sometimes you can kind of get stuck into that wall, and that's what it looked like.
P5 right here.
Yeah, that's the way to describe it too, Steve. You get in the wall, and he just won't leave it. And here comes the flying number 11.
Hamlin on the inside of Bubba Wallace. Do you know, several days ago, long before he wasn't feeling so well, Tyler Reddick on Sirius XM NASCAR radio, he said, I think if I look at the landscape, Darlington Southern 500, I'm saying it's me, it's the 5,
That's right,
and
Randy.
it's the 11. The 5's leading, Reddick's running third,
995.
the 11 is in 5th.
Well,
Gross.
The unfortunate thing for the competition is I can list a lot of tracks where those are the 3 you're going to have. As we head into the playoffs, right, we start thinking about now the
P7,
playoffs have a
Bubba
different
dropping
look this
back.
year with Watkins Glen in the playoffs now. Atlanta kicking off the playoffs is something new. So we have a road course and a speedway in each of the first and second round. But then if you are fortunate enough to move on, Las Vegas, Kansas, those high-speed mile-and-a-half still await. Those are the types of tracks that Larson, Reddick, Hamlin trio seems to always find their way to the front.
Yeah, let's Chase Briscoe run. We're not surprised to see Chase Briscoe running
along with
well at this
Larson here.
racetrack because he always seems to have speed here. But think about this company, Stewart Haas Racing. They've announced that they're going out of business. They've sold their charters. They're changing their structure completely. A lot of employees have been laid off. You see the battle going on right here. They're searching for jobs.
Yeah, he is fast, Lloyd.
But they're still bringing speed to the racetrack, and that is exceptionally impressive. I give a lot of props to the leadership there. Greg Zipadelli, a lot of guys there still bringing the fight.
Donnie says Blaney's gone. I'm going with the 11.
Ross Chastain and Corey LaJoie in the 7. A little bit of push and shove going on there. Here comes Alex Bowman in the background. Last weekend's winner in the 21, Harrison Burton.
Yeah, the 34 and the 21, they are battling hard to be the first car one lap down. Zane Smith behind them. He's also in that battle, as well as Daniel Hemrick.
I don't know how he's doing it, but that's a trooper right there, running in third the way he is right now. 4 hours like this. And this is what it looks like back here for the lot of the race. The right rear on that 7 car, it looked like the Goodyear was missing, like he had made some wall contact or contact.
Talk about an athlete.
Car. You see the 9 of Chase Elliott in the mix, running 23rd. He's on the lead lap. So this battle with Hemrick,
I got more props to Tyler Reddick right now.
P3,
and what he's doing.
Debris on the nose of the 21.
If you take the battle for the
Props
lead
to
is
Tyler
intense,
Reddick.
you ought to be back here. It is wild racing, trying to be the first car one lap down. Michael McDowell, great competitor. Harrison trying to build some momentum after that win last week. Cleared McDowell.
If I was me, I would not stay in that car.
Who had a good top 10 last week. Here's Tyler Reddick in his upper deck Toyota Camry. Let's take a look at the Toyota driver update. He is the highest place, then Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin. It was a Toyota pole yesterday for the 4th time in succession here in Darlington, with thanks to Bubba Wallace. But it's still Kyle Larson at the front. He's been...
All right, someone asked for a crank it up on the battle cam. We're on battle cam. Here we go. Crank it up. Needs the 45 and the 5. Thank you, Derek. We'll see, Ricky. Got a long way to go. Robbie. Hamlin money. You having some chicken? Nice. How is RSJ doing? Let's see. He said 31st. Recky's doing Recky job the way he does. 1 lap down, 31st spot. Kyle P14. 14 for Kyle Busch. How do I look on a 9-foot TV? How do I look? Someone take a picture of it and send it to me on social media. All right, Justin. Come on, Elliot. Holly Hudson saying, I see you, Chase. Your grade. Spinhouse. We got 27 laps complete of 115.
We're at the beginning of stage 2, and as you've seen in each and every race here on NBC Sports this Cup season, we like to go embedded in the second stage, and that's where we join Dave Burns. Dave?
Lee, we're with the 43 Legacy Motor Club crew today. That's Eric Jones as a driver, and I'm standing by with his jackman, Kellen Mills from Mesa, Arizona. How does an Arizona guy get into NASCAR? Well, I'll tell you what, first of all, he's a tough guy because he was a walk-on at Arizona State. That's the first question I want to ask you, Kellen. What's it like being a walk-on and making your way into football that way?
Yeah, I'd say it's actually a lot like working yourself onto a NASCAR pit crew.
26 spot.
You got to kind of find a way to fit yourself in the situation and then just work really hard and hopefully things turn out right.
They've turned out well for you. How's your situation tonight? How are the 43 pit stops?
It's been a good day so far. Obviously, it's a long race. It's a really hard race. So we're going to try and make sure we keep the ball in
Austin
Eric's
said
hands
go 24.
and be at the end and have a good finish.
All right, good luck the rest of the way. Kellen Mills, one of the stars for the 43 group. Marty.
Dave, Brandon Johnson, the jackman for Kyle Larson, has a terrific story. He was actually a running back at Penn State and the backup for Saquon Barkley in his freshman year. He was actually going to make the Pittsburgh Steelers and got a concussion in the preseason. The guys who helped him through that, none other than Le'Veon Bell and D'Angelo Williams, who he is still very good friends with. So he decided to stop playing football and try out NASCAR. He said, nothing gives me the thrill of football, but NASCAR is pretty close to that. It's like running a touchdown when you know it's on you as a jackman to be able to make the pit stop happen. And Stevie said something funny to me. He said, you know what? I'm so thankful for NASCAR because I could never work a 9-to-5 job. I think that covers about most of the garage area. That's what they love. That's why they love the sport so much.
I've been saying that for 30 years. Jeff, there's no chance I can handle going to the office every day. I've been fortunate enough to work either in the garage or now in the booth now for 30 years. Brandon Johnson, I'm going to tell you, the pictures, they don't do him justice. When you walk up and down Penn Road, there was a point where it looked like a bunch of mechanics. And over the last 15 years, it is very clear it is athletes, front to back. Just the physical stature of the jackmen and the fuelers, the athleticism of the changers. It's an impressive lineup.
It looked like a bunch of mechanics because that's what it was.
There's a stripe.
And now they're specialized athletes. And, you know, he would really see a great battle right here. You would see Josh Berry underneath Joey Logano. Joey giving that spot up.
Yeah, Logano running 11th. It's just a quiet night for Logano, but this is kind of signature Logano-esque, right? That you hang around inside the top 15
my 22
for
fans?
Stages, and then figure it out.
Where's my 22
fans? Are always known for their kind of short-run sprint, and I think we've had a lot of green flag racing. They're just kind of hanging in there.
But he has methodically crept his way forward because started 23rd for the longest time in stage 1, Joey, and that Sean Pennzoil Ford was kind of running around the high teens, around 20th. So for him to leapfrog his way forward to 11th is a good step forward. Here's Marty.
Quickly closing in on pit stop
22.
To another health update from Tyler Reddick. Listen.
Just to clarify, you're going to give me a new drink bottle, fluid logic bottle?
Yes, confirmed.
Or not really sure where to go on balance right now. think I don't know. Maybe leave it alone and see what the track does.
Copy, all that. Copy.
After that radio communication, he said, I'm just trying to take care of me inside the car. Steve, I did talk to Billy Scott just moments ago. I said, we believe Martin Truex Jr. is still here. Have you reached out to him? He said, we have not reached out to him yet, but he would be the only consideration to put in the car. And he made the same point you made, Steve. I'm just not sure he would fit in the seat. Plan A right now, keep Tyler in the car until he tells us he can't.
And I almost like the, hey, we're not going to put anybody else in it. Reddick's our guy.
Yeah.
And I know that's crazy in the big business of NASCAR, but we're going to ride or die. He's our man. And if he can't run, if he's so physically ill he can't race, we're going to park it and get ready for the playoffs. And that sounds crazy, but
playoffs?
I don't know. If I'm the driver, I wonder if that wouldn't feel like a good support to think that, you know, the teams are going to do anything to give me an opportunity to compete.
Pit stops are starting.
He's sick in the car, Todd.
Sick,
bad, sick in the car.
Earlier side, Todd Gillen saying still too tight. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. As Joey Logano making a stop, Marty.
Kim, a moment ago, Lee mentioned that Joey Logano's kind of leapfrogged his way through the field. Paul Wolf making a strategy call to come very early here on this window here in stage 2, Kim.
As you see, Brad Keselowski making his stop under green flag conditions. Brad said, I could use a little bit more drive off
Appreciate you, Ray.
more
Race
turn
fan.
as they complete a pit stop here. 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Entry not Brad. He said he just, again, needs more turn.
What's up,
as
Bobby?
Chase Elliott making his stop. The last stop they made under green was a little bit slow, taking 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Chase saying, it's the best I've been all night, but I still could have a little bit more turn in the car.
Yeah, can he
Still
do
plenty of
that?
activity
Can
on
he get
pit
out of the
road,
car
Bobby,
and
they're
drive
coming
his
your way.
car?
Yeah, here comes William Byron.
Is that allowed?
Rudy Fugle told me this afternoon, we've been good, not great here at Darlington, so we're bringing a completely different
Truex would be like, I ain't getting in that car.
I'm going to need to turn a lot better as it gets into
Like,
the
no
night
way,
game.
go Braves.
Bubba Wallace back on pit road. The car wasn't good at the start of the run, but then the radio from the driver was that the car is coming back to us. So not a big change, if any. He will get 4 fresh Goodyear tires and fuel, Marty.
Thank you, RS. Here comes the leader,
So
Larson.
interesting,
Let's
here
watch him
comes Denny
pit.
Hamlin down pit road, and Chris Gabehart playing it much more straight up in this run. Hamlin said the car started a little bit too tight for him, a little bit too free the longer he ran. We expect Tyler Reddick to come in the next lap, and again, more driver maintenance when he does come down pit road.
On board is the 5
There's
of
Kyle Larson. Yep, down pit road, Steve. Yeah, there's Kyle Larson, who again said the car has been so good for them. They have dominated here in the Southern 500 tonight, trying to win back-to-back races. Meanwhile, here comes Tyler Reddick, who once again wanted to clarify with Billy Scott, what am I getting on this stop in terms of nourishment so they can hand on the bottle. There goes the bottle inside the car. That's a fresh water bottle and the bottle with the medicine
showing
that
Larson,
he needs
bro.
and
Come
wants,
on.
Dave.
Chase Briscoe, the 14 car, the guy that's been keeping the pressure on Kyle Larson up front. His car was going freer at the end of that run, needs an adjustment for that. Good stop by the crew.
Ralph.
Nice work from the Stuart Haas group. Chase
Just got up
Briscoe
from your
serviced
nap.
and sent.
Yeah.
And let's see what the rest
ate
of
a
the night
Bubba
looks
burger.
like for Tyler Reddick. Just battling those health issues. Can he hang in there? He still leads the regular season championship. A lot of valuable bonus points
I
on
know
offer
he
as
won't.
Austin Dillon brings the toys for Tots Chevy to
Goes
pit road.
Rowdy.
Dave
Where's my
Burns is
Rowdy
it.
friends? You still alive out there?
And he will come to the attention of the crew here again. 4 tires. There's not even a chance you'll take 2 here at Darlington because the track wears the tires so hard. 4 and fuel for Dillon.
In trouble on the right rear. Once again, we see another lug nut fall out of the socket.
Rowdy
The tire
friends.
changer has to go find one. You're looking at normally 9.5 second pit stops. That one 14.8, losing valuable time, Dave.
Kyle Busch, pit road in the 8 car. He's getting beat in a
All
couple
right,
different
you
places.
get that right,
He's been working
Taj.
with a spotter
He has
on
earned
how
my
to
respect.
Take that on. He'll get 4 tires and fuel as well. Now, top of your screen, we'll see Kellen Mills, the Jackman, and the rest of the 43 crew go to work for Eric Jones. On that first stage, Eric gained 10 positions. We know he's good here, a 2-time winner, and the car is just almost to the perfect balance for Jones.
Awesome. He's not getting out of that car, though.
Busch's stop is complete. And he's back out and at it.
42 laps complete of 115 in the
Josh
second
Berry,
stage.
I think he's trying to get to the bottom to come to pit road. He was trying to protect it. Buscher was coming by, and that's exactly what's happening because now the 4 trying to turn off the banking.
Well, he was in there pretty deep. I did a nice job of getting
Yeah,
slowed
he ain't
down,
getting out of my own
make pit
car.
road.
Kim, Josh Berry's headed your way.
Yeah, Josh Berry pitting from the lead. Earlier in the run, he said he was too loose, but then that car, it built tight. He has to be freed up for this next run. Crew on the right side, they'll put 4 fresh Goodyear
New leader is
tires
going to
on
be
that
Kyle
machine,
Larson.
as well as Sunoco fuel. Looks like routine service here for Josh Berry as he's finished up.
And with the overstock Ford's service, now things cycle back
break
to
Carson.
the norm, so to speak, with Kyle Larson resuming the lead. 3.8 seconds to the good over Chase Briscoe.
All right, so Kyle Larson, the new leader. We'll let you listen in to Larson. I'll bring in the audio as well. What's up, Ivan? Thank you, Michael. Dwayne as well. Holly, I think everybody's pit, Holly. Thank you so much. I am Beep. You're welcome, Desert Fox, as always, buddy. '21's a lap down. They said it earlier. You're listening to Kyle Larson and his radio.
Stay up to speed on all the latest from the track. And to get your chance to win 2 tickets to a 2025 race of your choice, simply scan the QR code that you see on your screen. Visit NASCAR.com/race ticket promo to enter.
Thanks.
67 laps to go.
Not how I wanted my birthday
of the
weekend to
Cookout
go,
Southern
Holly B
500. Leader
says.
Jeff Burton, the 1999 winner, by the
Happy
way. of
birthday,
this
Holly B.
famed race, and Steve Letarte. As we're working our way into the night, it's Larson over Briscoe, Bell, and a sick Tyler Reddick. And then Denny Hamlin, William Byron, and Bubba Wallace trying to fend off Ty Gibbs here on screen right now.
No, he hasn't wrecked yet, Tom.
How did the playoff points look so far? Well, Bubba, after starting on pole in the US Air Force Toyota, he's 7 on the wrong side of the line. Chris Buescher is 7 to the good. And this story, you get the feeling it's just going to go all the way to the end. Can Bubba get that second appearance in the playoffs?
40 hasn't started well.
Or is it going to be a heartbreaking story at the end of these 367
Everybody wish
laps?
Holly B a happy birthday out there in our chat. Holly B. See you, Holly
Still
B.
okay, running 7th currently, which would be some stage points, but you know,
I don't
very
know, just-
valuable. He cannot
I got enough.
afford
I
to
got
be
enough
passed
going
here
on as
by
it is,
Ty
man.
Gibbs.
Brian. Oh, no worry about it, Alex.
Well, let's take a look.
This is free, guys. This is free for me to bring it to you
Xfinity
guys. We
fastest lap,
appreciate
and
you.
It belongs to the man on your screen, and he did it on the second lap.
Yeah, clearly unloaded with a lot of speed this weekend, sat on the pole, but now as The sun has gone away and the track has changed. It seems like they've lost a little bit. They're not running poorly, but they need a great night.
52
right?
laps of 115.
Buscher, he seems to be getting a little bit better in regard to pace compared to Bubba Wallace. They're going to have to continue to work on this car. And it's going to change even more.
Thank you,
This
Spider.
racetrack is one of the most difficult racetracks to stay ahead of as that tip comes down.
On board the buildsubmarines.com Ford for RFK Racing's Chris Busher. Let's go for a ride. Let's do a full lap of of Darlington.
Drivers love this racetrack, and you can see why. You got to use all of it. One of the more challenging parts. Oh, you see Ty
go
Gibbs
Braves,
underneath
Michael.
Bubba Wallace.
Where is
Tough
Burton?
pass
The
right
reason
here.
I
Things
asked
get
that
really
is
tight.
because
Both those
NASCAR
guys
needs to
working
change
well
their
together.
system. To get the playoffs, Burton is a nobody.
I thought for sure you gave him the announcer's curse right there. They were going to go in.
2 laps down at 28.
Oh, they're still not done as the fire comes out the pipes on the 23.
Yeah, Ty just kind of slid up in front of him, took that line away.
Well, this is what happens. That fire out the pipes
Julie.
of the 23.
Julia,
now.
thank you.
You have the 16 of SVG kind of right on the rear bumper of Bubba Wallace. Bubba's a little bit under attack. SVG has a little bit fresher tires, about 8 or 9 laps. And I mean, you see, that's all it takes. Not for position, but now one more car worth of dirty air in front of the 23.
Van
he has one
Gisbergen
too.
had a
That's
great
cool.
drive yesterday in the Xfinity Series race.
Yeah,
Going
so
from
Gibbs
the
plus
high
36.
20s on the grid. He got as high as
Truex plus
6th, ultimately
18.
finished 7th. So
Busher
continues
plus
to
9.
Build his
Bubba Wallace
oval
minus
learning
9.
experience. Marty, what you
Chastain
got?
minus
It's been
35.
fascinating to watch Ty Gibbs and Bubba Wallace. Not so much work together. I'm going to challenge that one,
Can you
Jeff,
just call
because
out
Ty
the
has had
9
some
position
choice
and
words
laps
for
down?
Bubba
Yeah.
Wallace here in stage 2. And a moment ago, he wanted to remind Tony Hirschman, this is what I'm talking about. Listen in.
He's on the lead lap.
Right there.
24th.
He is not going to let us do that move. I'm telling you, you got to inch your way there. I know it's frustrating. Deep breath, get zoned back in. Take it apart here a foot at a time. It's all good. Running our race.
So he finally was able to pass Bubba Wallace. But, Jeff, we talked about it in the pre-race. Even for Ty Gibbs, who was so jovial and happy and loved all of his competitors earlier in the race, this is what Darlington does to you. It makes you frustrated
He
behind
still
the wheel.
sets
And, oh,
12.
by the way, there's still 195 laps to go in the race.
When you
Thank
go
you,
into
Clint.
the race, a little bit of contact.
Oh!
I don't think it's any big deal, though, but you go into this race thinking, okay,
Ty
I'm
Gibbs
gonna
hit the
be
wall.
smart. I got to be aggressive, but I got to be smart. And then you catch
you,
somebody
Clint.
and you're faster than they are.
What's up,
and
Leonardo?
They don't let you go, and it frustrates you. But you see right here, Ty
he must
Gibbs
be,
is trying to get
going to
every
get some
bit
gas.
of speed he can, just a little bit of contact, but that's the kind of contact that's okay. Watch how it hits. The whole right side, the right rear actually hits first. A little bit of a nudge, and then the right front kind of just touches it. That's an okay hit. When it hits the right front directly, that's when you damage the race car, but that should be okay.
Ty Gibbs said that his brilliant result earlier this year has buoyed him. It's given him so much more confidence for tonight's
predicted
Southern
7.
500. He finished just over
We're
a
all
second
way
behind
off.
Brad Keselowski.
It's a pace car.
In second place. And at the moment, running in a solid 7th.
He's plus 32.
Well, let's see which drivers are on the move. Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. The 38 of Gillen all the way up, running in the 15th position, having a nice, quiet night right now next to his teammate, the 34 of McDowell, doing a nice job right in front of Gillen.
Thank you,
the
Patrick.
41 of Ryan Priest. You had mentioned SHR, the story about shutting down the upper management, Jeff. Well, Priest currently in the 12th position, running really well in this 41. Quiet. And if there's any track you want to have a quiet night, Darlington is it.
Let's see how high he can climb as Larson continues his domination of this race.
Larson continues to deal. Let's go. Thank you, Stanley, for becoming a rookie member. Stanley, what up? For football, gridiron, we'll try to get some football in soon. Someone blow a tire or something. I still can't believe Tyler Reddick, man. P4, sick as a dog. I got props to Tyler Reddick, man. 1-0 Atlanta, let's go. Sorry, NASCAR before football. Well, I'm not gonna have 3,700 people for a football stream. I'll tell you that right now. You're welcome, buddy. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Derek. Keep hitting those subscribes. Keep hitting that like button for us. See what we got here if the guys keeps on moving here. There's Chase Elliott. Who's he waiting on? Who's he waiting on? Who's he waiting on? Just watching him come. There's Larson. Zoom. Christopher Bell there in P3. Then you got Denny and Byron, 4th, 5th right there.
For car number 5, Kyle Larson. It sure looks so. 123 laps led thus far.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you,
to go
Scott.
in the second stage here of the Southern 500. What a performance. It has been smooth. Meanwhile, things are hotting up here. The battle for 4th. Denny Hamlin in the 11. William Byron on the low line in the 24. Here he comes.
Jeff, you had mentioned the track now almost under complete.
Look at Byron go around Denny.
It has shifted. The cars that have pace. Larson Briscoe still up front, but William Byron and other Chevrolet seems to be a little bit
Charlotte,
better
thank you.
than some of the Toyotas on this run as now he gets his way past the 11 of Hamlin. 49 to go in this stage. I expect pit stops to be
DJ.
about maybe 7 or 8
Going to work
laps.
is better.
Very important between the leaders who are only 6/10 apart. Who gets to pit road first?
The other thing that's happened, Steve, since it's gotten cooler, the fall off on tires have become less. There's been less slowing down of the cars, but you can see, you talked about the change, and here comes Briscoe. Larson's having trouble getting by Cindric, and Briscoe's just gaining a little bit at every lap.
The way that William Byron's car has come to life, certainly over the last 10
Look at
laps,
Briscoe.
has been impressive. He just blew by Tyler Reddick. We know that Tyler is under the weather. And check out
Thank you,
this.
Ivan.
As the 6
Yeah,
is in,
it's a sold out, man.
Yeah, starting the green flag cycle.
Look at Briscoe getting closer and closer.
Brad saying it's numb in the center. I feel like I'm overdriving the entry. Just need the car to turn better. Slight air pressure adjustment on that Ford Mustang.
Check this out. As Larson struggles to get by Austin Cindric, he's now got a full fight on his hands for the lead of this race as Chase Briscoe in the 14, the High Point Ford, is really applying the pressure as Briscoe comes back.
Larson likes that. Now he has Cindric between him and Briscoe. That will allow him to run a clean 1 and 2, get himself a little breathing room, 4 or 5 laps, maybe less from a pit stop.
I love that sky
now, if I'm
color.
Cliff Daniels, I know I do not want Briscoe to pit the lap before me. That will be the lead. 1 lap on newer tires will instantly be a leapfrog on pit lane.
Briscoe had a run, and then I
Others are
don't know what
starting to
happened.
pit, so that's the sign. It's getting ready to happen.
Thank you, Chattanooga.
With
Thank you,
Chris
Tina.
Buescher, you see
Thank you,
the
Kenny.
onboard camera from his stop for Fresh Goodyear tires. They just do not have the car that they need. He was reporting still a little too tight, Dave, on that machine.
And they tried to call Chase Briscoe to pit road, but it was too late. Bubba Wallace did come to pit road this time. He said, I've got just nothing there on this last run. No grip, all 4 corners. So they'll change all 4 corners. Give him more fuel and send it back, Marty.
Dave, no health updates on this run from Tyler Reddick, but he did say to Billy Scott a moment ago, I still have no idea where to tell you to go balance-wise. Billy said, okay, that's fine. We're going to leave it like it is for this run
Tyler Reddick
right now. So also in Kyle Larson, who for the first time tonight, you guys talked about the swing and the race.
Larson in, Byron in,
too tight for
Christopher
him.
Bell,
the
leader.
That on the long run, Dave.
Chase Briscoe was going on the outside of Austin Cindric that last time.
Sellouts are weird,
the back
exactly.
stretch. That's why he couldn't get to pit road with a late call from Richard Boswell.
It also
Boswell
affects
trying
the
anything
TV.
he can to give his driver the advantage. 1 lap later, now Chase Briscoe comes to pit road. He had been fairly good about that balance, fairly happy with it, as he'll get tires and fuel.
See the 14 finishing up the left side. William Byron on the bottom, also leaving pit lane. It's going to be interesting to see. Well, you see it off the rear bumper of the 5, which means the 5 of Larson holds serve, battling Briscoe. Some cars still yet to come to pit road, but the 5 of Larson should maintain the lead through the cycle.
And let's watch to see if the 24 of William Byron continues to come to life. There's Briscoe at the back. Cycles in just behind John Hunter Nemechek.
And look at all the traffic, though, right? Just a little gap on pit road. Diff was a huge gap between the 5 of Larson leading this traffic and all the way back here for the 14, right? 4 lap cars in between them.
Some extra work to do for Chase Briscoe. 43 to go in stage 2. Checking them off his list one at a time. He can race his way into the playoffs with a win tonight. It's been impressive, Jeff. He's been running at the front for the majority of this race.
Yeah, he loves this racetrack.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Philip. Thank you,
And
Rusty.
on top of that, you know, racing a guy like Kyle Larson, who everybody believes is the best race car driver, I believe the best race car driver in the world, to be able to stay with him all night, try to understand where do we need to be a little bit better.
41 to go in stage 2.
Sorry, Jeff, right behind the 14 of Briscoe's, that 9 of Chase Elliott. You had mentioned he had gotten last. They're trying to run long to see if they can get a lucky yellow, but you just see how slow the old tires are. I mean, it looks like they have a problem. They don't even look like they're up their speed. There's just so much less grip. We're looking at well over 2 seconds slower for the 9.
We're waiting on not only Chase Elliott, Steve, but we're waiting on Austin Dillon, Busch, Berry, and Denny Hamlin, continuing this trend that he's done all night long of going off sequence from the others, going off sequence from Larson and Chase Briscoe and Tyler Reddick. The Coke on board one more time.
If we review back to the first stage, long first cycle, hurt Hamlin. Long second cycle, advantage Hamlin. So we'll have to just see how traffic works out. The 9 on pit road, Kim.
Yeah, finishing up the stop here, putting good sticker Goodyears on there.
You see my 9s out there. Are you still out there, my Chase Elliott fans?
Of the race car in traffic, so that front end just a little bit numb. And again, slow stops by the 9 has been their plague tonight, Dave.
Kyle Busch again cycled to the front, again has to come to pit road, not lose too much time to the others. He'll pit for 4 tires and fuel here.
Where's my 9s at?
Morgan onboard shows us Kyle on pit road, and this is per the sequence similar to Hamlin.
Just have to applaud drivers and crew. It's been a very clean day on pit road. We had a 1 penalty on Austin Cindric, but other than that, pretty clean, as now we see Hamlin. This long strategy, Marty, we'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, Steve, it's been the same group, really, with Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, and Kyle Busch playing this long strategy. Chris Gabehart making the call once again.
Josh Berry and Denny Hamlin.
Shifted here. Hamlin said his car has gotten much better here. 38 to go. And Gabehart reminded him, Kim, you'll have a tire advantage once you cycle out.
Crew Chief Rodney Childers has elected to keep Josh Berry out on the longer runs during these green flag cycles. Josh Berry just reporting it's just a little bit on the tight side in traffic, but otherwise good and clean air. They're going to put fresh Goodyears on and take a drink of Sunoco fuel on that Ford Mustang.
Kim mentioned Rodney Childers, the crew chief. He's won 3 times here at Darlington with Kevin Harvick behind the wheel. What can Josh Berry do tonight in the overstock number 4? 37 to go in stage 2. Larson, 1.6 seconds ahead of Briscoe.
37
Bella
to go.
3 seconds back. Then William Byron now inside the top
Morning,
5.
what's up, Craig?
Tyler
Happy
Reddick
Monday
running
morning
5th.
to y'all.
And hanging tough. Ill, not well, but still in the top 5.
All right.
Who?
We go. Kyle Larson continues to lead a second and a half, almost over second and a half on Chase Briscoe. Christopher Bell, William Byron, and Tyler Reddick almost 10 seconds behind. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Who's my dark horse? I said Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs, he finished 4th here in the spring. He qualified 4th. He was in the top 5 every stage last spring. Ty Gibbs doing what he did last spring. He's in P6. So that's my dark horse. I'm going with Denny because he said he wanted to win. And they're off on this sequence on everybody else on the pit stops. We'll see what happens. There's a battle right there. Chris Buescher, Joey Logano for P10 here. Chris Buescher trying to get him around right here. And let's crank it up here one more time. Hope you guys are having a good time. Good morning from Australia. What's up, Graham? This is the Kyle Larson show, that's right. Boring race, pit stop will determine the winner, you're right. 3rd in the spring, and thank you. I'm still saying, he finished in the top 5. I'm better than Garland. I shouted you out there, boom. Don says just dark horses, Tyler Reddick. Great coverage, thank you, man. I'm better than Garland. I got to give props to Tyler Reddick, though. Katy Perry. All right, Robin. Some Doritos. Dark Horse is the 43. Yeah, he's been kind of a... What happened to Eric Jones? He's in P14. You're welcome, Lucas. Thank you, River Wino. He did do a great job yesterday, Paulie, in top 10. Not having the day today, but... ...133 laps led for... There's a battle right here. Look at Bubba and Denny. Thank you, Georgia girl. Denny gets around Bubba for P8, P7.
Sprint car, Marty, whether it's on asphalt or dirt, this guy is phenomenal.
He certainly is, Lee, and Kyle Larson has done his job tonight, but the pit crew has also done their job, including Blaine Anderson, his front tire changer. They gave him the lead on the first green flag stops of the night, and he has controlled the race since then. And Blaine was a football player at Alabama, actually walked on for Coach Saban, and these shots are from the 2015 National Championship game. He was a safety and also a special teams player. I asked him the number one lesson you learned from Nick Saban. He said, honestly, discipline. I said, with what? He said,
welcome, that
with
zombie
everything,
light.
no doubt about it. But he gives credit to Scott Cochran, who he tells me is the most famous strength coach in college football, Dave. He said he's the one who told me, try NASCAR after your football career, and he's still here all these years later.
Well, Marty, you know where to go if you're researching famous people and things about them. Well, if you were looking up stuff on Eric Jones, you might go to Wikipedia and you'd see that one of his nicknames is That Jones Boy. That Jones Boy? Well, where did that come from? Well, it came from the legendary and late Ken Squire, and it happened right here at Darlington Raceway a couple years ago.
Well, we're ready for a start for the second segment. Coming to the line, Larson there with Truax, Hamlin and Keselowski in the second row. And then it's that Jones boy in the number 77 running fifth.
That's right. Thanks to Ken Squire, that Jones boy is Eric Jones, two-time Darlington winner. And Lee, last November, we lost Ken Squire to a battle with cancer. We loved having him around, loved having him call stage 2 here with Petty and Jarrett and that legendary voice. And he gave him the nickname, Eric Jones, that Jones boy.
And it'll stick around forever, Dave, that's for sure, as Eric is in 17th at the moment, trying to edge his way a little further forward.
And as a fellow New Englander, the highlight of my
it was the first NASCAR Speedway to be paved with black asphalt.
And called our names out, Jeff. I felt like we had gone back 20 years. I mean, that is the voice I grew up listening to.
Me too.
Owned forever a racetrack up in Vermont, Barrie, Vermont, Thunder Road. I went there so
Bubba
much
says
as
go
a kid.
Keselowski.
It was so special having Ken a part of these broadcasts.
His voice brought racing to so many people.
You're right, Rick.
And
me too.
He made you understand it. He made you love it. You could feel his passion when he spoke about it. And he did a lot of great things for this sport.
Look at this fight going on just outside the top 10. Josh Berry and Joey Logano. With Ryan Preece not too far away either.
Yeah, a whole group of Fords here. Barry Logano, Preece, 2 SHR Fords, 1 Team Penske. Preece got to the outside of the 22, did a really nice
Charles,
job
appreciate
clearing
you.
the 22. Right behind them, the 38 of Gilliland. I tell you, Todd Gilliland returning to front row.
Hitting that like button
I
for
think
us.
that's a great decision for this organization. Every week, I think he continues to ascend the ladder. Now, they're small rungs, Jeff, but going the right direction, continues to get better. As now Kyle Busch is going to put Gilliland under attack. Kyle Busch was one of those cars that
Chase
pitted a little
2
bit
laps
later,
down.
and those 8-lap fresher tires now working as he's driven up to 14. With 24 to go, I think he can get all the way inside the top 10.
Yeah, Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon both over the last month, 3 weeks, they're showing life. I mean, everybody had RCR pretty much counted out.
No.
They really didn't show much speed at all.
Lazy.
But it's starting to happen for this team. It's a little, maybe too late for this year. We'll see. Maybe Kyle Busch can win this race tonight and get himself in the playoffs, but certainly an impressive.
Yeah, he's going to finish last.
Forward momentum for them lately.
So that's 13th in the Morgan.
Rowdy
Morgan
Busch,
Chevy
13.
As he goes past Joey Logano. He's following in the footsteps of Denny Hamlin, who's up to 7th. So let's get an update on somebody hopeful of making the playoffs, and that is Trackhouse Racing's #1 of Ross Chastain. Kim?
And Lee, he currently runs in the 16th position. And this afternoon, I asked crew chief Phil Surgeon, what's in your toolbox for tonight? And he told me it will all come down to how the first part of the race goes. Who's having a good night, who's not. Well, this team did not score stage points in the first stage. They are not in position to score stage points in this stage. So it looks like it is a must-win situation in the final stage here tonight. And so Phil told me if we are in a position
Why'd
where
they have to say that?
we
Exactly.
will throw a Hail Mary in the final stage. So, Steve, we think about Darlington as relatively straightforward.
He's still out of the
postseason.
postseason.
How much tires mean. What does a Hail Mary strategy-wise look like in the final stage of the Southern 500?
Well, the only thing I can assume is opposite of the field. I expect the field to pit twice in the final stage. Pitting only once, I think, is not very advantageous. You're out there slipping and sliding
the wave
on old
going.
tires. But
That's
math says that there's a chance you could pit an extra time. Actually pit 3 times because the third stage is longer. Keep the one on fresh tires.
Trying to get an
and see
extra
if you can try to
car camera
overcome
here. 1 second.
The gap.
Well, we've seen Ross do some pretty wild things in the past. Let's take you back to Martinsville 2022.
This is Chastain
This move,
right
by
here.
the way, is now no longer allowed, but it was
In
spectacular,
P16.
to say the least, an objective achieved.
Still, in person, one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I mean, it didn't look real.
Nah,
out
we're
of the
still
window.
good. We're still good.
And it just shows you the will of athletes and what he was willing to do on that afternoon. It kind of shocked the whole racing world.
Yeah. Really cool scheme on this car. Somewhat of a throwback with the Busch machine for Ross Chastain.
All right, we're good. We're good. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you, 4,200 of our closest friends hanging out here tonight watching some racing. There's Denny Hamlin with a move on Ty Gibbs. And let's crank it up again. Let y'all listen in. The aerial cam is done for the night, apparently. Two nothing Braves. Let's go. Happy Labor Day. That's right. Uh-oh. What's up with Reddick? Reddick. Gibbs passed him like he was sitting still. Thank you, John. Yeah, right. Now we got him till the end of the year, but the problem is next year will be different. Next year, the cams are going to HBO Max, so we'll have to figure something out. Keep our fingers crossed, Bobby. Sounds good, Justin. Thank you, Re-Trigger. Not right now, he's not. He needs the win to get in. Kyle Busch in P12. Yeah, he's just been throwing up. Here comes Denny Hamlin around Christopher Bell. Let's go, Denny. Making a move. Chicken nuggets and rum. There you go. The cameras that we're watching are going to HBO Max next year. As of right now. Eric Jones, he's a lap down here.
This 11 for Joe Gibbs Racing. He has worked his way forward to fourth now with 6 lap fresher tires than the race leader Kyle Larson.
Was running basically in the 5th position when the green flag cycle started many laps ago. He has used those brand new or fresher tires to drive all the way up to 4th, as you pointed out. You see all the traffic in front of him. That's the challenge. Math says he should get to 3rd, no problem, which is William
Cams
Byron.
are going to
Briscoe
HBO Max next year.
He's out there about 6 seconds. It's going to be difficult to work through traffic, but he still has 13 laps in this stage.
Check this out from a few moments ago. Tyler Reddick in the 45.
Yeah, it just gets
Keep hitting that like button, trying to get to 2,000 likes tonight.
And making sure he keeps the
Hit
car
that
safe.
like
That's
for,
the key.
subscribe as
Those
well.
are those moments. You're going to have many of them throughout the night. You just have to kind of understand you're in the bad position. Here's Hamlin using those new tires. This is going to be a lot of fun for a driver, Jeff, to be able to have this big of an advantage.
Oh, it's so much fun. Trying to slice through the field. They're telling you where the leader is. Go see if you can get him.
Well, there's William Byron just ahead of Corey LaJoie. He's not that far. He's less than a second. There he is right there.
Oh, yeah, William Byron is not going to be an issue at all for the 11. Oh, I thought he was going to clear the 7. Oh, he does. Just way more speed than the 24. Still about 7.5 seconds behind the leader, Marty.
Long way to go for Denny Hamlin if he wants to win the stage, but Chris Gabehart reminded him a moment ago, listen, your tires 8 lap fresher than everybody you're running around right now. And just like in the spring, Steve, when the leaders caught the tail end of the field or they were in lap traffic like they are right now, they were able to make passes within the field. Denny Hamlin knew that from Chris Gabehart this afternoon. One of the final things he told him before they took the green today. Here he is trying to get another spot. He may not get the stage win, but Steve, would you play this longer run strategy if you're Chris Gabehart in stage 3?
Well, he's stuck to it for the first 2 stages. I can't imagine he would go away from it now. The question is, how does he get longer than everyone else? You know, people may migrate to his strategy.
27th, 2 laps down.
When you have so much conviction as Chris Gabehart, you kind of show your hand both stages. With that longer longer final stage, I think you got to be very careful how you break it up, because if you get a little too greedy early, next thing you know, you have 55 laps in front of you.
For it, yeah.
Yes. And
Awesome,
we
thank
haven't
you.
got to that cliff, but it's coming.
Thank
These
you,
tires
Robert.
only have 36 laps on them. Jeff, what happens at lap 40, 45, 50? Somewhere out there, there could be another huge speed loss.
Well, that's right, and they don't all
Truex
drop off
plus
the same,
18,
right?
Chris
Some cars
Busher
will
plus
fall off really
5,
quickly, and then
Bubba minus
go 4 or
5.
5 laps longer.
Stage 2 winners, last 3 races here at Darlington.
9 laps
By the
to go
way,
here.
Denny continues to rack up the impressive numbers here.
Because I'm not showing the broadcast like everybody else is.
Tonight, including tonight's race, means he has led at least a lap in the last 10 consecutive
This is off of
races
NASCAR.com.
here at Darlington.
That's so impressive. And those are the kind of stats as a race car driver that really means something to you, because you know how difficult this racetrack is. And your peers look up to you. They know that as well.
Awesome, Astro Face.
What else is impressive is this pace out of the 24. I thought it was going to be easy work for Hamlin.
Yeah.
But since they both cleared traffic, William Byron's car has really come to life. Now Hamlin will throw it down to the inside.
Wall, baby.
Oh, a little touch. Loosens up the 24 and Hamlin's by.
Oh, I don't think William Byron's going to love
Lord.
that on the radio. I knew he would, he knew he had to fight the 11 off, but aggressive for stage 2.
Here comes
I think
Byron.
this goes back to that engine penalty. I think Denny is driving with just a little bit more ferocity because he feels like he has given up so much.
Yeah, Denny just upped the racetrack into the left rear quarter panel. If you're William Byron, you're like,
I know,
what
I
the heck,
know.
man? Like, I'm up against the wall. What do you want me to do?
We're already
So the
halfway.
margin, with just 6 laps to go, is 6.5 seconds to race leader Kyle Larson. Larson, 1.8 seconds over Briscoe, and then a healthier gap back to Hamlin in the 11, up to third. Remember, 6 laps, fresher tires. Is that going to pay off over these closing
Yes, it is. The
5
last race
laps?
before the
We'll see.
playoffs.
Keep your eye on the difference between
5 laps
Larson
to
and
go.
Hamlin, 6.3 seconds.
And Larson still battling with Suarez. It seems like we've seen this now multiple times in this race. The 99 of Suarez, last car on the
I think
lead
we're
lap
good,
once
though,
again,
Rick.
Continues the battle to 5, and he's going to put it right up against the wall, and that
Thank you, Lloyd.
momentum makes it so difficult for the 5
He
to
may,
pass,
you're right, Billy. He
especially
may.
on old tires. Newer tires, you can kind of get a little bit of the power down, but at this point,
4 laps to go for Kyle Larson.
Larson at this point, with no pressure from behind, is like, okay, I'm not going to fight you here. I'm not going to get myself in trouble. And I think that's a wise decision.
Absolutely.
Briscoe is about a second and a half behind.
While our main focus, and understandably so, is on the
Say
playoff
yes, sir, or
points
something similar.
structure and who's going to make it and who doesn't. 3 laps to go in this second stage.
Yes,
But Kyle
sir.
Larson is determined to win the regular season, and he started this Southern 500 17 points back from Tyler Reddick. He's shaved that down, fellas, down to 8 now.
and leading to 163 laps while doing it. So not only gaining points, but asserting himself as the dominant car from the sunshine into the dark, yet continues to lead.
Hamlin's making inroads, but he's going to run out of time and run out of laps in this second stage. But it's
3
been
laps
pretty impressive.
to go.
He is, but remember, that final stage is 20 so laps, maybe a few more than 20 laps longer. So, you know,
the aerial cam's back.
Going to be tested even more. I love this view. I could ride on the roof of Hamlin when he's just so precise around here.
He is not locked in yet. He's -7.
Final lap of this second stage, and the pilot of the HendrickCars.com Chevy for Hendrick Motorsports won stage 1 in Vegas, won stage 2 in Vegas,
Sweeping first in
and drove
second
all the way to
stage.
victory lane in Vegas in just the third round of this 2024 Cup Series Championship. Is that an omen for tonight here in the Southern 500? Nobody has really been close. Chase
Go
Briscoe,
Braves.
yes, but Kyle Larson in control. Stage 2 victory. 10th stage win of this year.
I think he's calmed down a little bit, JD.
What an impressive run thus far. Briscoe follows him in second. Hamlin up to third. Byron and Bell. For Tyler Reddick, who is trying to hang tough, he has drifted back to 8th at the end of this second stage.
Alrighty, let's listen in to Larson here. See what he's got to say. Most stage winner has finished higher than 25th in the next gen area. Look at his radio stuck open. Oh, maybe because I have it on camera. That's why. I was like, what the heck? Alrighty, so we're in stage 3, and in stage 3, we always decide, are you sticking with your winner today, or are you changing your mind? Let me see in the chat, are you sticking with your winner that you picked at the beginning of the race, or have you changed your mind and you're going somewhere else? What are you doing? Let me know. Yes, the NASCAR. It's on NASCAR.com. I'm using those on NASCAR Drive. That's what I'm using. And the aerial cam's back up, so I'm going to do that one. Four tires for Kyle Larson. 4 tires. As Larson has won stage 1, stage 2. Let's crack in here. Let's just listen to Tyler Reddick. Let's keep track of him. Let's see what's going on with him. See if he's talking about anything. See if Larson is chatting in.
Who has garnered the most points this evening? Kyle Larson, but there's a quick snapshot for you at who has done the best through the first 2 stages of this Cookout Southern 500. Been a really good night for Chase Briscoe. Denny Hamlin fighting his way forward as well. Chris Buescher.
Thank you,
with
Devin.
The 1 point. All right, pit road's about to get super busy. As you saw the top 2 head, there they go. Hamlin, William Byron. Marty, they're coming your way.
Boy, Lee, yeah, you're right. What a dominant performance for the 5 team tonight. Kyle Larson said at the end of the run he had a little bit of an uneasy feeling.
Supposed to be listening to my tour guide at the Great Wall of China, but still watching.
24 made on the last stop. We're going to copy that on this stop. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin made it up to 3rd. He said that was the freest the car had been all evening long.
Get real,
adjustment coming for the 11, Dave.
Christopher Bell finished 5th in that stage. Chase Briscoe,
yeah, I can listen
second.
to Briscoe.
Briscoe said, for the long run, I need root grip. I cannot be any tighter in the front. The driver of the 20 said, going loose with laps, and that started pretty early. He'll get adjustments well. 4 tires. Lee, watch the race off pit road.
Watching. Thanks, Dave. Here it is. Hamlin grabbed one. Nice work.
Staying with Chase Elliott. Scroll down. I want to see where the other one's
grabbed
sitting.
one as well. Tyler Reddick trying to hang on and hang tough, and that's the...
All right, Darlington, stage 3. Who's going to win? Oh, we got something on the ground there. What is it? Something. This is the scrolling. You guys asked for the scroll. You get it right here. Everybody else is in this race. I guess Casgrella is 32 laps down, but everybody else still rolling. 2-0 in the 5th for the Braves. Thank goodness. Thank you guys so much for the likes and the subs tonight. We appreciate you. We're trying to get to 2K on the likes. Lots of racing left, CeeLo. You and the fam, we love you all. All Astroface, thank you so much. 4,200 people are here, I will say. Starting, so next week, back in last July, I booked a cruise with Spain, the wife, not knowing that NASCAR would blow up like it has for our channel. And so we're taking a cruise. It's 8 days long. We're going to miss the next 2 races, but we'll be back for Bristol. So just FYI, next week I will not be on. Possibly, just possibly, I might be able to do Watkins Glen from the ship. Possibly, but probably not. But so just FYI, we'll not be back next week for Atlanta. Looks like it might rain too in Atlanta because there's possible hurricane coming through the Gulf and all that stuff. So, but we're going on vacation starting next Friday coming up, and we'll be gone till the following Sunday. So missing Watkins Glen and Atlanta, but we'll be back for Bristol and the whole month of October of NASCAR. So thank you guys so much for the support. I hope you guys understand. Spain has given a lot on her weekends with me sitting here with you guys for 27 weekends straight. So and I went to Nashville. That was my 1 weekend away from you guys. And that's pretty looking. That's awesome looking right there. That's cool. So that is what's going to happen next 2 weeks. Just to prepare you guys. I will not be here next week or the weekend after. But I will be back. Don't drink the water. That's right. Yeah, don't drink the water. But we're going on a cruise. Spain has been looking forward to this. I've been looking forward to this. But this is for her. For everything that she gives up when I'm sitting here with you guys on the weekend. So thank you so much for all the love. I appreciate you guys. And I'll be back. I promise you. I'll be back. So, all right, well, let's go. Back to the racing.
NASCAR gears up for the home stretch. Powerball is back again with its own version of NASCAR Playoff. Last year, Stephanie Walker of West Point, Mississippi, was the $1 million winner at Phoenix Raceway. Congratulations to these 16 lottery players.
Shout out my cash AA for my birthday, Michael.
$1 million. Follow along as we will reveal the 4 players
going
who
out
will
of
win a
Fort
VIP
Lauderdale
trip to the NASCAR Championship weekend. And
yeah, they are gorgeous, aren't they,
$1 million draw. Powerball, the official lottery
so much,
game
guys.
of NASCAR.
James, Eugene, Squid.
So,
thank you guys.
We were fortunate enough to have the 7-time champ with us on the broadcast last weekend. And Dave has found Jimmy Johnson here tonight as well.
And Lee, so good to have access
Jimmy
to Legacy
Johnson.
Motor Club this weekend and the 43 car and the 7-time champ and the 3-time Darlington winner. And it was going so well for Eric. He was making forward progress, but now we've had some things happening with Eric's car. What's going on?
We're not quite sure yet, so unfortunate turn of events just before the stage ended. It seemed like there was something going wrong with the steering, maybe in the left front.
I haven't done
we got
mine
those
either.
wheels and tires off, nothing glaring there, everything looked fine. New wheels and tires go on, and still have an issue with the steering. So this is one of those moments where I'm glad I'm sitting here and I'm not the guy in the car when the steering does whatever it's going to here at some point.
Well, you know, on the box, not in the 84 car this weekend for one of your starts this year. What do you like to do? How do you like to be involved? What do you like to provide on a race basis?
There you go, guys.
I have
My
so little
appreciation
time
to you
on a
guys.
pit box watching.
Thank you
that I'm
also
just
as well,
taking it all
Rick.
in and trying to understand the communication between driver, spotter, crew chief, watching our pit crew do their great work over the wall. So really just observing right now because it is still so new to me.
The view
Thank
is
you,
so
Rick.
different, right? Because
Y'all
you
are
want to
welcome,
contribute,
guys. Thank you so
and
much.
you were a driver for so long, but it's so different. There's different stuff you can pick up.
It is so different. It's very helpless. When you're in the car, you have such a better understanding of what's going on connected to the performance of the car. It is very confusing and very distant sitting on the pit box watching.
All right, taking notes is the co-owner of Legacy Motor Club.
refresh this
Gonna get
camera
some
here.
ideas for next time they get together and talk about it, Marty.
Dave, want to give a quick health update on Tyler Reddick and what a gutty performance it has been for the driver of the 45 so far this evening. Under that last stop, he did ask for more medicine to be mixed up in a water bottle. They were able to hand him that medicine. And the interesting point, Jeff, he made is that it felt like the medicine that he got in stage 2, number 1, helped him, but number 2 was wearing off towards the end of the stage.
Thank you, Steve.
Stage 3,
What's up,
much
Lunchbox?
longer. So how much can Tyler Reddick stand tonight, and can he make it all the way to the end?
Oh, I think he'll make it to the end. I mean, he's
Congratulations,
he's
everybody
much
that
past
got
halfway
a
in this
gifted
race.
membership. Rick, thank you
And
again. Let's go
emotionally,
boogity,
Steve,
boogity,
that means, hey,
boogity.
I'm making it. I'm going to be all right. I agree. And, the adrenaline
of the potential opportunity to win. When we come back to green here to start stage 3, we're going to listen inside the 5 team. Let's get.
I'll roll in here. Still rolling. You have no help here. Still tight. Still tight. Still tight seat here. Still tight all the way bottom lane. Still tight. Still tight inside. Still tight to you. Still very tight. Still there. Just you and him. Still there. Still there.
Woo! Look how close he's getting.
Still just shooting him right here. Still there, tight quarter. Still just shooting him. Still there, quarter, tight, clear.
Wow.
That's the voice of Tyler Mon. You saw him there, the spotter for the 5 of Kyle Larson, who is not only spotting for him here in the Southern 500, he had the honor of spotting for his driver at the Indianapolis 500 this year when Kyle did the double, or attempted to do the double. Of course, weather interrupted it at Charlotte Motor Speedway. But Tyler told me this afternoon that was one of the biggest thrills of his life, being the regular spotter here and going to Indy and doing that for Kyle.
No, I can only imagine. Kyle Larson loved the
He did
opportunity
something,
as
David.
a spotter. You have to love the opportunity as well. A little bit of challenge here for the 20 of Bell, though. We were watching that battle at the front. Barry gets into the left side of Bell, gets up into the wall, damage to the left and the right side of the 20.
Yeah, we see a lot of this tonight. Drivers just
Bell
getting
hit the
into
wall.
the door of the guy on the outside in the middle of 1 and 2, and
Thank you,
put them
man.
in a bad position.
Freeman, thank you so much.
A lot of drivers going to be upset.
Well, here we are in the final stage. 241 laps complete, 127 to go. And if you look at the bottom left right here, 6 points between Chris Buescher and Bubba Wallace. 6 points between the opportunity to race for the championship or no opportunity when the playoff field is set. That's assuming Larson wins the race. A Briscoe win moves everything, but right now, I think if you're the 23 and the 17, it has come down to simple math equation. Every position on the racetrack
next
is
Saturday.
a point. So the 23 runs 8th, the 17 runs 13th. That means
all right, NASCAR fan junkie, thank you for being here, bud.
to move up 6.
Lisa, thank you so
Buescher
much.
loses 6. It's going to be a fascinating final stage.
It
Jim.
sure will. 126 to go. In this, it's Larson, Chase Briscoe,
Larson.
Denny Hamlin, William Byron, Tyler Reddick hanging tough as Marty continues to update us on what has been happening medically there with Tyler Reddick. And then Ty Gibbs narrowly avoided that moment earlier.
Yeah, you see Christopher Bell trying to take the fight.
Thank you
to
so
Bubba
much,
Wallace
PH.
here, but I wonder if Christopher Bell's car didn't have a little bit of damage on the right side.
After that incident.
Yeah, he just,
restart,
you know, the 4 Barry just ran him into the wall. See the
Yeah,
veteran
Chastain is minus
off the left
30 from the
front tire.
playoffs.
Oh, the right side has damage.
Truex
Bell's
right
just
now
never
is
gonna get
in.
far enough away from the wall for you to see it. Jeff, he's going to keep it hidden. There you go. No Goodyears on the right side turning in there as well.
I know what. There's smoke flying out of that helmet. I mean, that.
Shout out from Myrtle Beach, William. Thank you.
So angry. And you'll remember it when you get
Yeah, this is the
around
race
that
for
guy that
second
did that
place.
to you. You're not going to cut him any slack.
I think the left front, I want to say it was starting to look a little slack, like it potentially was losing some air.
This right
Almost could
here
see a
is
wrinkle on it.
Buescher.
Maybe I'm dreaming.
Just keeping you updated as
And
far
Ryan
as the
Preece.
regular season
Battle for
championship
12.
is concerned. Kyle Larson has overtaken Tyler Reddick and leads the regular season by a single solitary point.
Oh my gosh.
I tell you what, Chase Briscoe, he took the fight to Kyle Larson on
Thank
that
you,
restart.
Kevin.
I thought he almost got it from him. Chase Briscoe's hungry, and he has so much to gain tonight.
Yeah, I think he is. He's locked in.
Versus Kyle Larson, he's
Good
willing
for
to do things that
Truex.
Kyle
That's a
may
big
not
relief.
be willing to do.
Let's talk more about the 14. Here's Dave Burns.
His crew chief, Richard Boswell, just got on the radio to him after that restart and said, okay, keep him within striking distance. You know how we've been on green flag stops. I'm thinking that is not maybe as good as the 5, but just keep it within striking distance. He's right there.
Chase has won here in spectacular fashion in Xfinity Series competition. However, he said, I kind of like this comment. He said, whether this is in the playoffs, the Southern 500, or it isn't, he said, this is one of NASCAR's crown jewels.
Looking
I
back
just want to
at
win the
Chase
thing.
Briscoe for the Kyle Larson car.
Steve, everybody wants to win the Southern 500. It is, you know,
I think we're good on the
Daytona
rain.
500, the Southern
I just looked at the
500,
radar. I think we're
Coca-Cola
good.
600 must wins.
As a 12 fan, I'm mad that the 19's going to make it.
You know, it's like every car is slipping and sliding. Some are faster than the others, but anyone who competes in it just realizes the challenge of trying to run 500 miles around here. And And I think there's some mutual respect in the garage area. Not as much specifically about the fan base, but within the garage, crew chiefs, drivers, engineers. If you can, put a Southern 500 trophy in your trophy case, I think it kind of raises your notch.
I mentioned a moment ago about his Xfinity Series win here at Darlington. Let's remind you what it looked like because it was spectacular.
Great battle. Watch this. I mean, just such an intensive race.
Needs to get him moving on here.
Remember, you got to remember
14th and 15th right here.
Wasn't real sure where his future was going. Most of these drivers have been at a point in their career where they didn't know what was going to happen, and a moment happened, a win happened, you got a lucky break, and you went on, and you just never know where your career is going to go.
Thank you, Freeman. I got the chat right in front of me. I'm looking at it constantly.
And for those Stuart Haas cars running with Briscoe
for sure,
in
I try
second,
to read everybody because I've been in that position before, guys. I've been there before.
Wonderfully so after that huge moment in Daytona last week. Berry runs
Jarno Gaming,
sixth.
thank you for subscribing.
Ryan Preece
Jarno
running in the top 15.
Talk, CeeLo.
Just behind Ross Chastain and ahead of Todd
Busch needs to win this thing. That's it. He's in or out. That's one that's going to happen.
The thing about...
Appreciate y'all hanging out here. We're riding along with Kyle Larson. Yep. Chase Elliott 2 laps down. Briscoe haunting. Yeah, I think Chase is good. Lawson. Kyle Lawson. Hey. High Point, North Carolina. I just saw that there's supposed to be a hurricane in the Gulf by next weekend. I'm not sure what's going to happen with it, but keep an eye on it. Considering the races in Atlanta. Riding along with Kyle Larson.
Fulfill may look like a candy bar.
Ah, what's up? You're ruining our what do you call it here? We'll have to do this one. I'm watching it on the USA Network and NASCAR.com.
Surprise Darlington contender. For the most part, you have the usual cast of characters, and there's always a driver or two that'll pop up in there and surprise you. This has not been a
we'll do it.
Chase Briscoe. He has been a constant presence inside of the top
Oh, sorry.
five. He has been a constant fly in Kyle Larson's ointment, and he has been there waiting for Larson to make a mistake. On that most recent restart, it looked like he had a shot, and he did for a moment. Larson just outpowered him, and right now, Larson's pulling away. If something happens to Kyle Larson, this could be Chase Briscoe's night, a night his fans and he has been waiting for all year long.
All right.
Fact, on the second lap,
I think it's going to be Burton.
Gets out of shape, and poor old Ryan Blaney was in the wrong place.
Hold on, I gotta look at it here.
Time. Both out of the race pretty much as soon as it had started. However, there is somewhat of a silver lining in this for Martin Truex.
I'm going to go Burton, Bowman, Suarez.
Playoff standing.
No,
Stevie's
Burton,
highlighting it there with the
Suarez.
telestrator. Truex.
First three
purely
out.
because of where we are
Burton,
in the duration of this
Cindric,
race with
Suarez.
stage points in stage 1 having come and gone. Martin is locked into the 2024
Larson.
playoffs.
Yeah, and this being his
Is
last
Kyle Larson's
full-time
fancy
season,
brother.
you know, I'm indifferent on who has great runs and who doesn't. I just hope for great racing. But when you see somebody like Truex and this career that he's had and the way he's carried
everybody
himself
calls
in the
me
sport,
CeeLo.
I think I was hoping that he would be in. I want to see him make a run at a championship. I hope that he wins at least one more race. I want to see a race win in his final full-time season for the fans, for Johnny Morris, for Joe Gibbs Racing, for everybody around him, for Martin. I think he's had such a great career. If you can earn such a right, I think he has.
You got Burton, Suarez, Truex.
The racing dogs don't care. You're going to have to go earn it on the racetrack. That's what makes racing so beautiful is when you line up on the grid,
Colorado.
it doesn't
Nice.
matter if you've won 0 races or
Cubs,
63
Ray.
races. Your opportunity in front of you is the same.
Aloha.
You have to make it happen.
Since the stage 3 restart,
4 drivers
Tyler
go out
Reddick
on the
has
round of 16,
hung
not
tough and
3.
rebounded
Okay.
somewhat. He's up 3 positions to be
Harrison,
running in the top 5.
Suarez, Cindric, Bowman.
As we take you back just a few moments ago, Shane Van Gisbergen and John Hunter Nemechek. Check this out. SVG on the low line.
Seen a lot of cars make contact right here. I think SVG was expecting John Hunter to be a little bit closer to the wall, which I think is fair for him to expect. Normally the guy on the outside will be out by the wall. Now, we've seen multiple times where it didn't matter the guy was out by the wall. They've been run into, but in that case, I feel like he was just expecting
Mexico, awesome camo.
And Jeff, we're kind of getting to a little bit of a fork in the road right here, lap 261. If you break down this final stage, you do a little math, you expect to
108 laps to go, y'all.
Around lap 270 and maybe around lap 315 or 320. But there is this outside chance. We talked about the potential, what's a Hail Mary? The one said would do something crazy. Well, I think option A, and what most
think
will
it's
do,
on
will be pick
USA.
twice, as I just mentioned. Option B is you pit 3 times, which means you're probably going to be on pit road.
I know,
lap
Choco.
267,
What they want to meet?
268. The crazy
Cole,
strategy,
what to meet up?
what I think is the scariest strategy, is not pit until almost all the way to lap 300. That puts you out there on old tires for a
Why
long
didn't you go to the
time.
race,
Now,
Cole?
The timely yellow, it's like that Powerball playoff. You're hitting the lottery ticket with a yellow.
The Morgan & Morgan onboard
Coach
shot.
Gibbs
Hey,
said,
Marty, I know that you've
Briscoe,
been
if you wanted that
following the
19,
radio on the
you
11
can't
and
win.
monitoring the progress of Denny Hamlin. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to
Well,
follow suit what they've been doing for the early part of the night?
Yeah, Diff, I just asked Chris Gabehart that question a moment ago. I said, do you think the running long strategy will pay off? And he said, yes, I do think it'll pay off. And he reminded Denny Hamlin of that a moment ago. Listen.
Time to be all in yet. When he gets in front of the 14, you'll have to pound. Chris, I know you're studying, but I'm doing the best I can. I got it. Just doing my job.
Steve, the first part of that was, it's not time to be all in yet. That's code from Chris Gabehart to Denny Hamlin to say, hey, you're still conserving your stuff in this run. That leads me to believe that, yes, indeed, they will play that long strategy like they've done all night long here in Stage 3.
All night long.
Cole, I'm talking about the
look at
Nashville
their best
race.
average finish here in 8.3, 24 starts. You mentioned it, Diff, that he just has completed all the laps, hasn't really had any issues.
No DNFs.
No DNFs. Where it's a track where you can have some like slugfest to finish. It'd be easy to get turned into the wall on one of these green, white checkers.
Come on, man.
Or these crazy races. So no DNFs is so impressive. And their signature is normally long, and if anyone can take care of rear tires,
Got Joey out in the first round, and he really hasn't done anything this year
the tires were
other
just
than one win.
disintegrating off these race cars. Who made it last? The 11 of Hamlin.
By the way, Goodyear tells me the same tires will be at Bristol when we're there soon in the playoffs.
Exciting times.
There's Briscoe and Denny coming after him. All right, another commercial. Crank it up. Oh, really, Kenneth? watching this battle here for the 14 and the 11. Come on, Denny. It's been a snooze fest for sure, Bronny. Let me look at the gas. Everybody seems pretty good on gas right now. Took the magnets out of the wall.
Flag stops have started here at Darlington. Teams showing their hand. Ross Chastain finishing up his stop. We talked about that Hail Mary Phil Surgeon talked about.
Keselowski.
They're going to stop 3 times this final stage. Brad Keselowski also in. Will stop 3 times. That 6th car just a little numb. Felt like he had Novocaine on the front end of the car was his report.
And remember, when we stop 3 times, it's not because of Sunoco fuel. You can run over 70 laps on fuel. You just don't want to try to run these Goodyear tires more than 50 laps. So to try to think only one more stop, I think would just be asking too much.
By the way, 12 sets of Goodyears for this Southern 500. How do you use them? How do you look after them? All part of the overall and overarching management, race management strategy. Here's Ty Gibbs in the Monster Toyota.
Yeah, Lee, we talked about how there would be the race within the race. So this is Chris Gale answering what Phil Surgeon did a moment ago. Remember, all of these drivers around the cut line. Right now where Ty Gibbs is, feels pretty comfortable above the cut line, but he's just covering what the one had done on the last stop coming in the lap before. He's coming for 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Tony Hirschman constantly reminding his driver,
that
Ty
like
Gibbs,
button, y'all,
take
trying to get
care
to
of the right side of the
1,500
car.
likes.
We're truly racing ourselves
Maybe
tonight.
2K by the end of this race. We'll see.
Chase Briscoe.
Trying to get to
Been a great
1,500
night for
likes.
him, Dave, and a win is still on the cards if he can do anything about Larson and keep Hamlin at bay as well.
Lee, he might have tapped the wall just a minute ago, but the car's been just so loose. He's been
Yeah, it hasn't been fun the last couple years, Ralph.
We'll fix you up on this stuff. You can see the mark
Here's
on the right
Lawson.
quarter panel. Well, that could have come from earlier as well. It is Darlington after all, but crew going to work now, trying to hold their position here. As Marty, we see the 5 of Larson on pit road.
Yeah, Kyle Larson coming down pit road. He saw Michael McDowell, who pitted way earlier in this stage, coming behind him, and he said, "Is that for position behind me?" And they said, "No, don't worry about that." McDowell is a couple of laps down. Now we'll see where Larson cycles out. This pit crew has just been outstanding all night long, Lee.
Another slick, efficient stop from the 5 crew. This night could not be going any better for Kyle Larson, who has led 207 laps of the Southern 500.
And now this is this game of the tortoise and the hare, the game of leapfrog. 14 pits, lap later, the 5 pits. Then Denny Hamlin, when will he come? So as we see the 5 leave pit road, here comes the 14 down the front stretch into turn 1. He's going to have a ton of pace up the banking of 1 and 2. The question is, will the 5 be able to get off from the corner in front of him? He will, and he will relatively easily, to be quite honest. A great job by Kyle Larson on and off pit road to stay out in front of the 14,
Still
even
got a
with
pit,
the 14
though.
coming a lap earlier.
That legendary Darlington stripe.
So now we wait and watch. This has been kind of one of the ongoing storylines of how long will the 11 of Hamlin go? When will he come in? And what
generic
advantage will it
Larson
play?
domination.
Two other cars we want to keep an eye on, and that's right here. Bubba Wallace and Chris Buescher. Remember, that's the battle for the final spot. Bubba Wallace needs to beat Chris Buescher, assuming no new winner, by 12 spots. That's the math. It's as simple as that. He has to find positions. So while we talk about Hail Marys to win the race, Buescher should just be chasing the 23. Whenever he pits, just come with him.
Watch what happened to Chris Buescher just a few moments ago. Boom! Into the wall.
Not boring on here. There's bad Brad. Nice Buescher right there.
Buescher on the pit road.
Buescher.
And they're reminding him, make no mistakes, do not speed.
Any
on
Buescher
this
fans
stop.
out there?
The right side. Chris fired off just a little bit free on this run, but he said, do not tighten it up. They'll take 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel under green.
And the guy he's fighting to make the playoffs just saw his teammate and one of his team bosses go blowing on by Bubba Wallace in Brad Keselowski.
So interesting move by the 23 running long. Remember, a yellow right now, it would be a pit of the stomach feel for Chris Buescher because Wallace hasn't pitted yet. He's on the
Buescher fan.
He's losing time. This is that run long strategy that we see Hamlin
You're sure.
kind of
I'm
work
kind
out,
of a Buescher fan.
I don't hate this move by the 23 because I don't see 12
Buescher.
positions available as good as the 17 is.
They're going for
So now that the 17 pitted, he pitted first. If you're crew chief in the 23, are you now saying we have to run long?
I think because they beat me to pit road, they
Larson
kind of
and
flipped over my
P11,
cards for me.
waiting
And I
for
said,
everybody else to pit.
Now what I need you to do is run long. We're going to chase. And if you're going to chase anybody, I'd follow whatever the strategy is, the guy that owns the team. So since Denny Hamlin's long, I would jump on that train.
There has only been one caution for on-track activity, and that was on the second lap with Martin Truex
Denny.
Jr. and Ryan Blaney. The other
And
two
Byron
are for the stage
on that
breaks. Here we
same
go.
pit schedule.
Hamlin's answering our question and our query, and William Byron's following him in.
Both got the pit road clean. That's the first challenge right here. And now, Marty, it's up to the pit crew. They don't need the perfect stop, just a solid 4 tires.
And here's the interesting part, Steve.
boys.
Rudy Fugle has now flipped to the strategy that Chris Gabehart has played all night long. And these two cars, as you will see, just one pit stall apart. William Byron has a little more trouble getting into his stall. Denny Hamlin said this car's a little bit too free the longer he goes. And William Byron has been so good on the long run tonight, but a little bit too free at the end of that run. And Hamlin on the 11 team gaining a good bit of an advantage over the 24 on that stop.
Now the race win will be between these two and the 5 of Larson. Now I expect Larson to definitely jump in front of the 5. We'll just have to, or excuse me, the 5 in front of the 11. We just have to see how the new tires pay off. Bubba Wallace, Jeff, now comes to pit road as well. Dave.
And before the cycle started, Steve, Bubba had only picked up 1 spot on the track. So you got to do something different, right? So I think that's why they switched strategies here and went to the one that Denny Hamlin and others were running as well. 1 lap later, Bubba Wallace comes to pit road, expecting his pit crew to do a quick stop for him, maybe a little bit of a change, but really no complaints from the driver on the balance, perhaps just keeping up with the track. 2 tires on.
Really
Here come the other 2.
still
Fuel
losing.
going in. Christopher Bell on pit road as well.
Busy pit road, decisions by crew chiefs. Let's set the
Thanks
stage
so much
for
whoever
the
gave
win.
the membership.
5
It was
of Larson,
either me
still a pit
or
stop to
Rick.
go.
Rick donated
A little
10.
bit
I
fresher
did.
tires,
Donated
about 6
10.
laps on Denny Hamlin.
But thank you so
Huge
much, guys.
gap, but a huge advantage. Can the 11 chase down the 5 car? It's nearly a half a lap, but almost 6 or 7 tenths of a second faster every lap on the newer tires.
This
All
is
right.
the Ergo Smart Base from
Got a
Tempur-Pedic.
commercial break. Appreciate y'all. Let's ride along with Lawson. Ride along with Lawson. Thank you. Welcome, Jason. As at the Meat and Bone restaurant. I don't know. Larson P1. Briscoe 1.907. Keep hitting that like. We're trying to get to 1,500 likes. Can we get to 21.5 tonight on the subs? Got a lot of work to do. Robert, thank you for subscribing. Gas Daddy, thanks for the membership. Now Bowman is 2 laps down in 22nd spot, as you see him there. Pit stop. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. Ooh, who's this? Who is this? Kosovar. He's a lap down too. All right, let's right here. There's Ty Gibbs running in P3. Thank you, Michael Gas Daddy, for becoming a member and subscribing. Thank you, Gaming with Geo and David. Thank you so much. Thank you for that 1,500. Let's go to 1,600.
Gibbs Marty, as you see on the bubble points there, he's
Polly,
46
thank you.
points to the good, and he's worked his way up into the top 3.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs and Chris Gale have managed this race terrifically. They pitted a little bit earlier in this cycle than everyone else did. Again, kind of answering the call that Phil Surgeon and Ross Chastain made, and that got them some track position. Gibbs so far in 3rd and so far in the playoffs, Kim.
I'm sure he
did.
did.
Also in the playoff picture, that last spot as it runs +9. He currently is in the 14th position, and I asked the team kind of what their thoughts were headed into this race, and they said, we don't even want to be in this position. This season has been so frustrating with near wins. Their goal, just make it through tonight, make the playoffs, then they'll treat it as a reset. They feel like they can do a lot of damage if they make the playoffs.
Bubba Wallace's crew chief, Booty Barker, told me today, if you're not prepared when you get here, you can't catch up at Darlington. Well, Bubba Wallace was prepared, sat on the pole, and led laps early, but this driver has lost a bit of the pace here mid-race. It's going to be hard to get back. He's got to get that distance between himself and Buscher a lot larger, Kim.
And currently Ross Chastain outside the playoff picture, but
Tied 88.
the best he has all night.
Thank
in
you so
the
much.
5th position due to strategy. We talked about the Hail Mary Phil Surgeon played here, likely stopping 3 times.
Minus 19 out of the playoffs, and Wallace minus 9.
Well, they have not earned enough stage points this season compared to what they did last season. Last season at this point, 140.
Hold on a second. Come on.
Stage points. 7. They did not earn stage points, and that's what has put them in the position to have to try to throw this Hail Mary.
Cabo, thank you so much.
And find themselves in the title hunt.
Yeah, coming into tonight, it's a great point, Kim. No stage points in 6 of the last 7 races for Ross Chastain, but he's gone from 22nd up to 5th. But Jeff's strategy to those guys that he's surrounded by.
Yeah, he really is. And when we look at the Buscher-Wallace battle, I think the big challenge
I'm
for Bubba
done,
Wallace
leave, and unsub.
Yes, he's outrun Buscher most of the night or all night. But
Love it.
Currently,
That's
there's
awesome.
only 19 cars.
I'm
in the lead
done,
lap.
leave, and unsub.
Buscher's running
That's
14th.
funny.
As long as Buscher stays in the lead lap and has, he's got to keep reasonable pace, not have a bad night, he can probably get done what he needs to get done.
Yeah, if I'm the 17 right now, Chris Buscher and Scott Graves, I am clearly just racing the 23 car.
Why does
I
my
can't
girl
catch
get mad
Gibbs.
every
I'm
time
just
I
trying
tell
to
her
cover
that
the
going
23
fast is good?
and cheer on Larson or Hamlin or somebody that's already won a race. You can't have a new winner. Oh,
Garland,
66
that's funny.
slow on the track.
Problems for Timmy Hill. And he'll be
Stop
able to
being
get
a
to a safe
Lawson
spot.
hater.
Yeah,
You
he's
win
all the
some,
way
you
at the
lose some.
bottom.
You're
Look
right,
at
Ryan.
This big stack up here. The 10 of Noah Gregson, 38 of Gilliland, 38 as the freshest tires of the group. Really
All
just
right, Denny
off pit
round
road,
tie.
just the 15th
P3.
position.
Let's have a look at what just went down with these guys. Gregson on the low line. Cindric's in there. Gilliland goes high right across the front of Eric Jones. That was a lucky escape.
Ally has savings buckets to help you save.
Another commercial. All right. Let's crank it up again. Appreciate y'all being here. Thanks so much. We have 74 laps to go in stage 3. Kyle Lawson leads 4.5 seconds on Chase Briscoe. Good gosh. Thank you, Robert. No caution, no caution, no caution. And now William Byron has got around Ty Gibbs. Reddick in P7. Don't worry, CeeLo. They will throw for you. They're going to throw a flag. E3 for Hamlin. He's doing something. Chastain, as of right now, out of the playoffs. Martin Truex Jr. has locked himself in as of right now. Did Joey crash out? I don't think so. He's in P18.
Raceway, and this is the driver in the car that has been in total control for almost the entire way. Pole sitter Bubba Wallace and playoff hopeful Bubba Wallace led the opening 37 laps, but then slipped back, and as soon as Kyle Larson got in front, it was look out, pretty much lights out. Whenever he's led more than 200 laps, he has a 30% conversion rate of winning.
Yeah, Truex is marked locked in. Okay.
And it's looking like that to defend his Southern 500 win of a year ago.
And the split road maps are slowly coming back together. The 11 of Denny Hamlin came out of pit road
19 cars
well
left on the
10
lead
seconds
lap.
back. Almost 13 to be quite honest. Now he's got it down to 5 seconds back, and now he's working past Briscoe. And I think this is when this strategy of running long gets difficult, because he's better than the 14. He has better tires, but you kind of have to like dispose of them. If you get stuck in that air for a couple extra laps, it just really puts you in a bad spot. Hamlin knows it. He's working on it.
Richard, thank you so much, Richard.
Run here.
That's still not quite
Danny
good enough.
trying to get Chase
What he
Briscoe
needs is
here.
for Briscoe to run that bottom lane in 3 and 4. Briscoe to the top. That forces Hamlin to go to the bottom. The car just does not rotate.
Hold on a second.
Denny on the inside of Chase Briscoe and has continued
Let's go.
this alternate strategy. Come from behind, charge back up through the field to second place.
So we're around lap
Well,
300. This is kind of a point in the road for the 1 and
Gotta
the
beat
54
Larson.
who I think are pitting in extra time. If that is true, we're going to need to see them in the next 2 or 3 laps for the math to work out. For Hamlin and Larson, we're about 15 to 20 laps from their pit stop. So the question is very simple. 4.6 seconds. Does Hamlin run Larson down before they come to pit road again? That's kind of like the first demarcation point where you can kind of start grading the strategies.
Enjoying the ride around Darlington Raceway with Denny.
We're right along with Kyle Larson.
Kicking off the playoffs at Atlanta. I mean, it's going to be these playoffs stiff with Atlanta and Watkins Glen, the Roval, Talladega. These first 2 rounds have, I think, the most roller coaster potential, right? We could have moments, wrecks, anything could change kind of the complexion of these playoffs.
Denny
Here's
wrecks me today.
RCR's Kyle Busch. After that thriller last week in Daytona where Harrison Burton won, narrowly ahead of this man here that we're looking back at from Chris Busch's car. He needed.
You say my name, CeeLo. I saw you do it for someone else. Uncle is.
But that's getting increasingly more difficult as Kyle Busch runs in 16th place.
Not only that, but he's for 19 straight seasons, he's won a win.
3.5 seconds. He just
won a race.
beat a second on Larson.
And for a guy like Kyle Busch that's accustomed to winning, this has been a very difficult year. And Dave, he does not want that streak to end.
Let's go.
No, he does not.
He'd
like the car to get a little bit better, but he says it's okay tight.
16 under likes.
Won't steer a little bit, but that is good. But then it just goes loose. Goes loose at the longer the run goes on. So haven't been able to quite fix that for Kyle Busch tonight. Another win here at Darlington.
Money.
Out of reach, Marty.
Dave, at 231 laps led and counting, there have been very few cracks in the armor for Kyle Larson tonight. But the handling not quite as good on the 5 car. Listen in.
I can maybe stand it to be a little bit freer.
When you can wrap the top of the wall off of 4.
Oh, hold on. It'll come back in a second.
That was a really good pocket for speed, and I think you have to turn well enough to be able to do that. It'll be very small.
Grab bad.
I've benefited with clean air here too, so trapping up might be tighter.
So with a 3.5 second lead, Jeff even know that there might be a little bit of speed if Kyle Larson takes that exit a little bit higher off turn 4.
Well, those guys, they work so well together, and I think actually what he was saying is that we need to make the car better so you can run higher on the exit of turn 4. He said there's speed if you can run high on exit. You can't do it now, so we're going to make a small adjustment the next time we stop.
Well, we have a big battle going right here. You see on the
61
bottom
to
right,
go.
That is Chris Buescher, who has now been overtaken by the 8 of Kyle Busch. And why that matters is because this gap right here is down to 4. I mentioned we needed 12 spots between the two. Well, now on the bottom of the screen is a 23.
So Buescher plus 4, Wallace minus 4.
He's got 3 cars up to Chastain right in front of him that I think he can get. Here's Reddick coming back to him in a hurry. I mean, the 23 is much better than the 45, the 1, and even the 54 in their tire situation. So now it's down to 3 points. I think this is going to be a high-pressure, high-nerve situation for the 17 and the 23 over these last 60 laps.
Could it be back-to-back races at Darlington Raceway that breaks Chris Busch's heart? Remember earlier in the year when he was fighting with Tyler Reddick and he was looking good for a victory, and Reddick tried to slide job on him and ended up in the wall. And he was furious. Buescher was furious with the driver of the 45 there. So now it's down to 2. Buescher is 2 above the cut line. Wallace 2 behind, but the balance of power is massively swinging Bubba's way.
It is, and this whole time
2 points for Bubba.
Larson down, only 2.7 seconds behind. 59 laps to go. These leaders are sliding around on like 36 laps. On the Kyle Larson machine, we have Ross Chastain on 41-lap tires. So between 30 and 40-lap tires, Bubba Wallace said he has to do better. He wanted it on his shoulders. Well, he might just get that opportunity in this last 58 laps. How many cautions we've had?
He's got 5 seconds to make up to try and catch Ty Gibbs. This is what I was talking about a few moments ago. This was in the spring race, and look at how incensed Chris Buescher was with Tyler Reddick. Reddick's trying to plead his case and say, I'm sorry, man, I didn't mean it.
Bubba keeps on passing people. He's going to keep on going down on points.
I needed that win. You're already in the playoffs. I needed that. Are we going to be talking about that moment back in the spring at the end of this cutoff race tonight in just 57 laps?
Rusty Wallace still in the race.
Reputations
oh my goodness. Here we go. We'll listen to MRN here for a little bit, unless they're at a commercial.
We get a caution in the last 30 laps of this race where we can all put tires back on, but I'm going to try to close that gap up, get myself. I got a shot at it. If the cycle happens and I get early enough to him, maybe I can jump him. But if not, this is drastic times. You need a win to get in. So now's the time for me. I would look down pit road. I'd look for somebody to come and be aggressive.
Yeah, that's about the only thing you can do, because at this point, if you're not locked into the playoffs and you're not right there on the point system trying to get into the playoffs, Jeff, you got to do something completely different. Doesn't matter then if you finish 30th tonight. Bottom line is you're here to win this race, and you got to do whatever you can to try to do just that.
And unfortunately, Mike Bagley, for the driver we're talking about in Chase Briscoe, he is currently running third behind Larson and Hamlin with 53 right now, right behind him.
Oh, yeah, they are stacked up there trying to get by Chase Briscoe down to the back straightaway. Trouble out of turn number 4. One car spins. It's Carson Hocevar who will spin to the bottom of turn number 4, and everybody now will flush to the outside. Carson refires the car, drives away. Solo car spin in turn 4.
Now, Ross Chastain was on the pit lane.
Here we go. Oh, my gosh.
Did this work out in his favor?
It did not. It did not. They were pitted behind the start-finish line, which if you're back there and the caution comes out while you're on pit road, you have to beat the leader to the start-finish line. While they were getting left side, the 5 car of Kyle Larson crosses the start-finish line. That puts them lap down. Wave around here because they've got their tires on. When everybody comes to pit road,
oh my goodness,
tail end of the lead lap, but not working in their favor.
Had to be related to Hocevar.
The biggest break of the year for Ross Chastain. Now he's going to have work to do. Carson Hocevar has had a good night. He started on the front row alongside Bubba Wallace, ran in the top 10 throughout stage number 1.
I don't know his name.
To fade in stage number 2, actually fell a lap down.
For just the second on-track incident, and it is Spire Motorsports' Carson Hocevar, who started on the front row.
I like how he said Hocevar too as well.
Losing control of the 77.
Yeah, we're just going to stay with NBC.
Underneath Eric Jones.
Thank you, all cards.
Anything happened before they got to turn 3, but just underneath him, and he loses it.
So slick, getting to the end of this tire run, and rear grip just goes away. And unfortunate, couldn't be worse timing for the one of Ross Chastain, who had just entered pit road. I thought there was a chance, Jeff, that he could hit it perfect, service his car, and then, you know, leave the pit still in the lead lap, but he ended up going a lap down to Kyle Larson, but just a few seconds.
By the way, about 3 or 4 laps prior to that, the 5 did have a glance with the wall. You can see it there on the front right and rear right.
One little mistake.
And Denny Hamlin was just under 3 seconds in arrears of Larson and says, thanks very much.
And now all of that kind of split strategy, that's all out the window. Now it's 52 laps to go. They're going to stretch this last set of tires, barring another yellow. So now the question is, you know, what do you need? 52 laps on a set of tires would be the longest that most of these guys have tried to put on a set of tires tonight. You're going to run the hardest on this restart, so it's going to be hard to manage tires and pit crews, right? Green flag pit stops. You know, you can be a couple tenths of a second, even a half a second slower on the pit stop.
But hit that like button, trying to get to 1,600 likes.
Now you're all on pit road together.
Yeah, that
1,600 likes.
We saw Chris Buescher kind of backing up through the field a little bit, having trouble. That may have been a break for him. And we'll see how it works out, but Chris was having issues with his car.
25th, 3 laps down for Harrison Burton. Here comes the leader.
Here we go. Pit road's getting busy. Marty, they're coming your way.
Kyle Larson said, overall, I think the track is just losing grip. He said, I need to be freer. This is going to be a long run. Cliff Daniels reminded him the pit crew has been flawless all night. Let's see if they can deliver again. His teammate William Byron said, undo the last adjustment you did. I need that completely gone. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin said, way too tight on that run. We'll see if they make the right adjustments here, Dave.
Chase Briscoe gives up third. He said, I was tighter taking off, then made myself lose rear grip trying to make it turn. They're going to go halfway back on the last
9.8 pit stop for Denny and 9.2 for Larson.
Here's the race off.
And
good work again from the 5.
Larson,
no
Denny,
worries, the 11.
Briscoe,
Chase
Berry.
Briscoe as well. Good work from Stuart Haas to
Look
get
at Josh Berry
up 1 and Ty Gibbs.
Look at
Racing
Josh
here
Berry
at Darlington in the legendary.
All right, peoples. This is going to be interesting. Thank you guys for the 1,600 likes. Let's see if we can get to that 2K. Try to get us to 2K on the likes. You guys have been awesome. We got 4,800 folks in here. Love to get some more folks in here before this is over. Any cars stay out? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'd love to see Bubba make the playoffs, but Larson still wins. Desert Fox says it was Bubba was put -2 before that spit. So we'll see what happens now. Corey, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate you. And how many people have money on Larson in the chat? How many people have... look at Bubba Wallace. I think that's... Did they stay out? It hasn't reset yet, I don't think. I don't think it's reset. Let's see what happens here in a second. I think Bubba Wallace wins the race, not the points. I think he wins the race. Ooh, look at Perry. Look at Perry. No bubbles, please. All right, so let's see. I see some cars in front of Larson. Thank you, Benjamin Long, for subscribing. We appreciate you. So Larson, Hamlin, Briscoe, Barry, Ty Gibbs, still there in the top 5. Bubba Wallace, William Byron, Austin Dillon, Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch. There's Rowdy still in the top 10. He needs to win this thing to get in. That is the only way he can win. That's the only way he's going to get in is to win. Chastain, where is he at? Let's see where Chastain is. Chastain's in P20. He's just below the ticker there. As soon as the Braves game is over, I thought it was 3-2. What happened? It's tied at 2 now. There's Chase Elliott, 1 lap down in 22nd. Harrison Burton there, last week's winner, 24th. SVG 3 laps down. Eric Jones 3 laps down. So this is going to be interesting, y'all, as we ride along with Kyle Larson. Sorry, he's got me saying it that way. Go left faster. He's eating watermelon. So it should be interesting to see what happens after the points come back here. Bubba Press NASCAR mandated his car only 4 spark plugs from now on. How did Stewart-Haas find this speed? It's like they're genuine champion contenders again. I know, right? Barry was in the top 5 all last week until he went flipping over. So here's where we decide here. Let's see here. Go to the NASCAR app. And let's listen in to Denny Hamlin. Let's listen in to Denny, see what he's got to say. See what Denny's got to say. All right, here we go. The points. Are they going to show me the points? No.
How about that 17? And then a very slow stop. Left front wasn't fully installed. Couldn't get the lug tight. They were also slow in the right rear, but just marginally, the team told me. Here's what they told Chris on the radio after the stop.
I got enough, man. We honestly this up for you all night. Or not all night, but the last few stops. So we're putting it on your shoulders here at this point. We're out at the moment. You got to get to the fastboard.
So you heard it. They're putting it on Chris's shoulders. He's got 49 laps to get his way into the playoffs here tonight.
Oh, boy. What a nail-biter. Between 2311's Bubba Wallace and RFK Racing's Chris Buescher for that 16th and final spot to contest the final 10 rounds, the playoffs of this 2024
No worries,
Cup
One World.
Series. It is Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin with 48 laps
Come on,
to go.
Denny.
Let's go. Hamlin on the inside. And it's the first time in a long time that we've seen anybody really hassling Kyle Larson. Hamlin's ahead. They touch, heading down the back straight here in Darlington.
Come on, baby. Dang, he's fast.
Larson is unrelenting. He does not want to relinquish the lead. He has led for 245 laps tonight and is making life hard for Hamlin. Six times in these guys' racing career at the Cup level, they have finished 1-2. Denny Hamlin has won all 6 of them. Kyle Larson's trying to change that tonight.
And there was 4 or 5 other times that they were going to run
just too fast,
and
man.
there was contact, and one of them didn't make it back around. That's in the back of their minds as well. These two race each other as hard as anyone in the field.
I think Kyle's up to 7.
And Jeff, as hard as you want to push right here, 46 to go is forever
wow.
at Darlington. If you slide those tires more than needed or more than required, you will pay the penalty.
Yes, you will.
Oh, contact at the He gets into Todd Gilliland. They ran out of real estate on the exit of 2. It started with the 38.
All right, here comes the cautions.
Pushing the 17 into the wall. Lucky for the 17 to avoid this.
Let's have a look at what happened to the front row motorsports driver.
Yeah, Gilliland underneath.
Oh, make it listen
Busher,
to a cry, baby.
Trying to make the pass, gets up the racetrack, squeezes Busher a little bit. Busher back down into him.
Listen. So how bad was that hit, Jeff?
I don't think it was that bad, but what, you know, when Busher gets into the wall, he then comes back, you know, hits the wall, and then comes back and hits the 38.
It's going to be interesting to see what damage there is. Now, the good news for Busher is he's 15th, only 5 cars behind him.
They
you see
do,
right
John.
Here, the frustration. This is sports. This is what we love, right? We could talk about technology and strategy and fuel mileage, but in the end, it comes down to the humans driving the race cars. And Chris Buescher, you could see the emotion.
And is there damage, right? That's the concern right now.
I think you could pit, though, Jeff. I'm pitting. I'm 15th already. There's 20 on the lead lap, only 5 behind me. There's 3 hard laps on the tires. That matters here. I would absolutely come if I'm the 17. I like the tire advantage. We haven't seen very many yellows. We have a ton of tires. Well, I say a ton. 2 or 3 extra sets of tires. I'm coming, making sure, because I can't be wrong. I can't stay on the racetrack and then have a flat and allow the 23
thank you so much.
I agree. A couple cars got back on the lead lap right there because they played a strategy. Chase Elliott, I believe he was the first car lap down. So we're going to end up with 21 cars in the lead lap. Bubba Wallace running 7th. If he pits, if Busher pits, he's going to have to find a way to get by several race cars to try to get himself back up where he needs to be to get into these playoffs.
I don't think it'll be a problem. Matter of fact, I believe a bunch are going to pit. You know, I think the back 8 or 10 cars are coming to pit road. I think for Busher, there's no question in my mind I would come here. The damage is just more reason to come. Kim road open. We'll see it's green right here.
Kim, make sure you tell us when you hear
Then
something.
he
Won't you,
runs
from inside
Larson
the 17. This
into the
is
wall.
tense
Next
stuff.
flag.
And they do intend to come.
They do intend to come, Kim? So the question is, what does Bubba Wallace do? Right, Dave? So you're down there in the 23 camp. Can they afford to get 3 laps older tires than the 17?
Mom is the word so far, Steve. They're staying out.
You would think 3 laps is nothing, but here it is. Oh, a lot of guys came. Oh, I'm sorry, they all faked me out, but here they come from about 8th.
Kyle Busch is coming.
And there is the 17 of Chris Buescher. They'll do a quick assessment on this, Kim.
And they said the pictures look okay.
He's pretty good, Justin. I have to admit that.
Chris said it seems okay, somewhat straight, just scuffed up on the right side. They think fresh tires aren't going to help them. But Chris
Zigzag.
Buescher
Thank you,
absolutely not
XTN.
happy with the 38 of
We're
Todd
almost
Gilliland. Felt like he just
21-5.
fenced him for no reason.
That could have been the end of his playoff hopes. At the moment, they're still alive.
Slide job
Now
coming.
the pressure is flipped. You know, Bubba Wallace stayed on the racetrack, and unfortunately, there's always these splits, and only a car or 2 behind him stayed with him. So I know it's only 3 laps, but we are not at Charlotte or Las
KD,
Vegas.
thank you
We
from
are
Australia. What's up?
I mean, this is the tire grading machine. This wears tires faster than anywhere we go. He has
John
Reddick behind
Force.
him, but behind Reddick is going to be brand new Goodyear tires. This is going to be a very stressful moment for Bubba Wallace.
The worst thing that you want as a race car driver is to be the last car without tires. Because you know the guy behind you, he's lining up and he has a row of them with new tires. It is, when you look in your mirror, and right now he's seeing in his mirror, he sees Reddick, but then everybody else that he sees behind him is a lap down. He knows he's in trouble. And what do you do? How do you defend that? It's almost impossible to defend it because they just have more grip than you do.
What does MJ think?
Why did he stay out?
Both his cars in this playoff for the 2024 Cup Championship.
Does the nervous energy out of MJ, it only sets the stage better for me, right? Yeah. I mean,
SVG.
I mean, he's so invested. You could tell right there that
4 laps down,
he's
29.
a little pacey, you know, got a little bit of nerves.
But that guy wanted the ball.
That's right.
He wanted to take the shot. Like, he was the one that wanted the basketball at the end of the game to take it. They just took it out of
I thought the Braves were up 3-2. What happened?
The ball because he has old tires. He can't go. The only thing he can do is go on super offense and try to get people between him and those new tires. But they are going to be coming behind him hard.
The only thing is we have to remember with 42 to go, you know, when I say they have a bunch of tires left, they have 2 or 3 sets. We'll get
what happened? I thought it was
up and down
3-2.
pit road. You know, we've had a very clean race, right? So, oh, Dave, you got the man himself.
He is. I looked over at him and I asked him, and he smiled because I know this is why you hired Booty Barker to be the crew chief. You didn't want this job. What do you think now?
I trust him. I think they had a good game plan. I think Bubba has done an unbelievable job thus far. I mean, we still got a lot to go. I mean, Busch is tough. You know, he likes his track. He did well last time here. So I mean, we're in shouting range. So he's got to do his job. You know, he's got to go out and race. You know, barring from any other cautions, I think, you know, this is the last time we're going to pit. So,
do you get nervous for him?
I'm absolutely terrified right now because I want him to do well, obviously. And Tyler too. I know Tyler's a little sick, but he's struggling.
-3 for
trying
Wallace.
to get through it, and you know that's what NASCAR is all about. I enjoy it. You know, I don't have basketball anymore, but this can replace it very easily. I'm excited for today.
I know you text him to challenge him and encourage him. If you could text him right now, what would you tell him?
Well, I mean,
I don't know, Steven.
Everybody wants something, right? But something don't come for free. If you want more, it's going to cost more.
Okay, thank you, South
Virginia. You got to put the effort out there. You got to go out and race.
I thought I saw 3-2.
He understood that, so hopefully he does. Hopefully he can pull this off.
Wise words from team owner, NASCAR fan, and a very nervous Michael Jordan.
Well, that was exactly what he texted Bubba.
I'm fired up.
Yeah.
I mean, he fired me up. I was already excited. I mean, think about those types of words of encouragement and coaching and where they're coming from.
And if Michael was in the 45, what do you think he would do?
MJ
he would
sounds
make that
drunk.
45 as wide as this racetrack so that Chris Buescher had no way of getting close, or anybody had
All right, y'all, here we go.
To the 23.
Larson Hamlin, round 2.
The story is right here, last pit.
Don't jump the gun,
tires?
Denny.
Right there. 2 spots behind Bubba Wallace. Brand new tires on belt.
Don't jump the gun.
40 laps to go when the green flies here in Darlington. Let's see how those closing 40 laps shape up. Larson gets a great restart.
Come on. Dang, Denny. Bad start.
And here comes Chase Briscoe.
Nah, he's got nothing.
Briscoe's not done with yet. Look at that move, sweeping around Denny Hamlin as Larson clears them.
Dang.
What a run off turn 2 that was for Chase Briscoe. And now he's got Larson in his sights. And here comes Chris Buescher, bottom right. Look at this traffic jam.
Good Chase Briscoe.
20 car underneath Bubba Wallace. He has new tires. This shows you the difference between new tires and old tires.
And if Briscoe wins, none of that matters. He's in, eliminating Buescher and Wallace.
Oh, my goodness.
What a run from the 14. The Stewart Haas Racing
That was a horrible start by Hamlin.
Machine. He got his career best at Darlington last time out with a top 5. And now Chase Briscoe. He won his Xfinity race in spectacular style here. And now he's all over Larson, who just had a bubble.
Larson's loose.
Oh, my goodness.
You got to take advantage of it. Chase Briscoe saw him get loose. He's got to push him into the corner, make him run that car harder than he wants to.
Golly.
Bottom right, Busch is getting close to Tyler Reddick, which means he's getting close to Bubba Wallace. Where do we look? Which box do we look in? It's all happening here at Darlington Raceway. On
Bubba is 7 out of the playoffs, 8 out of the playoffs.
Busch Buescher on the inside of Reddick.
And Ross Chastain, let's not forget about the one as he comes storming by Buescher as well.
Bubba should have took the tires.
Is thinking everyone has overlooked me. Keep talking about the cut line. I'm going to jump in with a win.
Could it be in successive weeks we get a win and you're in situation?
All right, Aerocam, go back to the lead.
In Daytona, could it be Chase Briscoe here in Darlington?
Chase has had a fast race car taking off most of the night. Kyle Larson has been a step away from him as the tires get older. Have they made the right changes on the 14 car?
Briscoe.
35 to go.
Don't look now, but in fourth place is Christopher Bell with those fresher tires. He has driven all the way up to fourth, 1.7 seconds back. Can he has enough time. 35 laps is enough time. Briscoe can feel the urgency. He has to figure a way by
36 laps is forever. You're right.
Chris Buescher is having a difficult time getting by Tyler Reddick in that bottom box. Bubba Wallace sits in 11th and still sits 7 points adrift of that cut line. Let's have a listen to some Briscoe radio.
Keep the pressure on him, buddy. He's tagged the fence twice.
Oh!
Keep the pressure on him. He's tagged the wall twice, and that's exactly what Chase Briscoe's doing.
Chastain's 26 out. He's going to pass a whole bunch of people. Wallace is 8 points out. Oh, look at this. I'm going to leave it right here. It's the battle for the lead.
Nothing between the top two.
Just can't get there.
A car length at best between Kyle Larson and Chase Briscoe.
I mentioned Bell. What about Kyle Busch up to fifth on new tires? 19 years
Rowdy.
in a row, 33 laps. Will the newer tires bring him into the battle?
And this Morgan & Morgan machine is remaining resilient. Kyle has
This
had
is 1 versus 2 right here.
Two races, and look at Briscoe, top box.
That was the closest Briscoe has gotten to Larson getting into turn
Ooh,
1. Briscoe figured
doggies.
something out in 3 and 4 that time. Let's see if he can do it again.
He gets him on the straightaway, but not in the turn.
Oh, and a
caution. Hocevar
again. Significant damage on the front right.
My goodness. Does this open it up
And
for
the
Rowdy?
likes of Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell.
Oh my gosh.
This brings everybody closer together.
And for what we just saw with 3-lap fresher tires, I think there is
This
no
is your third
conversation
chance. That's
for
right,
anyone
Rowdy.
on pit road.
Yeah.
Where's
But
my
the
Rowdy
pressure
friends?
higher, Jeff. You keep
Are you
talking
still
about
awake out
now
there,
we're at
Rowdy
21
friends?
cars in the lead lap. With another free pass, we'll be at 22. What that means is, if you're Chris Buescher,
Where's my Rowdy
the
friend?
last corner could be 5 positions. That could be
Owen, what's
eliminating you
up?
for the playoffs. You know, you get to a point where there's not enough cars in the lead
Where's
lap.
my
you start to
Rowdy?
feel safe. We're going
What's
the
up,
other
Owen?
way at this point.
Well, they are, but now you have an opportunity for your pit crew to step up. Right now you have an opportunity. To be honest, that's what he needed. Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, he didn't want to see that caution. He was getting everything he needed. Bubba Wallace did want to see it. So everything worked the way we assumed it was going to. It showed tires matter. Go back and look at Carson Hocevar again. Problems in, he had a right front. Something happened with the right front, and I think
We get
Gilliland
to
got it, may have gotten it to him as well.
21,500 on the subs.
Todd Gilliland was in the wrong
And
spot at the
2K
wrong
on the
time,
likes.
unfortunately,
We're
and that was a pretty
1.7.
wild ride for Carson Hocevar.
So Kyle Petty said it earlier. This is a team sport. And we see it in the shops. We see it on the work, all the work done to prepare the race cars. But now we're getting ready to see it on pit road. Now we're getting ready to see which team is ready for this moment. Which team can step up, get their guy out of pit road in the lead or pick up spots. And you cannot, if you're Buescher's team, you can't afford a
Dodgers
mistake
got
here.
killed.
If you're Wallace's team, you can't afford a mistake.
Think about Bubba Wallace winning the pole. You know, I mentioned earlier, hours ago, about how the #1 pit stall was almost a disadvantage under green. But why does everybody want it? For these situations. You know this race has these long green flag runs, but history would say we have these cautions. And now only being 22 feet from that camera. Drop the jack, you roll forward, you get scored. That could be one position. Then you multiply that in the choose. It moves you up another row. It can change the outcome of a race just by 1 or 2 spots off the pit lane.
Close call earlier for Chris Buescher with Todd Gilliland.
Here we go.
He was able to escape.
Who's going to take 4? Who's going to take 2?
Done to his 17.
If I can change my hat.
Here they come, Kimmy Coon. They're coming your way.
Yes, and Scott Graves, the crew chief for the 17, telling them focus on
Chastain stayed out.
Chris saying he was a little freer, but not like
Chastain
that run.
stayed out.
Just leave it. No adjustments on that machine, Marty.
Kyle Larson said it was way too loose on that run. Cliff Daniels going to answer with a chassis adjustment. He also asked if the 14 wins, how does that change the playoff picture? He wants to know everything, Dave.
Chase Briscoe challenging for the win, says just don't tighten me up. Bubba Wallace, so tight,
Shane as well.
So tight. He needs a big adjustment on the 23 as his crew now goes to work. Michael Jordan nervous for his driver. How nervous is he for the pit crew?
Caution near the end.
Now they go for 4 here. Bubba was 13th when he came in. Cars go by him here. Where will he cycle back out?
Here's the race off. 2 positions gained by Gibbs. Busch lost 1. Berry gained 1. Big jump from Austin Dillon. This race, the Southern 500, is 367 laps long. This race, the win and a playoff spot is going to be decided in the last 29 laps.
Yes, and we know we've talked about the point
What
battle
a year,
all night
y'all.
long.
What a
and
year.
Sitting here up front, 2 guys that can spoil it. Chase Briscoe, he wins, he gets in. Kyle Busch, he wins, he gets in. And they are both in position.
You may have noticed when everybody was diving for pit road, Ross Chastain swerved right and kept his Busch Chevy out on track. Kim?
Yes, and Chastain staying out. Remember, he came down on lap
3:24.
This, again, was another Hail Mary type call. Phil Surgeon, the crew chief, telling him you only have 9 laps on those tires. The call was watermelon for Ross Chastain staying out.
Kim, here's that radio from Bubba Wallace, but there's a twist.
Where's my Chastain fans?
All right, man, what you got balance-wise? What's your name?
I'm so tight. I'm so tight. I know it's because it's 3 starts and I got to push hard. Our balance is tight. I get it. But, man, I can't do anything.
Here's the twist. He was silent on the radio for nearly a minute after that. And then he came back to the crew. Okay, I'm back. Bubba has to do work inside the car, inside the helmet to win races. He knows that, and he was doing it right there.
This is massive pressure.
Ross Chastain.
So much on the line.
My goodness. My God, I'm
How
scared.
about this, DJ? Kyle, unbelievable. It's going to be decided in the last 20-plus laps for the Southern 500, not only for this race win,
oh, you're welcome,
but the
man,
completion
AZ.
of the playoffs.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think one thing you have to look at, KP, these drivers have been out here over 3.5 hours already.
Yes.
I mean, it's stressful. We talk about the stress. You know, they condition
This is going
themselves
to be
for races
crazy.
like
Tim,
this, but
Jamie, thanks for
mentally,
subscribing.
You can be
Get us
drained
to
too, but you have to step
21.5.
up somehow.
Yeah, and at the same time, these drivers have been out there, and they're stressed, and the pressure's going up. These guys on pit road have just been in a rhythm, and now all of a sudden, you're asking them to jump this wall time after time and perform at the top level. Man, it's tough. We're sitting on the pit box, and I can feel the tension up here.
Yeah, headed to the choose, guys.
Well, that's the question, DJ. You know, the choose is normally
I'm just
which
getting
lane is
paid to
better,
do
but
this.
now
I
with
ain't
the
getting paid to
one-on-one
do
tires,
this.
Jeff, I know what you do if you're Larson, but behind Larson, where do you dare restart?
If you're Briscoe, you got to go with Larson. There you go. Even Hamlin's going to go with Larson. Ty Gibbs, all the way back in 5th, is the first one to line up behind Ross Chastain. And even further behind, everybody's going to the bottom.
So just
Mark,
remind everyone
Adrian,
how
thank
this
you.
works, right? The restart rule.
CeeLo.
The 1 is the leader of the race. So he enters the restart zone. He has the option to decide when to fire, when to accelerate. He can go from the first
been
line
fun.
to the
I
second.
mean,
I'm a big fan.
it's
I've
been
said it
interesting.
forever. Go early. I want you to
Bases
go
loaded,
way
one out.
back here. As
Thank
soon
you,
as
buddy.
you get into the zone, I want you to go. Now, the problem is if he goes and spins the tires, he may not look like he's accelerating, but Kyle Larson can hear that. And once he
Bro, man,
steps
got
on
to
the
do
throttle,
what
Larson
it
can go.
takes. What's up, Snowman? Good to see you.
And Cliff Daniels wanted to remind Kyle Larson of the desperation that's sitting right beside him on the front row. Listen.
A lot of coaching going on.
Jonathan, Dominic, DK, thank you.
You know the situation that they're in. At the end of the day, for us, execute the job that you need to do.
A fascinating restart coming up, Diff.
Steve, you said if Ross Chastain spin the tires, Ross Chastain will spin the tires. That's almost impossible not to own old tires. Kyle Larson has to take advantage of that, and Ty Gibbs has to be aware and not run into the back of him.
All right, get ready. Be 26 laps
Here we go.
to go. Ross
Here we go. Chastain, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Chastain.
But everybody that he's surrounded by on fresh tires. Here we go. Gibbs on that high line. Larson on the low line. Briscoe feels he has a chance. Gibbs is looking good on points to make
Oh my God, Briscoe!
Briscoe wants to race his way in like Chastain does. Here goes Briscoe on the inside. The big move from Chase Briscoe.
Wow!
This could be the difference between making the playoffs or not.
Here goes Rowdy.
The one of Chastain got an amazing start, better than I expected.
25 to go.
That off, but what a move by the 14.
Look at Rowdy come.
That was epic.
Chastain did a great job of keeping speed into that restart zone, still falling back on those old tires. But look at Kyle Busch and that A-car. Briscoe trying to check out.
Busher and Wallace are out. Briscoe and Gibbs are in.
Has been getting better. Lee, could it be Busch's day? We haven't seen him most of the night.
He was on that strategy earlier of Denny Hamlin, but just not as effective to get as high up the order as Denny was. And
look how far Briscoe is out.
We got a caution.
Oh no, I missed it.
Incident.
Big wreck.
Josh Berry, Bubba Wallace, it's over. Wallace's playoff hopes.
Oh.
Busch is trying to dodge the carnage. William Byron's car is torn apart. And Noah Gragson in it as well.
Oh.
How badly damaged is that 23? Are the playoff hopes over or not? This is far from ideal for Bubba Wallace.
We're going to be here all night. What's the gas look like? I guess everybody just in the pits, so I guess none.
The good news is
we're good on gas.
He didn't have to get assistance back. All 4 tires aired up.
Took a really big shot square to the bumper. You all right?
Square to the bumper is actually better. The weakness on this car is really the right and left rear toe link as far as mechanically. Now, without a doubt, Aero has got major issues. But the first thing is, can you complete laps? Because Buscher still has to finish this race as well.
Watch this. How did it unfold?
Mods, if you're good on the chat, you can just leave it the way it is. If you want to slow it down, you can.
Way through the middle.
We got to 6,000
Hamlin
now.
And Ty Gibbs. Keep watching it.
Yeah, 3 wide.
Ty Gibbs,
into turn
and there he
1
goes.
at Darlington.
Dang.
Never works. It's just not enough room. Somebody had to lift there. Josh Berry extremely aggressive, shooting the middle here. And it's just too wide through there, Steve, is difficult. And now
he got through, thank goodness.
And Bubba Wallace was doing a really nice job, some front-end contact, but then Noah Gragson
You had the 14 car
He
start,
was the one that made
yes.
the heavy contact to the back of the 23. So you see right here, flames out the pipes. He's on the brakes, some front-end contact.
It's a 7
but I don't
cautions.
think
Yeah, I
this
said 7.
was enough to kind of end it. Right, you're going to see him run into the 24.
That's
it's
7,
not
I
great,
think.
But then right there, the big
I think
shot
it's
by
7.
the 10. It looks so easy in slow motion what you could do different. Let's
it
ride
is
on
7.
board. Even the front end contact, you saw the hood buckle. So, you know, the damage probably a little more severe than I initially thought.
I said 7 cautions.
And while we've been consumed with where Bubba Wallace has been and Chris Buescher for that final spot, what changed the whole complexion of it was Chase Briscoe with the move of the race. Look at Michael Jordan's reaction here when he saw Bubba right in the middle of all of that.
Yeah, he knows what that means. But to your point, Diff, you know, a 14
NPC
win, Briscoe win.
It takes this away.
Yeah, this whole conversation's a moot point at that.
Because the 54 of Ty Gibbs, who was also involved in that, would get that 16th and final position. What a move that was.
We're 500 subs
Briscoe.
away from
He's
a
done.
pie to the face. 500 subs away from a pie to the face.
As they go to look at it. Steve, to me, the biggest thing is getting rid of that parachute in the rear. If everything else is straight, toe links are not broken, there it is right there, the right rear. Wouldn't you think just getting that in decent shape?
So, I mean, he made the decision.
Yeah, I think you're right, Dave. That's the main thing. But at this point, they know that this car can't keep up on pace. And really, if you're Chris Buescher in 10th, you have to start asking yourself, can you risk being in the next restart? Which is an awkward conversation. But
come on, Rowdy.
They have to ask themselves, do they think they need to win the race? They're riding around in 10th. Because as you pointed out, Lee,
not a Bubba hater, just stating facts.
Kind of eliminates the points conversation. So I don't think the 17
lady in the black got bored.
I mean, we still have 21 laps to go.
Never.
All right,
last year, never.
And show you the move. Is it the defining move of the race? Check this out. Chase Briscoe with the ultimate slingshot. See ya. Here I come.
That was a great move.
And here I go.
Yeah, Larson and Gibbs got side by side, trying to deal with Chastain, who had older tires, and they just lost the momentum. See right here, they just get slow. Chase Briscoe did a nice job of laying far enough back to take advantage of it. Goes to the bottom, and we've seen good pace from that 14 car all night on short runs.
I don't know why
you see the excitement on top
Briscoe
of the box.
Right there. Okay.
This crew, we talk about emotion. This company is shutting down. They're not around. This is more than just a race win. These guys are battling for, livelihood, jobs. But who comes to pit road? That was another 3 laps. We've seen this split decision.
Rowdy's going to pit road.
Brand new tires.
4 more tires for Rowdy.
And this could save Ross Chastain as well, Kim. This might give him another lifeline.
And there was heavy debate on whether or not to bring the 1 car of Ross Chastain.
Yeah, probably not enough time.
Ultimately, they decided their best bet was fresh tires, just a little tight. Grip level down is what Ross reported, Marty.
Kind of nothing to lose here for Denny Hamlin coming down pit road with
Bristol.
4 fresh Goodyear tires because they knew that other cars would pit.
Denny's getting 4 tires.
Safe in the playoffs, but they're going to sit here and check the damage on the 54 car, Dave.
The 8 appears unscathed. He's going for 4 tires and fuel and send him back out there. Who would have thought Kyle Busch would have had a chance? I bet I can tell you who. Kyle Busch thought Kyle Busch had a chance, and they've got him up front where it counts now. Catching up with Richard Boswell on top of the 14 box. First of all, what a move by your guy.
Yeah, I can't say enough about Chase. He promised us last week that he was going to bring everything he had all night tonight. And he's an amazing race car driver. There's 323 employees at Stewart-Haas Racing that didn't ask for the nonsense that's going on all year. And
thank you, Albie. Thank you, Hood. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Mr. Monkey.
We're going to do our very best tonight to control it and try and make those 323 employees proud.
Did you have any idea as the race unfolded early, Richard, that the car would be this good?
No, I knew we'd be good here. We were good here in the fall race last year and in the spring race this year, and I knew Chase was in kill mode, and I know when we get him in that spot, he's as good as anybody I've ever seen. So just super proud of him, super proud of this team. Pit crew has absolutely stepped up tonight.
No, we're
super
good.
Proud of them. Engineers, car chief, everybody on this team's just done an amazing job. So just try and figure it out, finish it out in these last 19 laps.
Racers know how to race. What a show.
Thank you so much, Alex.
And how about the winless streaks that could be broken here? 73 races since Stuart Haas last had a win. How about Kyle Busch? 46 and 93. That's since Phoenix. His only win in Cup for Chase Briscoe. It could be a victory here for either of these guys that gets them in to the NASCAR Cup Series
Kyle's not in
playoffs
first place.
starting next week in Atlanta. We couldn't ask for a more dramatic ending.
P9, 4 tires for Kyle Busch.
So many storylines.
Let's see if we can close this out with 2K on the likes.
You have Priest in 4th. Buescher
Thank you,
fifth,
Wed. Thank you,
Keselowski
Alex.
sixth.
Thank you, Richard.
Elliott
Richard.
and Logano found
Thank
their
you,
way
Wayne.
back
Thank
into
you,
the top 10.
DCP.
Kyle Busch on those fresher tires. Last time he had 3-lap fresher tires, he drove right into the top 5. I mean, 19 laps to go is a long time. The other side to this is how many more restarts will we see? Tire count, I jinxed this when I said they had enough because it's starting to run thin on some of these teams. Some only have 1 or 2 sets left in the pits. So, I mean, when are you going to put on the last set?
John Nemechek over Zane Smith.
The first 2 stages of the Southern 500. Those are like the survival modes.
Yeah.
You just have to get to this place. Think about the team. Look at Corey LaJoie.
Oh, wow, that's close.
11th. I mean, Corey LaJoie's in 11th. We saw him struggling to find his way right at the tail end of the lead lap. I mean, we have so many different players in this field.
Chase Elliott.
LaJoy.
Elliott's lap down. We saw him running in the 20s most of the night. The series
I had Denny winning, but
strategy
I don't know.
got him
4
back in the
tires.
game. And we saw Kyle Busch pit. He is the first car on tires. He's going to restart 9th. All right, Briscoe picked the top.
Yep.
That gives Larson the bottom of the racetrack.
Let's talk more about Kyle Larson. Here's Marty.
Can I add one thing more to the mix here, Lee?
Chase Elliott,
Back
P8,
in 12th,
Dan.
Tyler Reddick pitted for brand new tires, and right now, as it sits, there's the regular season championship standings. He is only 3 points behind Kyle Larson with those fresh Goodyear tires. Could this move by Billy Scott after Tyler Reddick has been sick all night long earn them the regular season title? Another thing to watch in these final 18 laps.
So much unfolding, so much on the line. What's this restart going to look like? How hard would Larson go? Let's go to some 14 radio.
We can do this. Keep telling yourself that. We've got this. You're taking the green with 17 to go for the Southern 500 and a chance at a championship.
Oh boy, here we go. Rowdy is your last chance right here.
Mode, motivation mode. Ryan Preece.
4 tires for Rowdy. He's the fastest one out there right now.
Second row.
The freshest
Pace
tires.
car off. Track is clear. The green will fly with 17 to go here in Darlington.
Look at Rowdy.
For the win of the Southern 500, for an entry to the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs.
Look at Rowdy.
Chase Briscoe.
Look at Rowdy.
Gets a flyer. Watch that yellow and black car, the 8 of Kyle Busch on the inside of Keselowski. Now lining up Preece. He goes to the inside of Preece. Christopher Bell is out chasing Briscoe.
A great start by the 14, Jeff, matched by the start of the 8. Lots of positions in one set of corners.
Yeah, Briscoe did a great job. He kind of caught Larson.
All the leaders, man.
Look at Kyle Busch.
Kyle the 3rd.
Kyle Busch is coming hard.
Oh my gosh. Go Rowdy.
Laps, fresher tires, and a long winless streak on the line easily disposes of the 5 of Larson. The 263 laps led tonight. Looks like nothing versus the 8.
Heartbreak last week for Kyle Busch.
Here we go, inside Christopher Bell.
Oh,
the last
my
2
God.
races, he's finished in the top 5. There's real momentum with this 8 team at Richard Childress Racing. Clears him. Busch to 2nd. 2 guys in the top 2. If they win, they're in.
And this isn't just fresh tires on anyone. This is on Kyle Busch, a 63 race winner, multi-time champ, future Hall of Famer.
And has made the playoffs the last 11 years straight.
He's got to make this work, though. He's got to take advantage of these new tires
15.
right now.
I agree, Jeff. The longer they run, the newness
Half
goes
a
away.
second.
They definitely equalize, and Chase Briscoe is not going to make this easy.
And the
Still hasn't changed. It went to 6 now.
The worse his car is going to drive.
Briscoe shot out of a cannon on the restart. So impressive.
That was a really good corner, 1 and 2 for Kyle Busch. He needs to run a little lower. He should be able to run lower than Briscoe with these newer tires. That'll give him clean air also.
This lap will be the telltale. How much faster for the 8? We need a 10th and a half if he wants a chance. That time by about a half a tenth. The math says that's not fast enough.
13 to go here in Darlington. Chase
Oh my
Briscoe,
gosh.
Kyle Busch. It's a 2-driver, 2-car race to make it into the playoffs.
What a race,
there
y'all.
you go. I like that middle lane. Still lower like you asked, Jeff, but I thought he could roll the corner.
Yeah, Briscoe got loose right there. Ran
Thank
that
you,
high
Floyd.
line. A little bit loose off the corner.
Half a second between them, that's all.
It's getting closer.
Are you kidding? 11 laps to go next time by, 500 miles, and the margin between the top 2 is 0.4 of a second.
That was a big advantage.
This is the leaders.
That time in 3 and 4, that lane is working, holding even in 1 and 2. Over a 1/10 of a second gain. It seems like the newer tires are still holding on.
Kind of broke even in 1 and 2. Maybe a little bit better by Busch. Now he's got to run that Logan line again.
Oh,
my gosh. He goes to the bottom.
Is Kyle Busch going to be denied in back-to-back weeks? Is he going to do something about it? He's drawing closer to Chase Briscoe. There's only 2.5 tenths of a second in it.
Briscoe tried to take the air away from him, but he went slower doing that. He's got a decision to make.
Come on, Rowdy.
I think if you're Briscoe, you got to go back to the top over here in 3 and 4.
Coming to 9 to go, still so much time.
Oh my gosh.
The high entry for the 8. He'll turn down the hill, get the run, and he'll have the momentum on the 14. The fans are on their feet, Lee.
9 laps to go here in Darlington. Not only to win the Southern 500, but to win your way into the playoffs.
Oh my gosh.
All right, so this time, Briscoe guessed. What's he gonna do? This time he goes to the top.
Oh, Rowdy.
Briscoe has to do. I think it's gonna be difficult for Kyle Busch to pull the pass off on the exit of 4. I know you hate to do it. You hate to give him clean air, but you're just gonna have to prove to me that you can drive underneath me.
The 2-time Cup Series
I don't know if he has enough now.
Is chasing down a driver who has 1 Cup victory. And he's within a car length, maybe 2 behind Chase Briscoe. 8 to go.
Traffic in front, just out of the frame. The 54 of Ty Gibbs going to try to get out of the way. Classy move. Let these two figure it out.
See, I love what Briscoe did right there. He ran the line that he's the fastest in. Busch tried to run up there with him. It did not work. Briscoe needs to stay to the top in 3 and 4, and Busch needs to get back to the bottom.
A week ago, after finishing second to Harrison Burton, Kyle Busch said, my only option was to wreck him. I wasn't going to do it. Does he still feel the same way here at Darlington?
Yeah, because he won't get the...
Kyle Busch has enough, because he did exactly what he needed to do. Briscoe did what he needed to do, and Briscoe still was able to maintain pace.
Hey, fellas, back in 2020 when Chase Briscoe won.
I don't think he has enough unless he's saving it.
Fend off Kyle Busch. Can Busch get revenge for that here tonight?
I like what the 8's doing in 1 and 2. That higher exit is definitely working. It's allowing him to be closer at this end of the racetrack. The 14.
I'm reeling him in.
Wall, but he can't touch it.
I'm reeling him in, Brian.
See, that's where Briscoe's better. He's better up top. Off of 4, he just is able to carry that momentum.
I don't
Think
fish.
about Richard Childress right now. The disqualification of Austin Dillon winning at Richmond. The loss of the appeal. Then the loss last week, Kyle Busch. I mean, Richard Childress has been on a roller coaster ride.
I don't think he has enough, y'all. 5 to go. Keep reeling him.
Credit to Chase Briscoe to handle this pressure that has been relentless pretty much since the restart with the storming Kyle Busch.
It's got to be.
Good run by Busch right here.
It's got to be tough to know you're not going to catch him.
Momentum on him.
3 laps to go, and just under 0.3 of a second between these two.
Briscoe got in too low that time. Allowed Busch to make a little bit of gain on him.
Yeah.
This sellout crowd has been treated to one heck of a finish, and it's not.
You think he's saving on the last lap? I don't think so.
Touched the wall once. Here comes Kyle Busch. 2 laps to go.
There he goes. Oh, he hit the wall.
These two were beating and banging on each
Chase
other
hit the
4
wall.
years ago in the Xfinity Series race.
It's not going to be enough.
And it was Briscoe who came out on top. Now look at Kyle Busch on that low line. And he hits
not
the
going to have
wall.
enough.
Briscoe hits the wall. There is nothing between these race 2 at the end of 500 miles. 1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank.
Dang. He's not going to have enough.
Can Briscoe...
One last shot. One last shot, Rowdy. Nope. That's it.
Both guys are going to break a very long winless streak.
Wow.
But who will it be?
Dang.
Kyle Busch throwing everything at Chase Briscoe he can. It's a win, and you're in. And the 29-year-old from Mitchell, Indiana, Chase Briscoe, wins the Southern 500 and is going to the playoffs. 2 weeks in a row, we have been treated to a win, and you're in. This time, it's Chase Briscoe.
That's so good, dude. Holy smokes.
How cool is that? There's only 10 races left from here on for the Stewart-Haas Racing Corporation. And Chase Briscoe just raced his way into the playoffs.
Wow.
That's how much it means right there. He's in tears. I just won the Southern 500. That's what it's all about.
He earned it. I mean, he had 2 of the very best in our sport that he had to beat, and he made it happen.
Credit to Kyle Busch. He gave it everything. That was an amazing final run. But it's Chase Briscoe who prevails. His wife, Marissa, is having twins in October. What an end to 2024 it is for the Briscoe household. Do you like that one, Stevie?
What a battle. What a battle. You said it. To win the Southern 500 is one thing. To do it with the pressure, knowing that Stewart-Haas is going away in 10 races is another. And then to cap it off, to hold off, you know, Kyle Busch, 63 wins, 2 championships. That resume chasing you down, it's just quite amazing. And we see this out of Briscoe.
It was.
This raw talent, when he gets the opportunity, he puts it on display.
Yeah,
these
out.
fans
Chastain out.
all
Bubba out.
Standing and cheering him on as he salutes. I love the classy backwards victory lap.
Darlington just doesn't disappoint. It's just amazing how the end of these races, you said it, Lee, at the end of 480 miles, here we are racing like this. It's just never disappoints.
And courtesy of that win, unfortunately, these 2 guys don't have a say in the matter. These 2 being Chris Buescher and Bubba Wallace. When there was a new winner, with Martin Truex being locked in, even though crashing out, Ty Gibbs gets the last spot. They're out. This man's in. And by the way, the drama continues. The points are in. And Tyler Reddick has won the regular season by 1 single point.
1 point.
Good night, PH. It was an awesome race.
A win for the ages at Darlington. Chase Briscoe and Stewart-Haas Racing are in the 2024 playoffs.
Tim, thanks for the sub. Michael, thank you for becoming a member, Michael. Thank you, Kelly.
Just the emotion. Unquestioned the biggest win of his career. The crew congratulating wife Marissa and his son coming in. in tears
Thank
as
you,
well.
Kyle, 33 cents. You're welcome, everybody.
Chase, how much of this was for you and how much of this was for the 300-plus employees at Stewart-Haas who don't have a job at the end of the year?
Both. Last week was the most embarrassing race I've ever ran in my life, and I told Richard, I said, I don't even want to talk about it. I promise you I will make it up to you next week. And just, man, everybody knows I'm a diehard Tony Stewart fan, and to get this 14 car back in victory lane and, you know, for all 320 something employees to be able to race for a championship in their final year.
Trey, thank you.
It's man, unbelievable. So, yeah, God is just so good. It's like deja vu there at the end with Kyle with the Xfinity race here in 2020, and I was so loose. I didn't know if I was going to be able to do it, but yeah, just can't thank highpoint.com, Mander Tractors, Rush Truck Centers, Renai, Zep, just everybody that makes us still go around and go to Atlanta and try to steal another one.
What does it say about you and the entire 14 team that you never, number one, gave up, but never, number two, never quit on each other?
Yeah, it's just this group. I mean, the day that we found out that, you know, the team wasn't going to exist anymore, we went over to the shop floor and we all looked at each other and said, we're in this to the end. We're not going to give up. And we kept saying all week, we got one bullet left in the chamber, and that bullet hit.
Kyle Busch was catching you. Was that the hardest you've driven in your entire life?
Yeah, I was sideways, counter steering, felt like I was in a sprint car. So, yeah, just, this night just literally went perfect. You know, the pit crew did an incredible job, and I was crying. Like, after the checkered, I just won the Southern 500. This is a crown jewel, and what makes this race so special is all you race fans. Every time we come here, it's sold out. It's awesome, and we love you guys. And last time I won here was during COVID, so I didn't get experience with the fans. So grateful that you guys are here, and yeah, can't wait to celebrate.
For a driver who loves the history of racing, this one means a lot on so many levels for Chase Briscoe, now
Welcome,
a playoff
everybody.
participant, Dave.
Kyle, your team gave you the fresher rubber. Did you think that'd be enough?
Yeah, I did. When I made it through a few of those guys right there on the start, I thought we'd have a shot to get there, and I think I just needed him to have maybe 3 or 4 more laps, older tires, for me to be able to break through the wake. Once I got within his air, I really didn't have enough to power through that to get closer. I was kind of sliding already. So hate it for our guys, everybody on our team, everybody at RCR, and this Morgan & Morgan Chevrolet. They turned it around the last 4 or 5 weeks, and we've run a lot better, and that's been much improved and beneficial to our team and the organization. So something to build on and get better for. You know, we just missed a lot in the early part of the year and through the middle part of the year to put ourselves in this spot, to be on the outside looking in. So to come in here for a last-ditch effort and have a shot. I mean, early in the race, I wouldn't have thought we had a shot. So felt like we really overachieved there towards the end and got a really good finish for what we had, or what I thought we had. And we'll take it and keep building on it.
It's kind of a tale of 2 seasons, right? Because you had legitimate shots the last month or so.
And Atlanta, yeah. You know, so it's, it's just short, you know, come up short. And, you know, maybe I'm a washed-up old dog, but hopefully I can find a few more trophies.
I think not, but I think you'll be looking for that victory to keep the streak alive in the last 10 races here, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's, you know, I wanted it last week. I wanted it this week. I wanted it in Atlanta. I wanted it in Vegas. You know, there's been a lot of opportunities. Daytona 500, we were up front all day. So I can count them, you know, at least on a hand. Maybe I need 2 hands to count opportunities that have slipped away. So we're achieving right now and getting success from those runs and pulling in the finishes that we need.
It's a good look from the 8 right now. Too bad they couldn't capitalize tonight, guys.
What a phenomenal run it was from Kyle Busch. This guy fought as hard as he could as well. Bubba Wallace, excellent qualifying yesterday. Started on the pole, gave it his all, but it's not to be. He will not be in the playoffs next weekend.
It's race is over, yes.
On the flip side, his teammate, who battled sickness all race long, is the regular season champion by 1 point over Kyle Larson. Could we have any more drama in the Southern?
Wow. Crazy stuff, y'all. And the cameras are gone for the rest of the night. Oh, that was cool. Hope you guys had a good time. We had a blast. That was a great ending. Cameraman was on it watching those two guys. Great race. It was. Braves in extra innings still right now too, so that's cool. Maybe we can win here. Yeah, I wanted Larson to win the championship, Willy Wonka says, but yeah, it is what it happens. But Tyler Reddick, give it to Tyler Reddick though. Like, dude was throwing up in his helmet, going to the bathroom in his suit. Like, he earned that regular season championship tonight. Tyler Reddick finishes top 10, but Larson just kind of fell off there in that last couple laps there with bad tires. But fun times. But definitely Reddick deserves the regular season championship, considering his stuff that he went through today. Definitely has earned some respect in my book, even though he has been a great driver. But you're welcome, everybody. You're welcome so much. But let's go through the list here. And then, like I said, the 3,100 are still left. We had like almost 7,800 or something in here. I don't know. I'm going to be on vacation for Atlanta and Watkins Glen. I'll still do preview vlogs. We'll have the vlogs out. Look for us there. And look for us in some luxurious destinations, maybe live too as well. But I want to thank everybody for hanging out. And we'll be back for Bristol. And then we'll be through the whole month of October as well. And then we'll go from there into November. So thank you guys so much. Thanks for the streams, man. Enjoy the vacation. We'll have a great time. We're going to do some Braves baseball next week. But 2 more streams to go, and then we're going to go on vacation. Here it is.
Way into the playoffs. So, DJ, here's how the playoff standings officially shape up. Playoffs start next week in Atlanta.
Yeah, exactly like we thought this was going to look a couple of weeks ago, right? Sure. I mean, I've been trying to think of a word as we were going to start this show, but, as simple as it is, wow. I mean, to see what these drivers did, put themselves out there, put the car in places that you didn't think were possible, the passes that we saw, just an incredible
Thank you, DJ, for all the support,
end of this
buddy.
race.
Yeah, you guys know I talk all the time, and I'm in stunned silence. I don't. There's not any words. When I look at this, and you look at what went on, the last 14 laps from Chase Briscoe, they said, go get the Southern 500. They didn't say go make the playoffs. Yeah. They said go get a Southern 500. That shows how important this race is. You saw Kyle Busch prove once again why he's one of the greatest race car drivers that ever sit in a car. He put that car on his back and ran it up there.
Thank you.
Couldn't do anything with it once he
Andrew,
got there.
thank you.
But it was fascinating to watch the talent and to watch the desire and then put everything on the line, lap after lap after lap for those final 14 laps.
So of all the Darlington races you have watched, DJ, where would you rank this performance by this 14 team and Chase Briscoe tonight?
I think, and thinking back, obviously, that how different and what it means with this. And, of course, the first time that this race has been the cutoff race in doing that. Yeah. But, we've seen some phenomenal battles over the years. But for what this meant, this was as entertaining. I mean, this wasn't like Chase Briscoe came out of nowhere. He was there all night saying, okay, Kyle Larson, you make one slip, I'm going to take advantage of this. And Larson didn't do that, but Chase Briscoe found a way to do it. So, I mean, that's as entertaining.
You're true,
watching the very best at what they do, be able to do it for so long.
Thank you, Justin.
To see a driver dig down, you want to see that. What do these drivers have inside to make moves like this happen? And Chase Briscoe showed us exactly what he's made of.
Kyle, what did you say in the pre-race? If a driver is going to race their way in the playoffs, they're going to earn it tonight.
They're going to earn it.
There's no question Chase Briscoe earned that one.
They earned it. And that's what we said. Nothing's free. There's no free lunch. And these guys realized that, and they went after it. What's fascinating is we live in a time and are very blessed to watch this sport in a time when this race matters. Every lap mattered. When Dale drove, when Pearson drove, if we go back in time, it was all about coming in here, beating the racetrack and beating the rest of the competition. There were 15 different scenarios during this race that we had to follow. So many different storylines. It wasn't the guy that was leading the race. We're talking about the guy that's running 25th. When's he going to get in the top 10? When's he going to move in the points? When's this going to happen? It was as entertaining a race. Listen, I think they ought to run, when we get to the playoffs, they ought to run 10 races, and they all ought to be here at Darlington. all 10 of them. That's the way it ought to be. That would be entertaining for me.
Yeah, and when you're leading the race like that, and I can only imagine the pressure of the playoffs there, too, But when you're leading, the hardest thing is to see a driver at this racetrack that has run you down, and you try to do everything that you can, knowing that that guy has fresher tires, his car's a little bit better, and oh yeah, it's Kyle Busch, a two-time champion. The hardest thing is to not overdrive the car, but you have to extend yourself to the fullest limits and abilities that you have and not make a mistake. We saw Briscoe get into the wall one time up in 3 and 4, but he challenged it pretty much every single lap. And that's amazing that you can do that.
Yeah, you think drivers, we talk about drivers never forget.
Yeah.
Briscoe referenced 2020 in a Busch race.
Yeah.
So he knew or an Xfinity race. He knew exactly what to expect when Kyle Busch got there.
Drove a very disciplined race, and the reward is the biggest win of his career and a berth in the 2024 playoffs. Unfortunately, with a new winner, the first driver out of the playoffs is Chris Buescher. Kim is with him.
Chris Buescher will come home in the 6th position, a solid finish. Unfortunately, not the day you needed with a new winner. You'll be the first guy outside the playoff picture, will not run for a title. You guys had to overcome so much today. How would you summarize your Southern 500?
Yeah, just, I don't know. We felt like we did what, for the most part, we needed to do today. And, you know, got back in contention there at the end and got a decent finish out of it. Just didn't quite get it done again, and yeah, now we're on the outside looking in. So fortunately, it's just the system we're all playing in, and you know, we had such a great year. Everyone at RFK's worked so hard. We've been so fast. We've outrun so many of these cars that that are going to get to run for a championship. But that's the system, and we didn't work it right.
When I talked to your crew chief, Scott Graves, earlier today, regardless of what you did in this race, he said he felt like you guys could do some damage in the last 10 races. What is the approach to the final 10, and what are your goals?
Yeah, it's not on my mind yet. Yeah, just had a lot of things figured out, and you know, that's
thank you, Rick, for
that's
all
not
your help.
it now. So
thanks for modding tonight.
Get back, digest this one a little bit. Such a shame, but you know, another great run for our BuildSubMarines.com Mustang. Another great finish here at Darlington. Just not enough with a new winner, and yeah, just crazy. So definitely going to think back on different times throughout the year, and you know, figure out how to do better next time.
How do you sum up the emotion in one word?
It's frustration and disbelief altogether.
The weekend started out so well for Bubba Wallace. That new winner thing caught up with you guys at the end, but there was a little chaos the second half of this race. What was going on?
Yeah, we just got behind on adjustments. We were back and forth on our U.S. Air Force Toyota Camry, just a little too loose, a little too tight, and that cost him with a couple laps on tires where we stayed out.
Thanks for modding tonight too, buddy. Appreciate you, Butterfly as well, Richard.
We just got so tight there.
Great mods,
got back there in traffic and a spot we haven't been all day, and got caught up in someone else's mess. So unfortunate. I hate it for our guys, but man, hats off to the 14. I thought I did something yesterday. They one-upped us and showed up when it was game time. So that's pretty badass. So congrats to them. Man, just wasn't good enough for 16th this year. Hate that. It stings saying that, but wasn't from a lack of effort from all of us on this 23 car. So best of luck to the 45, and hopefully the Toyota wins.
How do you evaluate overall getting to this point, and especially bringing it like you guys did this weekend?
Nah. Tomorrow's Labor Day, right? So got to sit and dwell on it. Hopefully no meetings. But you got 4 or 5 days to reset and go on to where do we go next? I don't even know. Shows how mental this race was. So we'll be fine.
Boy, where do you go if you're Bubba Wallace, DJ? I mean, this is the hard one to take. But he did mention, and you mentioned earlier too, Kyle, it didn't come down to this race. Yeah. It was the body of work for the entire season.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, that's a good interview. He explained everything, what they
Ronnie,
went through. They
thank you for everything you do,
race
buddy.
car here. He drove a really, really good race.
All right, so let's go through the standings real quick. And I'm watching the Braves here in the bottom of the 11th. It's tied at 2, but the Phillies have someone at 3rd. Chase Briscoe wins it, gets it in. Crazy. Kyle Busch, man, so close. Again, we said that last week. All right, Christopher Bell, man, he came so close. Well, Kyle Larson dominated this race. Ridiculous. Ross Chastain, Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin. 4 tires he couldn't move up. Joey Logano, Corey LaJoie, Tyler Reddick, regular season points champion. That's good for him. And Kenneth Fox, you enjoy yourself in Atlanta next week. I hope it's an amazing time, and I hope you have a wonderful time. And tell Tom, I said, and then tell Go Fast Pasta. Let's go, baby. Let's see. Chase Elliott, 11th. That's pretty good considering. Let's see. Chase Elliott, Ryan Preece, Austin Cindric, Brad Keselowski, Austin Dillon, Bubba Wallace, Todd Gillen, and then here's your lap down cars. Daniel Suarez. He didn't catch on fire tonight. It's good. SVG, 3 laps down and 26th. William Byron in that wreck. Josh Berry, Noah Gregson, Carson Hocevar, Kaz Growler, Richard, Timmy Hill, Truex Jr. He gets in the playoffs. Ryan Blaney as well. Haven't heard anything about his arm yet, so. But that is it. Hope you guys have a good time. If it goes to the 12th inning, I'm gonna send you to our good friend JJ. There's 1,600 of us here. I'm gonna send y'all to JJ. But so this is it for a couple weeks for us, guys. Hope you guys had a good time, and we'll continue to do the preview vlogs this week. But we won't be having any streaming the next 2 weekends unless something really happens. You never know. So keep your notification bells. Has Ty talked? He has not. He has not Ty talked. But he's in. He's in. So that's good. You're welcome, Lloyd. Thank you so much. Bray's bringing the long hair for Castellanos with 2 outs, 1st and 30. I'm watching that right now. I got 2nd and 3rd. If we can get this out here, I'm going to send y'all to JJ. Epic night, CeeLo. Tell Spain I said hi. Have a great trip. We'll do it. We'll have a great time. Look for some vlogs as well, guys, for our trip. We're going to have a lot of some vlogs and have a great time. So maybe some lives as well. So make sure your notification bells are on. You'll see where we're at. It's tied up now at 2. Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if they go to the 12th. If they go to the 12th, I'm going to send you to JJ. He's one of our good buddies, and I'd like to help him out a little bit with 1,500 of us here still. But man, Chase Briscoe going to JGR next year, filling in for that 19 because Truex is retiring. So that's got to be good for JGR to be like, hey, got a playoff driver. Another playoff driver. Oh, here's Tyler Reddick. Let's listen in to Tyler Reddick.
The regular season championship by a single point. Before we dive into what that means for the team, it was a heck of a day for you. You were battling some illness in the race car. How in the world did you maintain the focus needed to get that regular season championship?
I don't really know if I did, honestly. Just things fell our way there at the end. Yeah, I don't know. I started the day off feeling really good, and just kind of trying to take my time to get around Bubba, and him and the 5 kind of jumped us on that first cycle, and thought we were long race. We had plenty of time, plenty capable, and just I mean, by the end of stage 1, I couldn't even really focus on what to tell the guys to do on our Protector to Camry. So it was frustrating, man. We had that buffer over the 5, and I just watched it disappear all day long, and I trying everything I can to drive this car as fast as I can. It was just a real struggle, honestly. I don't have anything left.
Nothing left, but as we look forward to the playoffs, you guys have been so consistent recently, and now you've got 15 additional points in the playoff bank. What does that mean for this team and what they can do during the playoffs?
Yeah, it's huge for us. It's a bummer, man. This has been one of my best tracks, and we had an all-around off night. I hate that. Like I said, I hate we had to use that buffer up that we had coming in here. But I mean, this is what this team's kind of all about. I feel like this is the worst night we've had in months and months, speed-wise.
MJW,
and we still finished 10th, and it was kind of an all-out struggle for us. So
yeah, I saw.
Just really proud of everybody on this team staying behind me. I couldn't give great feedback, and it was just really, really hard to focus and keep it out of the wall there all night. So shame we gave some points up. I feel like this race we could win, but it's really nice to, in year 2 for me here at this team, and in year 4 of this team, for us to get the regular season championship like we did.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Despite everything, Tyler Reddick battled here tonight, gets the regular season championship by a single point over Kyle Larson.
Just unbelievable, Kyle. I mean, how did he get it done? How did he gut it out all evening long? Because it was stage 1 where he was saying, I'm not sure I can make it.
Yeah, stage 1, the radio, the chatter that we heard and she kept reporting was like, man, he's going to melt and run out of this thing. There's no, we're going to see him on the front stretch staying on the racetrack. And it was that kind.
Thanks for keeping me up to date today, buddy.
He said.
All right, so I don't know how long he's going to stay on. I think I'm going to swing you to someone else. He's probably going to go off the air here in a second. So I don't know if you guys have ever seen a guy on Nashville streams down in Broadway. He does a pretty good job as well. So I'm going to send you to him. It's Broadway bars. If you like Nashville, like country music, you'll like this guy. See if I can find him 1 second. What's it called? He's live here somewhere. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Nope, he doesn't have his redirect on either. These people need to have their redirect on. Okay, well we'll see if we can tell him to stay in there. All right, we'll see if he'll stay. Did he log off? All right, someone go to JJ and tell him to stay. We're about to bring some people here.
And I gotta tell you again, my manager did his job. Rob Thompson put this team in the position to win. He did.
All right, guys. See y'all later. I appreciate everybody. And we'll see you in 2 weeks for some Bristol action, truck races, Xfinity, and NASCAR Cup Series. Thank you so much for making a great stream. And we'll do some races, Braves baseball on Tuesday. So thank you guys so much for everything. Over 2-something thousand likes or whatever, 100, 1,500, whatever it is. We appreciate you. Thanks to my lovely wife, Spain, for everything that she does. I love you. I can't wait to spend a great time on the cruise with you. I want to thank my kids for giving their hard-earned time without me, them. I want to thank my mods for moderating with 6,000, 7,000 people in the chat. They do a great job. I want to thank my members for giving their hard-earned money back to the channel. And I want to thank you for watching. Good night from Tennessee. Congratulations, Chase Briscoe. The playoffs start this week. Look for some stuff from me this week from racing. And we'll see you soon. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Good night from Tennessee. See ya. Peace.